Upon awakening from a deep slumber, I discovered to my astonishment that I had become the elder brother of the little black spider, while I myself was a Kryptonian. In this peculiar beginning, I possessed a formidable, steel-like physique, with my brother being none other than Spider-Man. Moreover, an invitation arrived from the Multiverse Mutual Assistance chat group, featuring notable individuals such as Mark Grayson, a citizen of the homeland, Bruce Wayne, Little Jade, and Xiaoyu. Suppressing a smile that threatened to rise at the corners of my mouth, I murmured softly, Superman is destined to tread an invincible path, with multiple group chats leading to myriad routes. My steel-like body is destined, and the multiverse is mine to traverse. Chapter 1. The beginning of a steel body and joining the chat group. The warm rays of the morning sun illuminated my face, causing my eyelashes to flutter. I abruptly opened my eyes, bewildered by the sunlight streaming into my basement apartment. As my consciousness awakened, a torrent of disjointed memories, not my own, surged violently into my mind. I envisioned a brown-haired woman cooking bacon in the kitchen, scenes of playing football with a black sheriff, and the flashing of red warning lights inside a metal capsule as it pierced through the atmosphere. With a loud crash, a picture frame toppled from my bedside table, the sound jolting me back to the present. I sat up with haste, the morning light revealing a clear image within the frame. Dressed in police attire, Jefferson Davis embraced his wife, Rio Morales. Beside them stood a brown-skinned boy with an explosive hairstyle, a 12-year-old, Miles Morales. This is my room? I stared at the walls adorned with various posters, my voice gruff and unfamiliar to my own ears. The memories surged forth, not from a third-person perspective, but like a tidal wave. I was the last survivor of Krypton, my silver spacecraft deviating from its course while traversing a wormhole, ultimately crashing in a warehouse in Brooklyn, New York. The inscriptions etched into the metallic capsule, alongside my Asian visage with black hair and eyes, compelled my adoptive parents, Jefferson and Rio, to name me Michael Morales, with Michael signifying a godlike figure. However, the name Lin Yao, inscribed within my life pod and resembling a phonetic spelling, remained my customary name. Despite the peculiar nature of a strikingly handsome child from the Dragon Kingdom being adopted by an African-American couple, my amiable nature and innate intelligence garnered me a favorable reputation within the community, protecting me from exclusion or bullying. A sliver of silver metal peeked out from behind the wardrobe door, a storage cabinet fashioned from the remnants of the spacecraft. I stepped barefoot onto the floor, the coolness sending a shiver down my spine. As my fingertips grazed the Kryptonian symbols within the wardrobe, a sudden warmth coursed through my temples, revealing knowledge not of Earth. Heat vision, freezing breath, super hearing, super strength, super speed, super intelligence, and a steel-like body. These powers, meant to exist within the DC universe, now lay dormant within my very cells. My pupils constricted in shock. I was merely a university student who had spent late nights engrossed in American comics, just last night following the latest episode of Invincible. To awaken as a Kryptonian orphan in the Marvel Universe, nearly 20 years after my original time, was utterly bewildering. Moreover, Miles had not yet been bitten by the spider, implying that Peter Parker was still alive. As I gazed out at the Brooklyn streets, the timeline of the Marvel Universe began to crystallize in my mind. Ding! A digital notification resonated in my mind. The Multiverse Mutual Assistance chat group invites you to join. Would you like to accept? With my finger hovering over the accept button, I ultimately chose to confirm my entry. This appeared to be the fabled boon of a transmigrator, leaving no room for refusal. Even if it offered little assistance, having a few friends to converse with could prove beneficial. Mark Grayson, hey folks, anyone interested in the latest episode of Science Dog? I just got my hands on it. Little Jade, I want it. Thank you for sharing. May good fortune follow you always. Xiaoyu. Science Dog is super cool. Although I prefer Golden Rampage Sumo a bit more, it's still really awesome. Bruce Wayne, welcome newcomer. From your avatar, it appears you are of a similar youthful disposition. Upon entering the chat, I was bombarded with a flurry of messages. The familiarity of communicating with individuals from modern society eased the sensation of dissonance. The chat interface resembled that of the messaging application from my former life, prompting me to explore the main menu and locate the member list. Run, Mark Grayson, Bruce Wayne, Xiaoyu, Little Jade. Though the group comprised only 6 members, each hailed from distinct worlds, and all were characters I had been intimately familiar with in my previous existence, which filled me with fascination. Returning to the chat interface, I noticed several individuals greeting me. Mark, hello newcomer. I'm Mark Grayson, and I recently discovered my ability to fly. I just joined the World Defense Agency yesterday. My father is the strongest superhero on Earth, Omni-Man, and I aspire to become as powerful as he is. Oh, apologies. I should have welcomed you first. Would you like me to explain the group functions? Mark's rapid-fire messages left little room for my interjection. Little Jade, don't be nervous, Mark just has a lot to say. We ensure no one can attack each other maliciously in this group. By the way, I'm Little Jade. I just started working in my dad's antique shop 3 days ago. Another child chimed in without delay. Tian Xiaoban, hi. I'm Tian Xiaoban. This is my little broken watch my grandpa calls it the Omnitrix. Attached was a photo of him wearing the alien wristwatch on his left arm. I can transform into 10 different aliens now. But Grandpa says not to transform casually, as it might frighten others. The final voice belonged to Bruce Wayne, who spoke with a slightly serious tone. Bruce Wayne, just call me Bruce. I recommend new members complete an introduction video for information sharing. The group files contain the interdimensional etiquette manual. Please be sure to read it thoroughly. Taking a deep breath, I finally typed my first message after joining the group. Lin Yao. Thank you all for the warm welcome. I am Lin Yao, hailing from Brooklyn, New York. My currently known abilities include super strength, flight, heat vision, and freezing breath. I intentionally concealed my Kryptonian identity, revealing little information for the time being. Mark Grayson, oh my gosh. Heat vision? Your eyes can emit energy beams? Before I could respond to the messages within the group, my door swung open. Standing at the threshold was a middle-aged woman with a voluminous head of curly hair, me adoptive mother, Rio Morales, in this world. Are you feeling unwell? I called your name several times, but you didn't respond. Rio gazed at me, sitting at the edge of the bed in a daze, her expression devoid of irritation or anger, instead radiating concern. Lin Yao shook his head and, smiling, stood up, saying, "It's nothing, I just woke up and haven't quite gathered myself yet." Upon hearing this, Leo sighed with relief. That's good. Let's eat quickly soon. Dad will drive you and Miles to school. Descending to the lower floor, Lin Yao found that his younger brother, Miles, had nearly finished his meal. Not wanting to delay any longer, Lin Yao gulped down his milk and swiftly devoured the bread and fried egg. His speed was so astonishing that even the typically unfazed Miles was taken aback. The two sat in the back seat of their father's police car, arriving at their new school. Midtown High School was the institution they were to attend, and on their very first day, they found themselves tardy. Entering a dimly lit multimedia classroom, Lin Yao and Miles awkwardly stood at the podium as the teacher, hands on her hips, glared at them. Lin Yao and Miles Morales, are you both late on your very first day? Is it possible they're not late, but you all arrived too early? Miles awkwardly retorted, eliciting a chuckle from a blonde girl in the audience. Lin Yao glanced over and immediately noticed the girl's uniqueness. Though he lacked spider sense, his heightened senses allowed him to discern her distinctiveness from those around her. Combining her appearance with memories from his previous life, Lin Yao recognized her identity. She was none other than Gwen Stacy, who had recently traversed dimensions via the space-time collider. In her original timeline, Gwen inadvertently caused her friend Peter Parker's death, leading her to become a fugitive. Struggling in her own world, she seized the opportunity when a rift appeared, following her spider sense to this place. Lin Yao understood that everything was guided by the intricate web of life and destiny. Much like how stand-ins attract one another, Spider-Men share an inexplicable pull, drawing them together in times of crisis. Lost in thought, a paper ball was tossed his way. Although his mind was scattered, his body reacted with astonishing reflexes. Even in the dark classroom, he accurately caught the paper ball thrown from his blind spot. Unfolding it, he read a greeting. "Hi, I'm Miranda. Want to have lunch together?" "Hello, I'm Ashley. Hey, race my OnlyFans account. We'll be waiting for you at the court later." Louise with red hair. Staring at the notes, Lin Yao was dumbfounded. He had only been here for a few minutes. What was going on? Little did he know, his status as a transfer student, coupled with his tall and athletic physique, made it impossible for even a hoodie to conceal his perfect musculature. With a figure more eye-catching than a professional model, complemented by stunning looks, it was no wonder these adolescent girls couldn't resist approaching him. Uncertain if it was just a trend or genuine interest, Gwen, situated to his right, leaned in, whispering to Lin Yao, "He'll wait for you at the classroom door after class." Meanwhile, Miles lay his head on the desk, silently observing his brother, who had already become the center of attention on his very first day. Damn, he's really pulling off. Chapter 2. The Web of Life and Destiny. As the lights in the multimedia classroom flickered on, Gwen Stacy stood up, casting Lin Yao a glance that conveyed, "I'm waiting for you," before swiftly exiting the classroom. "I don't have any classes today. How about you?" Walking side by side across the campus, Gwen initiated the conversation. Lin Yao glanced at his schedule and replied with a smile, "I'm free as well. Any plans? Let's pass through the back alley and check out a shopping street together? Sounds good. It's a perfect opportunity for me to familiarize myself with the surroundings." The neon lights of the shopping street appeared slightly faded in the midday sun, and Gwen chose an outdoor CF with a sign proclaiming non-GMO coffee beans. As the iced Americano rippled in the glass, she suddenly leaned in, her forehead nearly touching Lin Yao's. "You're not an ordinary human." Her statement was assertive and undeniably confident. "Back in the classroom, you caught that paper ball without even flinching it came from your blind spot." Lin Yao paused his stirring of the straw, the sound of ice clinking sharply in the silence. He could hear Gwen's heartbeat, quickened by 12, a clear sign of her anxiety. "We harbor no ill intentions. Perhaps we should speak frankly." Gwen shrugged, her expression softening. Taking a deep breath, she laid her cards on the table. "All right, it'll be up front. A month ago, a rift in time appeared before me. I followed my spider sense here, as if an invisible thread was pulling me along." Lin Yao nodded. Gwen's account aligned closely with his expectations. "In simple terms, you and those you sense from the time rift are not products of genetic mutation. Your powers are a form of totem, derived from a figure known as the Weaver. This power is referred to as the spider totem, and what connects you all is the web of life and destiny." He paused for a moment, opting for simpler explanation. "To put it plainly, this web has chosen you, rather than you having mutated. Do you understand?" Gwen nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, before shifting the focus back to Lin Yao. "Now that I've revealed my information, shouldn't you share something about yourself?" Finishing his drink, Lin Yao responded generously, "Of course. I hail from Krypton, and as for my abilities, you might want to check out the comics about Superman." Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as she stared at Lin Yao. "WTF? You're Superman. More accurately, I am a Kryptonian." Lin Yao stirred the ice in his cup, sunlight filtering through the glass, casting amber reflections in his eyes. "However, if you must draw comparisons, I suppose it's somewhat accurate." He pointed to a Superman poster in the bookstore window across the street. Gwen followed his gaze, where the poster depicted a muscular man clad in a deep blue suit, with a flowing red cape and underwear worn over his pants. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone to search for keywords, and upon seeing that Superman first appeared in 1938 on Wikipedia, she burst into laughter. "So, you're 85 years old?" "Ahem, my biological age is only 19. Lin Yao corrected her teasing with an awkward cough. As they bickered and made their way back to school, the sun was nearing the horizon. They had already dined before returning, so they opted not to visit the cafeteria. After parting ways with Gwen at the basketball court in front of the dormitory, Lin Yao turned and slipped into an empty alley. He needed a quiet place to record his introduction video for the new chat group. Upon activating the shooting feature in the group chat, a translucent filming guide materialized before Lin Yao. Fortunately, the functionality bore a striking resemblance to that of smartphones from his previous life, allowing him to navigate it effortlessly. Lin Yao bent his knees and leaped into the sound barrier, his figure vanishing within the confines of the campus. The camera automatically shifted into slow motion, capturing the clarity of his ascent into the skies. "Greetings, everyone. I am somewhat uncertain about how to create an introductory video. Allow me to simply showcase my abilities." With that, Lin Yao controlled his form to hover beyond the atmosphere, the azure planet rotating beneath him. "First and foremost, let's explore flight. The advanced aerial maneuvers I am currently capable of are as follows." He spread his arms like a diver and transformed into a crimson meteor, diving downward. Just as he was about to touch the ground, he executed a sharp turn at an angle of approximately 10 degrees. His body assumed an upward trajectory, maintaining his speed throughout the maneuver. This reversal, though it did not result in direct contact, generated a shock wave that created a significant depression in the sea surface. Amidst the turbulent waves, several lifeless fish bobbed to the surface. Lin Yao's mastery over the biological force field was still imperfect, which accounted for the collateral damage caused by the residual effects of his flight. With sufficient proficiency, the earlier maneuver could be executed without disturbing the ocean surface. Next, he demonstrated his heat vision. A nearby, uninhabited island provided the perfect target as Lin Yao's eyes ignited with a crimson glow. Two beams of blood-red light sliced through the sea, striking a small hill several kilometers away. Amidst the billowing clouds of steam, a portion of the hilltop was severed. As the camera zoomed in, the cut revealed a crystalline surface akin to glass. Next is my super strength. As of now, I have yet to encounter an object on Earth that I cannot lift. Allow me to provide a brief demonstration. He then ventured to Antarctica, where a fractured iceberg awaited. Lin Yao plunged into the icy waters, assuming the posture of Atlas, and effortlessly lifted the entire iceberg to a height of 100 meters above ground. To illustrate his ease, he released one hand, lifting the iceberg overhead with just his left hand, performing a few repetitions akin to a dumbbell exercise before returning it to its original position. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yao showcased his freezing breath. A mere exhalation directed at the water surrounding the iceberg resulted in a vast expanse of ocean becoming encased in ice, re-establishing a connection between the fractured glacier and its original ice cap. Finally, the display of his super senses was the most astonishing. The perspective shifted to Lin Yao's first-person view, and a torrent of information cascaded like a galaxy. He could observe a warrior from an African tribe lying in wait for prey, hear the heartbeat of a snow leopard in a cave within the Himalayas, witness the rolling magma within Mount Fuji, and even hear the explosive snap of a pistol shrimp's claw in the Great Barrier Reef. By the way, I would like to take this opportunity to remind Bruce, in your world, there exists a Kryptonian with abilities nearly identical to mine. He arrived on Earth before reaching his first year of age, adopted by a kind couple who instilled in him a proper moral compass. Of course, if you remain concerned, you may investigate further. That fellow's Earth name is Clark Kent, residing in Kansas, and his mother's name is Martha. After the video uploaded successfully, the group chat fell silent for a few minutes before erupting with excitement. Mark Grayson, this is impossible. My father cannot execute nearly 0-degree sharp turns. Your reflexes can keep up. Xiaoyu, incredible. It's even more exaggerated than in the movies. The most amusing reaction came from the compatriot who typically shared muscle selfies, who remained utterly speechless this time. He sent only a gif of himself, appearing as if he had witnessed something terrifying, panting heavily, clearly shaken. Bruce's reply arrived with a delay. He first sent a prayer hands emoji, seemingly expressing gratitude. Bruce Wayne, Lin Yao, thank you for the reminder, I will take heed. Additionally, according to your statement, does this imply that extraterrestrial forces may invade my world in the future? If convenient, could you elaborate further? In exchange, I can promise you one favor within my capacity. Lin Yao was taken aback. A simple act of goodwill had garnered such a generous response from Bruce. He organized his thoughts before elaborating. Lin Yao, Bruce Wayne, I shall be concise. From what I know, there will be at least 2 instances of this in the near term. The first instance involves Clark's kin, who hail from Krypton. They are a group of war criminals who failed in their rebellion. These individuals closely resemble humans, but are impervious to weapons and possess strength comparable to mine. Their reason for coming to Earth is to locate Clark. With Krypton having perished, they aim to transform Earth into a second home planet. In simpler terms, it is a colonial invasion. This situation is relatively straightforward as long as you and Clark collaborate effectively. Resolving it should not be difficult. As he spoke, Lin Yao utilized the group's visual projection feature to compile the information regarding General Zod into a brief video, which he shared in the chat. One must admit, this feature was incredibly convenient, allowing for the direct presentation of images instead of laboriously describing matters in words. After completing these tasks, Lin Yao paused, preparing to check his accrued points in the chat group system store. This brief interlude was also a perfect opportunity for Bruce to process the information. Chapter 3. The Hope of Overcoming Weakness. The self-introduction video has been successfully published, earning 500 points. Today's attendance has been completed, earning an additional 100 points. With the newfound abilities at his disposal, Lin Yao swiftly accumulated a total of 600 points on the very same day. However, this also stirred a flicker of doubt within him. If attendance alone grants 100 points, might the items in the marketplace be exorbitantly priced? This concern was soon alleviated. The items available in the group marketplace were surprisingly affordable, encompassing treasures from various realms inhabited by the group members. 12 Zodiac Talismans. Source: Jackie Chan Adventures. Price: 3,000 points. Description: randomly acquires one of the 12 talismans. Multiple purchases guarantee no duplicates. Usable up to 10 times. Each activation lasts 24 hours, requiring the talisman to be worn closely and held tightly, or may be retained permanently, albeit with diminished efficacy. Note: all items in the marketplace can be fused and stacked multiple times, but cannot be separated. Old man. Talismans are of little consequence. Kryptonian Ecological Chamber Culture Dish. Source: Kryptonian Reconnaissance Ship. Price: 6,800 points. Function: a dendritic life device for nurturing Kryptonian infants. initially devoid of special traits. All attributes are set at 80 of the average Kryptonians. Can be assigned a profession through the Kryptonian Life Codex, resulting in attribute alterations. Joel, Krypton is doomed. Portal source, invincible young hero. Price, 3,800 points. Function, opens a short-range portal, limited to the current planet. Mark, Cecil, I require your assistance. Alien hero experience card. Source, bin 10. Price, 2,000 points. Restriction, randomly transforms into any alien hero from the database of bin 10, lasting 15 minutes. With 3 transformations unlocking that form permanently. Bin, oh how bothersome. Compound 5, enhanced version. Source, what corporation? Price, 2,000 units. Function, grants a random positive superpower. Duration of 72 hours, with permanent effects after 3 uses. Edgar, it seems to have fewer side effects than the original. Mechanical tentacle. Source, Dr. Otto. Price, 800 units. Function, acquires a powerful mechanical tentacle controlled by thought. Otto Peter? While these items appear practical and reasonably priced, for Lin Yao at this moment, only the talismans held any real intrigue. The other items offered minimal assistance, some bordering on superfluous. Exiting the system marketplace, Lin Yao also noticed responses from Bruce and the others. Bruce Wayne, Lin Yao, the scale of Zod's fleet. The configuration of their weapons and the adaptability of Kryptonian technology to Earth's environment were not elaborated upon in the video. I noted that when one of Zod's breathing masks was damaged, there were clear signs of respiratory distress, dizziness, and headaches. I would like to inquire if they possess any discernible weaknesses, such as an aversion to anaerobic conditions or sunlight. Additionally, you mentioned that there are multiple extraterrestrial forces invading. Which others are there? Lin Yao gazed at the messages on the interface, swiftly organizing the information in his mind. He could envision a figure clad in dark attire within the shadows of Gotham, intently focused on a supercomputer, diligently compiling data and performing calculations. The Kryptonian's extraordinary memory began to sift through the timeline of the universe, vividly recalling scenes of interstellar wars he had encountered in comics, unfolding in his mind like a holographic projection. Soon, he provided his response. Lin Yao, to address your first inquiry, Zod's fleet includes a mothership known as Black Zero, which may harbor dozens of Kryptonians. They are all born warriors, rendering modern military forces insignificant in their presence. He activated the thought projection feature, compressing animations of Darkseid's invasion of Earth, the scene of Cyborg merging with the Mother Box, and the Apocalyptian army shattering Metropolis into a 10-minute data package. The final image froze on Darkseid amidst the ruins, his pupils igniting with Omega beams. Lin Yao, this technology hails from Apocalypse, an ancient alien civilization akin to Krypton. Yet their technological advancements diverge significantly from ours. The Mother Box functions akin to an extraordinarily powerful computer capable of reorganizing matter and opening portals, i.e., boom tubes. While their ruler, he paused deliberately, allowing the group members to absorb the oppressive aura of Darkseid's imagery. This entity, once a formidable adversary to Superman in the cosmos, transformed the chat atmosphere into one of somber seriousness with even a brief glimpse. Mark's messages finally ceased to be withdrawn, carrying an uncommon gravitas. Mark Grayson, wait. Can that hulking figure with gray skin confront you directly? What are the odds of my father winning in a one-on-one against him? Lin Yao, allow me to clarify. It is not a matter of direct confrontation. If I were to face him head-on now, the likelihood of my survival would be quite low. Your father possesses more combat experience than I do, yet for Darkseid, eliminating Nolan would be no more challenging than squashing an insect for you. However, do not worry. During his initial invasion of Earth, he was repelled by the ancient Earth's coalition. As long as the 3 Mother Boxes remain unmerged, he cannot descend upon us for the time being. Xiaoyu. So, these extraterrestrials are more formidable than the Lord? My father once mentioned that dealing with magic requires the Hellgate key. Tian Xiaoban. Is there a way to scan them? If I could transform into one of those apocalyptian aliens, I would surely be immensely powerful, wouldn't I? Lin Yao chuckled softly, preparing to communicate with Tian Xiaoban about attempting to replicate a Kryptonian and its possible transformation. However, before he could send the message, a private message notification from Bruce suddenly appeared. Bruce Wayne, could you privately share your suggestions regarding the Justice League's candidates? Additionally, concerning the fellow Kryptonian Clark Kent you mentioned, does he share the same weakness as you? This inquiry left Lin Yao in a moment of hesitation. Revealing to Bruce that Kryptonians are vulnerable to kryptonite would be akin to handing over his Achilles heel. Although members of the group were prohibited from causing deliberate harm, if Bruce were to exploit this knowledge with the intent to hinder or control him, it could prove to be quite troublesome. Ultimately, He resolved to withhold that information. Whether Bruce could discover it on his own was of little consequence. He would not voluntarily expose it, as it was a matter of principle. Lin Yao, to be honest, even I am uncertain about what exactly frightens us Kryptonians. This is something you must explore for yourself. As for recommendations for the Justice League, I suggest you first engage with Diana Prince, whose true identity is that of an Amazonian princess endowed with demigod-like powers. Additionally, there is Arthur, the Aquaman active near Norway, who hails from Atlantis and possesses considerable strength as well as the ability to manipulate water. The ancient figure in the footage of the Earth Alliance wielding a golden trident is indeed an ancestor of their lineage. After sending the message, he suddenly noticed the Kryptonian ecological chamber petri dish in the group shop flashing with a promotional alert. The item you viewed has been purchased by someone else. It seemed Batman had begun contemplating interstellar armaments. A few seconds later, just as Lin Yao was about to close the private chat window, Bruce sent another message. Bruce Wayne, thank you for your assistance. Regarding the promised reward, would you prefer to redeem it now, or contemplating for a moment? Lin Yao decided to seize some benefits immediately. He was particularly eager to explore whether a horse talisman or a dog talisman could help him disregard kryptonite. Lin Yao, I am quite intrigued by the horse talisman among the 12 zodiac symbols, as my own zodiac sign is the horse. If possible, I would like to acquire a horse talisman. Bruce, I am currently unable to procure that many points all at once, and random selection entails too much uncertainty. How about this? I will adhere to a 30-day period based on the group sign-in, and once I obtain the horse talisman, I will contact you immediately. How does that sound? Lin Yao, no problem. I am not particularly in a hurry. Having concluded his private conversation with Bruce, Lin Yao rose to freshen up before turning off the lights and returning to bed. After a long day of activity, he could finally relax. Aside from Bruce and the citizens of his homeland, the group was mostly comprised of somewhat reclusive teenagers, though their preferred works may differ after recommending to each other. They all became ardent fans of Science Dog, Super Moose, and Golden Berserk Sumo. Additionally, their lives frequently intersect with extraterrestrials, wizards, and demons, transforming their group into a nearly exclusive discussion forum for the three of them. Presently, however, their main focus of conversation has shifted to the content shared by Lin Yao. In their world, comics do not exist. Thus, the content not only astonishes them but also fills them with a sense of novelty. Xiaoyu remarked, I wish I could possess such superpowers. To merely exchange for an experience, I would have to refrain from buying anything for almost a month. Mark Grayson laughed, haha. I have awakened the same superpowers as my father, super strength, flight, enhanced senses, and super speed. By the way, guys, I need to choose a superhero alias. I initially considered the name, but now I think it's better to be a bit more low-key. Xiaoyu responded, 1. I also think that calling you is somewhat ostentatious. It would make you an easy target when you go out. Tian Xiaoban added, 1. I believe that Clark or Lin Yao would suit the name better. At this point, Lin Yao could no longer contain himself and quickly interjected. He did not wish for the alias Invincible hero to vanish due to his involvement. Lin Yao said, Mark Grayson, I believe that name is rather fitting. At least, aside from your father, you truly can be invincible on Earth, can't you? Moreover, it's merely an alias. I once read a novel featuring characters with even more extravagant names. They had aliases like Heavenly Great Sage and Golden Monkey of the Clouds and were doing just fine. Xiaoyu chimed in. I know that. Brother Lin Yao is referring to water margin, correct? Tian Xiaoban inquired. What is that? Mark Grayson replied. I saw online that this novel is quite famous in the Dragon Kingdom. Tian Xiaoban said, well, I think I'll pass on delving deeper. I feel drowsy just looking at books, haha. After some idle chatter, Lin Yao ultimately decided not to reveal the truth about Mark's father just yet. The young man had only recently awakened his powers, and this revelation would be too overwhelming for him. With his current abilities, even if Nolan were to hold back, he might still inadvertently cause harm. It would be best to allow this young lad to embrace his role as a hero for a while, to become accustomed to his growth. Later, he would disclose the truth and find a way to address the complications. Chapter 4. Peter Parker. As for Gwen, after exchanging secrets with Lin Yao, the two grew increasingly close. In the following days, whenever they had free time, they would arrange to dine together or go shopping and watch movies. It was during these days that Miles, while sneaking out to have some fun, was bitten by a radioactive mutated spider, thus awakening his superpowers. For the most part, Lin Yao spent his time playing with Gwen, naturally lacking the inclination to attend to his younger brother. Conversely, Miles did not wish to disturb his brother's enjoyment, opting instead to discreetly avoid them and not become a third wheel. One evening, Lin Yao lay in the dormitory for an extended period, tossing and turning in an unsuccessful attempt to sleep. He had a vague sense that something significant was about to transpire that night. Since there were no other roommates currently occupying his dorm, he felt no concern about disturbing anyone. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 11:20 p.m. Thus, he decided to open the window and venture outside to discover what might be stirring his intuition. Arriving near Miles' dormitory, Lin Yao initially intended to invite his brother out for some fun. However, he soon realized that Miles was not in his room, evidently having ventured out ahead of time. If his assumptions were correct, he had likely gone to meet Uncle Aaron. With this conjecture in mind, Lin Yao began to search for traces of Miles. The night in Brooklyn resembled an overturned pallet, with neon lights and police sirens merging amidst the rain. Lin Yao floated atop the apartment building, closing his eyes to listen to the city's symphony. The tremors of the subway tracks, the collisions of port containers, and the shattering of glass from a convenience store corner filled the air. When a muffled sound, reminiscent of a spider's silk snapping, reached his ears, he abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the green toxic mist rising from a warehouse district 3 kilometers away. "Ah, so this is where it is," he murmured, his cape billowing in the night breeze. The super hearing of a Kryptonian pierced through the rain, distinctly capturing the hurried breaths of a boy hiding behind an abandoned car, along with the roars and sounds of a struggle above. Near the secret hideout where Uncle Aaron and Miles often congregated, there lay a junkyard. A 12-meter-tall green goblin was striking the ground with bat-like wings, concrete blocks entangled with rebar being hurled like projectiles. Peter Parker's web shooters had long since jammed. His blue suit torn in multiple places, sweat dripping from his chin. He narrowly dodged a sweeping attack and looked up at the towering beast before him, exceeding 10 meters in height, with a pair of bat wings sprouting from its back. "Is this the Green Goblin?" Lin Yao frowned, recalling that the Green Goblin from the Spider-Man universe had never undergone such exaggerated mutations. Suddenly, he remembered the collider that Gwen had mentioned. Goldman's experiments had evidently begun to distort the fabric of reality. Raindrops evaporated into white mist just before touching Lin Yao's eyelashes as he sliced through the air, creating sonic booms, with streetlights exploding in his wake. The 12-meter-tall Green Goblin was pressing Spider-Man into a crumbling wall, its massive tail sweeping through the container yard, clearing an expanse of approximately 80 square meters. "Die, little trash." Lin Yao's voice was flat and indifferent, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of those present. Despite being hundreds of meters away, just as the Green Goblin turned its head, it received a punch that broke the sound barrier to its temple. Dark green scales mingling with brain matter splattering against the cracked and dented concrete wall. As Peter Parker emerged from the sunken pavement, he witnessed the scorching gaze of Lin Yao strike the nearby Kingpin, leaving a charred, gaping hole the size of a basin in the wall of flesh. The custom-tailored suit of Kingpin carbonized under the searing heat, and before he could utter a scream, his corpulent form ignited into a human torch. "Stop!" Spider-Man's webbing ensnared Lin Yao's wrist as he frantically clung to him, desperate to prevent further violence. They should face legal judgment. With a dismissive flick of his hand, Lin Yao severed the webbing, the resulting wind forcefully propelling Peter away. "I have no time for your arguments. If you wish for Mary Jane to remain a widow, you should return swiftly." Peter hesitated, words caught in his throat, but soon averted his gaze. He shot a web toward a distant skyscraper, glancing back at Lin Yao with a warning not to commit actions he would regret. After Peter's departure, Lin Yao unleashed his heat vision, obliterating the particle accelerator. He then hoisted the disoriented prowler onto his back, soaring away with him and Miles. The rain evaporated into mist beneath the soles of his flight boots as Lin Yao crashed through the rusted metal roof of the junkyard. The prowler in his arms resembled a ragged doll, dark crimson blood seeping from the cracks in his violet-black suit, his labored breaths echoing like a wind-battered bellows beneath his mask. Miles curled up on a small sofa in the corner, droplets of rainwater falling from his hair and creating varying depths of puddles on the floor. With a soft thud, Aaron Davis was gently placed on the coffee table. Lin Yao deftly unfastened the clasp at the neck of the suit, the lavender mask splitting open to reveal the face Miles knew all too well. The scar above the left eyebrow, the crinkled corners of his eyes when he smiled. This was his dearest friend, Uncle Aaron, who had guided him through childhood, teaching him graffiti, skateboarding, and parkour. "Uncle?" Miles' voice trembled, like a stringed instrument abruptly silenced, as he stumbled into a metal barrel behind him, disbelief etched across his face. The man on the coffee table struggled to prop himself up, a large bruise marking the damaged area of his suit, a remnant of his fabricated story about colliding with a railing. "Miles, let me explain." Aaron's voice was hoarse. "When I fell ill, I borrowed money from Fisk due to exorbitant medical bills. His interest rates were exorbitant, and I couldn't repay, or simply run away. I had no choice but to do his dirty work as payment. Miles swallowed hard, his gaze drawn to a faded photograph on the wall, depicting a 12-year-old version of himself with Uncle Aaron, the dazzling lights of the Queensboro Bridge shimmering in the background. Just go. I am not one to sacrifice family for the greater good. After much internal conflict, Miles ultimately turned away, allowing Aaron to depart alone. Lin Yao did not intervene. He was indifferent to how Aaron planned to proceed. After all, this individual was merely a marginal villain devoid of superpowers, having recently awakened memories from his past life. He did not feel particularly close to this uncle, thus allowing Miles to make the decision. After a brief moment of hesitation, Aaron finally stood up. Without uttering much, he lowered his head and exited the room that harbored countless cherished memories of their uncle-nephew bond. Tomorrow, if you have the time, consider visiting Peter Parker. You should be kindred spirits now. Upon hearing this, Miles emerged from his earlier melancholy of parting with his uncle. Although he was already aware of his brother's extraterrestrial origins, he had never anticipated that his brother would possess an array of formidable superpowers akin to those of the superhero in the comics. Brother, are you truly a superhero? Lin Yao smirked, replying nonchalantly, more or less, but I have no intention of becoming a superhero. Miles, perplexed, scrutinized Lin Yao and inquired suspiciously. You don't wish to be a grand hero and fight against evil? Kid, I have no interest in playing your hero games of with great power comes great responsibility. Come on, you just claimed you didn't want to, yet you just saved someone and thwarted those criminals. If I hadn't intervened, how many problems would have spiraled out of control? With Green Goblin and the likes left unchecked, they would create a multitude of vile incidents. Explaining the complexities of such matters seemed tedious to Lin Yao, and he chose not to elaborate. He would not obstruct Miles from aspiring to be the next Spider-Man. However, expecting Lin Yao to act with a hero's mentality was utterly implausible. His principle was to refrain from becoming a sociopathic villain. As long as he acted with a clear conscience, that sufficed. Meanwhile, as the two brothers hurried toward their school dormitory, Gwen, resting in the girls' dormitory, suddenly awoke. At that moment, an uncomfortable and disorienting sensation engulfed her, as if she had been tossed into a tumble dryer, leaving her feeling utterly unsettled. Unbeknownst to her, the activation mishap had resulted in the destruction of the space-time collider by Lin Yao. The universe Gwen inhabited, along with Peter Parker, the despondent Spider-Man, had merged with the current reality due to this cataclysmic event. Chapter 5, 2099 and Captain Universe. Initially, Lin Yao believed that by destroying the space-time collider, he could avert the catastrophic dimensional collapse caused by the interconnection of the multiverse. However, he was taken aback to discover that this act not only failed to prevent the impending crisis, but instead precipitated even more dire consequences. At the heart of the web of life and fate resided a grotesque entity, a creature with a human torso, its lower half a colossal mechanical spider, and a head resembling that of a spider. At that moment, it was ceaselessly attempting to tear open a dimensional rift anew. The half-human, half-spider creature is the Web Weaver, the guardian responsible for maintaining the intricate web of life and fate. It is akin to the Black Panther god Bast, who safeguards the ancient totemic powers of Wakanda. What has transpired? Has the realm of temporal distortion been restored? Moreover, there exist 3 Spider-Men concurrently. After a moment of contemplation, the Web Weaver decided to contact the multiversal core base of Spider-Man located in Universe 928. All individuals who have joined the Spider Multiverse Management Bureau and have been assigned wristbands will transit through this hub. In a certain sense, this base can be likened to a quest hall within a game. The base is overseen by 2 administrators, Captain Universe Spider and Spider-Man 2099. Upon receiving the summons from the Web Weaver, the 2, who were resting within the base, promptly made their way to the control room. Universe 1610 has experienced a temporal distortion, yet my observations have been obstructed by a mysterious force. Use your wristbands to traverse back and ascertain the cause of this anomaly. Confirming their objective, the duo employed their wristbands to initiate the temporal passage. However, this passage was rather constricted, permitting only one individual at a time. Their anxiety, stemming from the fact that this mission was directly assigned by the Web Weaver, escalated significantly. As 2 exceptionally formidable variants of Spider-Man arrived, Lin Yao received an alert. Group announcement. Lin Yao has detonated the temporal collider, resulting in a temporal fusion anomaly. If left unchecked, it could lead to cosmic annihilation. A special mission has now commenced. Mission requirements. Resolve the temporal distortion crisis. Number of participants, 5. Mission rewards. Participants will receive 300 points, with an additional 1,700 points awarded to the top scorer. Despite it being 10 o'clock at night, The individuals in the group were either night owls by nature or habitual late-night champions like Batman and Gotham. With the announcement appearing, the group erupted in excitement. Bruce Wayne, Lin Yao, what have you done? Mark Grayson, a group mission. Is this one of those large-scale collective battles? Tian Xiaoban, an interdimensional melee. I'm ready to showcase my skills. Guoguorin, ahem, I'm in. Xiaoyu, since participation earns points, would anyone mind taking me along for a leisurely ride? As the five traversed through the unique portal of the group mission to Universe 1610, Lin Yao awaited near the ruins of the previously detonated temporal collider. Wow, I didn't expect you to be much more handsome in person than your chat group avatar, Xiaoban remarked, playfully nudging Lin Yao on the knee. His wrist emanating a green glow. The stark height difference compelled him to greet in such a manner. In the palm of his hand, Bruce Wayne clutched a bat-shaped projectile. While his tactical visor swiftly analyzed the fluctuations of particles in the air, Lin Yao, he queried, how much do you know about that temporal collider? Lin Yao shrugged, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Unfortunately, I am utterly ignorant about that contraption. Bruce chuckled in disbelief. I can't believe you're clueless too. Just as he spoke, a strand of webbing suddenly erupted from the shadows of a distant abandoned crane, a red and blue figure entwined with quantum remnants soaring above the crowd. The newcomer was none other than Spider-Man 2099, Miguel O'Hara. Temporal manipulator, surrender at once. Miguel's visorless mask displayed a furrowed brow, while a sound reminiscent of an elephant's trumpet echoed in their ears. He had encountered too many self-proclaimed saviors like the one before him, recklessly meddling without understanding, ultimately leaving others to clean up the mess. As the web shooter locked onto Lin Yao's chest, the Kryptonian merely raised a hand and unleashed a sonic boom that propelled him 20 meters, crashing into a rusted oil tank. God of gold, Lin Yao muttered, preparing to deliver a punch to incapacitate his opponent when the sky abruptly tore open with a silver-blue rift. Captain Universe, adorned with a cosmic visage, descended gracefully. He materialized before Lin Yao, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring beyond the atmosphere. Mark instinctively leaped into action, pursuing him at supersonic speed. Observing this, the compatriots could no longer stand idly by, taking to the skies in pursuit. Meanwhile, Little Class had transformed into a gliding behemoth but soon realized he couldn't leave the atmosphere, reluctantly returning to the ground. Not long after Captain Universe and Lin Yao departed, Miguel returned, surprised to find 3 individuals had suddenly appeared before him in mere seconds. Children? He murmured in confusion, shifting his gaze to the only adult present, Bruce. Clad in his bat suit. This suit was crafted after reviewing the materials Lin Yao had shared. While battling Superman might be a challenge, it was adequate for confronting an adversary of Spider-Man 2099's caliber. Both were adept fighters equipped with high-tech gear, engaging in a fierce exchange for dozens of rounds without determining a victor. Little Class sought to assist, but was halted by Bruce, who asserted that they did not seem like villains, suggesting some misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Miguel sensed something amiss. With a forceful shove, he pushed Bruce away and coldly demanded, "Who are you? Why are you causing temporal disturbances?" Bruce glanced at Miguel awkwardly, chuckling as he replied, "Is it possible that we have come here to resolve the very temporal disturbances you speak of?" In the aerial battleground, Lin Yao's heat vision clashed with Captain Universe's cosmic energy beam. As he detached from the Earth's atmosphere, he could distinctly perceive the intensifying radiation of the sun. This phenomenon consequently led to the augmentation of Lin Yao's strength, as the latent potential within him was progressively excavated and catalyzed through the course of battle. Lin Yao's finger bones shattered during the 6th collision, yet they instantaneously healed under the sun's radiance. The cosmic Captain Spider, with fists enveloped by a nebular vortex, executed a swift counterpunch that sent the would-be assailants, the compatriots and Mark, crashing into a lunar crater. Remarkably, they exhibited considerable resilience. The cosmic Captain Spider's symbiotic battle suit rippled as he casually twisted his wrist, his tone frigid. Lin Yao sensed a misunderstanding. These two were likely not foes. However, after being so soundly thrashed, he felt compelled to retaliate in order to restore his own sense of resolve. Thus, Lin Yao surged forward once more, feigning an attack with his heat vision while simultaneously unleashing a series of left jabs, right hooks, and uppercuts, each landing forcefully upon the cosmic Captain Spider's chin. The extent of the damage was momentarily inconsequential, for Lin Yao found himself momentarily stunned. A foreign voice reverberated in his mind, inquiring, "Are you also mending the rifts?" The inquiry from the light symbiote resonated within Lin Yao's consciousness. "What other option do I have? Am I to wreak havoc in my own abode? My sincerest apologies, Mr. Lin Yao. We were overly hasty. Since this is a misunderstanding, shall we extend a handshake to reconcile?" The exchange of thoughts transpired in a fleeting instant before they once again distanced themselves, Lin Yao and the cosmic Captain Spider hovering in opposition. After a 2-second silence, they simultaneously extended their hands and clasped them together. Moments later, the four of them returned to the ground, and upon landing, they witnessed that Miguel and Bruce had also resolved their misunderstanding. "So, have you always been this irritable?" Lin Yao teased, casting a playful glance at Miguel. The cosmic Captain Spider shrugged, articulating a fact that rendered everyone speechless and exasperated. In most instances, the superpowered beings we encounter at these temporal nodes, aside from Spider-Man, are essentially villains. What was that saying? The slow-draw officer is already on the martyrs list. Lin Yao was left speechless, but upon considering that they were in America, it all suddenly made sense. Chapter 6. The connection of Spider Miles. Miguel manipulated a few controls, and the silver bracelet on his wrist projected a holographic star map. The frequency of the temporal turbulence was diminishing, yet the core anchor point remained in the Queen's District of Universe 1610. There, two biological signals from Spider-Man were overlapping and fluctuating. More precisely, it was the resonance of the two Spider-Men across the temporal plane. The voice of the cosmic Captain Spider resonated with an ethereal echo as he pointed to the two overlapping red dots on the star map. One represented the newly emerged Spider-Man, Miles, while the other indicated he bore the genetic imprint of Universe 42. Lin Yao suddenly recalled the time-space collider he had destroyed. Before its obliteration, that device had been activated at least once. The radiation spider that had bitten Miles seemed to bear the number 42. The genetic fusion was remarkably precise. As Miguel remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly, hesitantly articulating the latter part of his thought, as if they were indeed one and the same individual. Speculating idly in place was futile. The group promptly set off, with Captain Universe and Lin Yao moving with the utmost speed, transforming into mere shadows as they rushed toward their destination. Upon arriving at the site of the temporal overlap, they encountered an individual with black, voluminous hair styled into an explosive dew and clad in a denim jacket. The black hoodie underneath bore a vivid red spider emblem. This person was none other than Lin Yao's brother, Miles, albeit with an unusual demeanor. Captain Universe's spider sense swept the vicinity like a searchlight. Soon, he pinpointed a small spider that had long since perished, yet remained uncorrupted and unremoved. This spider belonged to Miles Morales of the 42nd universe, but its genetic chain was now anchored to the counterparts of two distinct universes. This revelation clarified everything. Under normal circumstances, Miles would not have been bitten by the spider, and Peter Parker would have prevented the explosion of the collider. When Miles arrived at the scene, he only witnessed the dying Uncle Aaron. Consequently, he inherited his uncle's legacy and became the new Prowler. Meanwhile, the original Miles of the 42nd universe was the one who transformed into Spider-Man. Now, due to the explosion of the collider, the fates of the counterparts from both universes had intertwined, merging into a singular entity. When they reached the Queen's library, Peter Parker was inverted on the exterior wall of the building, his web shooter aimed at another young Miles Morales clad in a black and red suit. At that moment, Miles's costume was riddled with pixelated cracks, and his right hand flickered between physical and data forms, each oscillation leaving spider-shaped fissures in the fabric of reality. "Peter, listen to me." Miles's voice trembled with static. "Though I am not the Miles you know, I harbor no malice. I have fused with him, and now I do not know how to separate." Bruce's expression turned grave as a blue luminescence emanated from his tactical visor, scanning Miles. His chain bore anchor points from two universes, akin to a screw caught in two gears simultaneously. The explosion of the collider had struck this screw with a heavy blow, and now the two universes were vying for dominance within him. Captain Universe, who had been hovering cautiously above, seemed to sense something amiss as he pressed his hand against his temple. The nodes of life and the web of fate resided at the position of his heart. "Take him back. It should stabilize the rift in the web of life and fate." Lin Yao suddenly recalled the last image he saw before the explosion. The collider's screen displaying the words "under repair," which he mistakenly interpreted as the initiation of a sequence. Cold sweat trickled down his temple as he realized that what he had destroyed was not the source of the calamity, but rather a functioning repair mechanism. "Can I understand it this way?" Xiaoyu interjected softly, raising her hand. "Miles's body has become the zipper head of two universes. We must either zip one side up or allow it to remain eternally unzipped." Miguel nodded in agreement. "That's more or less accurate, but not entirely. Whether to zip it or leave the zipper open must be determined by the Weaver Master." Captain Spider leaned down, placing his hand on Miles's chest. "Miles Morales, do you wish to join us as a permanent node of Universe 928? Miles's body grew increasingly unstable, His voice trembled like a damaged speaker. If I agree, what will happen to the two universes? From his palm, Captain Spider conjured a holographic projection of the web of life and fate. Your body will become a stable transit point, akin to establishing a safe harbor between the two universes. You can reside in Universe 928, but you must regularly patrol the boundaries of both universes. Pausing for a moment, he continued to explain the consequences. Of course, as the price of your departure, everyone's memories will be reconstructed, and the two universes will automatically erase all memories of Miles Morales. However, for you, this is the only way to prevent the dimensional collapse. In 7 hours, your body will transform into a singularity, and the potential for collapse will extend beyond just Universe 1610. Miles gazed down at his fading fingers, a bittersweet smile emerging on his face. In truth, from the day that Spider bit me, I knew I was destined to live a life devoid of tranquility. I just didn't anticipate the magnitude of the cost. Peter, do you remember the saying you taught me? With great power comes great responsibility. All the Spider variants echoed in unison. 5 minutes later, as Miles donned the Bureau's golden wristband, a colossal spider web projection suddenly materialized across the skies of Queens. The mechanical body of the Weaver Master emerged from the rift, its 8 compound eyes reflecting the star maps of various universes. Node calibration requires immense energy. Peter Parker of this universe, soon-to-be Guardian Miles Morales, and the Weaver Master tilted his head, surprised by the multitude of superpowered beings present. In any case, let us all lend a hand. Lin Yao nodded, his crimson heat vision precisely striking the spider web symbol on Captain Spider's palm. Meanwhile, Peter and Miguel grasped Miles' left and right wrists, causing 3 distinct frequencies of bioelectric energy to resonate within the young boy's body. Tian Xiaoban activated his watch, transforming into the Flame Man, spewing forth lava that infused into the cosmic Captain Spider, serving as a transitional node. As the 3 energies formed a flawless triangular matrix within Miles, the ethereal web of the sky suddenly contracted into luminous points, vanishing into his wristband. The previously pixelated battle suit became vividly clear, and to his astonishment, Miles discovered his spider emblem had split into black and white, symbolizing the guardianship of 2 universes. The mechanical compound eyes of the web weaver traced intricate data streams in the void, while 8 distinctly articulated metallic limbs abruptly oriented towards the cosmic captain, declaring a calibration completion of 973, yet the core anchor's stability was insufficient. Hand him over to me. Before anyone could react, the mechanical spider's thorax abruptly fissured, revealing a deep azure portal that engulfed Miles' body, plunging him straight into a vortex of flowing light. In the core hub of the 928 universes web, Miles awoke amidst a sensation of weightlessness, greeted by a dome of swirling star trails, with countless beams of light intertwining above him like a spider's web. Instinctively, he reached for the web shooter at his waist, only to find his battle suit had transformed into a pure black hue. The spider emblem on his chest divided into the yin and yang colors, with silver patterns faintly glimmering in the shadows. Do not be alarmed, Mr. Morales. A mechanical synthesized voice resonated from all directions as the web weaver's mechanical form materialized from the light beams. You are currently situated at the core of the multiverse's web, but I would advise against referring to this place as home. In fact, we have just modified the anchor point settings. Miles propped himself up, realizing he lay within a suspended biological pod, with a light screen before him displaying scenes from his home. Everything appeared normal. The photographs on the television remained unchanged, still depicting him and Lin Yao with arms draped over each other's shoulders. Has the memory reconstruction program terminated? Miles inquired incredulously. But didn't the Cosmic Captain say? The Cosmic Captain Spider adheres to the outdated protocol. The web weaver's compound eyes blinked playfully, revealing a hint of mischief. When your genetic chain achieved perfect resonance with the 2 universes, I discovered a superior solution. Why should the node serve as a transit station, rather than allowing the transit station to become the node itself? The mechanical spider drew closer to Miles, data streams pulsating within its eyes. Your bedroom, the Brooklyn Visual Arts High School you attend, even the fast food restaurant where you frequently indulge in beef sauce fries. These coordinates, imbued with personal emotional connections, constitute a more stable anchor than any technological device. Now, the primary node of the web of life is embedded within the headboard of your loft bed, while your battle suit, the Weaver Master, projects a holographic image. The silver patterns of the black suit begin to flow, transforming into the purple radiance of the Universe 42 Wanderer suit, only to revert to the black and red hues of Spider-Man 1610. It possesses the ability to shift between these 2 identities at your command. Of course, this comes at a cost. You must simultaneously safeguard the balance of fate in both universes. When one of the Miles Morales in either universe faces a life-threatening crisis, you will experience a profound neural resonance. At this moment, the Weaver Master chuckled. Together with Miles, he focused his gaze on Universe 1610. What unfolded before them were the figures of Lin Yao, Peter Parker, and Gwen. With their presence, you can devote more attention to the reconstruction of Universe 42, Mr. Morales. Oh no, I believe it is more fitting to address you now as the linked Spider Miles. Chapter 7. There are experts. The web projection at the pinnacle of the Queen's library gradually dissipated, and Lin Yao gazed at the chat group, noting that the task progress bar remained at 97. Why isn't the task concluded yet? He queried, interrupting Peter Parker's lengthy explanation to Gwen about the multiverse. Simultaneously, an ominous thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that this troublesome affair is not merely a consequence of the collider explosion, but rather the handiwork of someone sinister? Bruce scanned the surroundings suspiciously, producing a device resembling a landmine, which he placed on the ground. Thankfully, I had anticipated the possibility of multiple hostile factions and prepared accordingly. As he spoke, the device anchored itself to the asphalt, transforming from a disc slightly larger than a palm into a trapezoidal cylinder with a resounding thud. I've located a temporal energy signal that isn't particularly strong. It seems the adversary can shield their detection from your wristbands? While speaking, Bruce glanced at the silver wristband on Miguel's arm. However, before they could strategize their next move, Gwen suddenly stumbled, her body beginning to twist uncontrollably, flickering into instability. The girl, in terror, realized her body was becoming unstable and instinctively leaned towards Lin Yao. It felt as though an invisible force was pulling her into a mire. The harder she struggled, the deeper she sank. As Lin Yao reassured Gwen to remain calm, his senses heightened. His gaze penetrated the surface to a depth of 100 meters, reaching the abandoned Jamaica Center Station platform. There, he beheld a man cloaked in a holographic projection, inserting the last vial of a viscous liquid that emanated a kaleidoscopic black light into a device. Quentin Beck. Lin Yao whispered this name through clenched teeth, recalling from memory that he was one of Spider-Man's old adversaries, codenamed Mysterio. At that moment, his cloak shimmered with flowing purple particles, and the silver wristband on his right wrist bore a striking resemblance to those worn by Miguel and others. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yao vanished before the crowd in a burst of energy. 2 seconds later, he materialized before the enigmatic guest. However, he felt no particular astonishment, as if he had been deliberately awaiting this encounter. While you were demolishing the collider, I was engaged in a struggle against the repair protocol left by that so-called Master Weaver. The mysterious figure's voice, laced with electronic distortion, suddenly projected 3 overlapping holographic images, each clad in battle attire reflective of the distinct styles from universes 1610, 42, and 2099. The Master Weaver must have explained the auto-repair protocol to you, akin to a firewall program that you have now obliterated. Ironically, this has transformed my time travel wristband into an unrestricted gateway for temporal traversal. The ground fractured in a web-like pattern, and multiple portals erupted throughout the block. The 2099 Green Goblin, adorned in luminous green armor, dove from the skies, its tailbone piercing through the air, ignited by quantum flames. The scorpion suit shimmered with an eerie blue glow, its mechanical tail thicker than a thigh, capable of expelling corrosive plasma. A swirling mass of molten iron sand gathered behind the mysterious figure, coalescing into the visage of a middle-aged man with a square face, seemingly a being from a universe of sand. Additionally, there appeared a brawny man resembling a predator, wielding high-tech Wakandan weaponry. Lin Yao speculated that this individual was likely Kraven the Hunter, were it not for the fact that they were in Miles's ultimate Spider-Verse. Lin Yao might have thought that the newcomer was Killmonger. Finally, from the central portal emerged a grotesque symbiotic creature, an amalgamation of Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms and Electro's energy form, with 8 metallic tentacles crackling with menacing arcs of electricity. Welcome. We are the malevolent sextet of the multiverse. The mysterious figure spread his arms wide, his spherical head shrouded in green mist obscuring any visible expression. Lin Yao could hardly suppress a laugh. For if Miles were to confront this assemblage, it would indeed be a formidable challenge. However, present were Bruce Wayne, the brawler version, Captain Spider, Spider-Man 2099, Peter Parker, Tien Xiaoban, the invincible hero Mark Grayson, the people of the homeland, and the indomitable Lin Yao himself. Not only did they hold a numerical advantage, but even without the aid of others, Captain Spider alone could easily subdue this group of so-called elite. The tension that had once gripped Lin Yao dissipated entirely, replaced by a confident and nonchalant smile tinged with a hint of disdainful mockery. The Blue Scorpion and Iron Sandman, upon seeing this formidable assembly led by Lin Yao, felt a flicker of trepidation. They instinctively turned towards the mysterious guest. "Hey, do you think we can handle this lineup?" The mysterious figure, hands on his hips, responded with confidence. "If the opponents are Captain Spider and Lin Yao, it might be somewhat challenging." Should we retreat?" "No, we shall emerge victorious." The enigmatic figure flashed a sly smile, emanating an aura of overwhelming confidence. With a resounding thud, before he could fully revel in his bravado, Lin Yao had already surged forward, delivering an uppercut that struck the mysterious guest squarely in the abdomen. Moments after he was sent flying, a shockwave erupted from the spot where he once stood, sending both the Iron Sandman and the Blue Scorpion tumbling to the ground. Scattered around them were fragments of unknown metallic instruments, presumably remnants of the mysterious guest's equipment. With Lin Yao's decisive strike, the others also took aim at their respective foes, plunging into chaos. In a calculated move to maximize his offensive potential, Lin Yao had retracted his biofield for that initial punch, resulting in the instantaneous obliteration of all the mysterious guest's gear, including devices that conjured illusions and opened miniature wormholes. What followed was an assault of life-threatening proportions. After propelling the mysterious guest into the air, Lin Yao pursued him with even greater speed. The second punch delivered immense force, not only sending him reeling backward, but primarily shattering the remnants of the mysterious guest's armor and the notably sturdier silver wristband he wore. The third punch, however, was truly lethal. The mysterious guest perceived Lin Yao's fist descending upon him like a mountain, striking with overwhelming force. In that moment, the realization dawned upon him. His previous survival was merely due to facing Spider-Man. Compared to Lin Yao's current intensity, his skirmishes with Spider-Man seemed trivial, akin to a child's play. As the third punch landed, the mysterious guest's body was obliterated, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist in midair. For a fleeting instant, this sanguine vapor was swept away by the sonic boom generated by Lin Yao's fist. Miguel and Captain Universe were not bound by any principles against killing. Yet they did not exhibit the same ruthlessness as Lin Yao, who annihilated his opponents utterly. Just as Miguel had dispatched the Iron Sandman, he had no time to pursue further when two thick crimson beams shot toward him. The Iron Sandman, now aware of his impending doom, attempted to disperse and flee. But he could not evade Lin Yao's onslaught, being vaporized into metallic steam by the searing gaze. Lin Yao seized both the Blue Scorpion and Kraven, violently smashing their heads together, akin to cracking walnuts, performing a free cranial surgery. Subsequently, gripping their lifeless forms, he executed a devastating backbreaker that severed their already headless bodies in two. Bruce, with no choice but to raise his cloak, narrowly avoided being splattered with blood. The remaining foes, including the Electro Man and the hybrid monstrosity of mechanical octopus tentacles and unknown symbiotic entities, were not spared from the carnage either. Simultaneously, Captain Universe, Spider-Man, and the Patriotic Man unleashed their searing beams upon them. Bruce, Mark, and the transformed Tian Xiaoban, who had become the four-handed overlord, united their efforts to strike the metallic pipes, encasing them completely. Together, they swiftly annihilated the so-called Multiverse 6. Eventually, the remnants of this colossal creature were obliterated by the cosmic Captain Spider using energy beams. At last, a new notification appeared in the chat group. Special mission, temporal distortion crisis completed, participants, 55 mission rating, level rewards distributed. 1. Lin Yao, 2,000 points, base 300. Ranking 1,700, 2. Bruce Wayne, 1,500 points, base 300, ranking 1,203. Mark Grayson, Tian Xiaoban, 500 points, base 300, ranking 204. Xiaoyu, 300 points. The enigmatic figure, Blue Scorpion, Iron Sandman, Hunter Kraven, and Green Goblin all met their demise at Lin Yao's hands. He also played a significant role in vanquishing the final colossal symbiote, thus securing the highest contribution ranking, which was met with unanimous agreement. The only point of contention arose from the fact that Bruce, despite dealing less damage than Tian Xiaoban and Mark, ranked second. The chat group promptly provided clarification. Bruce Wayne contributed technical assistance and valuable analytical insights during the preliminary decryption process, being the first to identify the key enemy target, the enigmatic figure. Although there was a hint of regret, the group genuinely acknowledged Bruce's contributions. Moreover, it was understood that this was a harmonious chat group built on mutual benefit, and such trivial matters should not be overly scrutinized. Otherwise, Xiaoyu, who had contributed nothing but merely spectated the grand spectacle, would have been deserving of expulsion for receiving 300 points without effort. As the mission concluded, The other group members sequentially entered the temporal portal, returning to their respective worlds. After such a laborious endeavor, a restful night's sleep was assured. First group mission settlement rating achieved, system mall upgrade. Upon seeing this notification, the group members, who had just exchanged goodnights, eagerly entered the upgraded system mall. The system thoughtfully displayed the newly added items prominently on the first page. Green Lantern Ring Furnace, Source, Movie. Green Lantern Universe, Price, 4,500, Function, harness the power of the heart to construct all manner of imagined objects and even beings. It can also unleash pure energy attacks. Temporary activation, grants 3 uses of 1-hour Green Lantern abilities upon wearing, requiring willpower to activate. Permanent fusion, binds to the user's bioelectricity, reducing the construct's strength to 60 of the standard lantern ring, necessitating regular recharging. Har Jordan, the everlasting green light. Radiance of Eternity, Symbiote, Source, Sony's Venom, Price, 4,000, Function, temporarily summons a liquid symbiote to envelop the entire body, granting extraordinary self-healing, a tripling of normal strength, and the ability to manifest weapons. Limited usage, each activation lasts for 12 hours, usable 5 times a month, with a need to avoid sonic and flame countermeasures. Permanent implantation, the symbiote merges with the host cells, stabilizing abilities at 70 of peak, accompanied by a passive hunger sensation requiring regular protein replenishment. Eddie Brock, Vitruvian Gene Serum Source, Invincible Hero, Price, 6,500 Effect, upon injection, temporarily grants foundational abilities of the lineage, flight, super strength, super speed, and enhanced vitality. However, the strength will not increase with age or through exercise. Nolan, Shadow Ninja Core Mask, Source, Jackie Chan Adventures Mask Arc, Price, 3,000 Ability, randomly acquires one of 9 masks, which, when worn, summons the corresponding Shadow Ninja Core, a maximum of 5 times daily, totaling no more than 12 times. Permanent absorption, the mask permanently adheres to the face, eliminating usage restrictions. It cannot be forcibly removed through rebirth, but the summoned ninja core will possess only standard strength at 70. Father, one more thing. Compound 5 Ultimate Version, The Boys, Source, Water Company Secret Laboratory, Price, 2,500, Function, upon injection, randomly activates a stable superpower, such as enhanced senses or basic energy manipulation. With no risk of rampage. Temporary effect, lasts for 72 hours, with power intensity at 80 of the norm and no side effects. Permanent fusion, selects one ability to solidify, with intensity reduced to 60, but completely eliminating side effects like vascular burns. Butcher, far more comfortable than drinking urine, but don't expect it to make you a patriot. Lin Yao gazed at the lamp ring, the symbiote, and the Shadow Ninja Core mask, intrigued by both. However, his current points were just over 3,000. To purchase the other 2 items without any tasks, it would take about 10 days or even 2 weeks of sign-ins. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary of choices. Chapter 8, intended to make money, yet became a crime lord. Approximately 2 weeks after the conclusion of the Malevolent 6 incident, Lin Yao was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a popular game reminiscent of Overwatch from his previous life, but themed around heroes active in the city. Gwen rested her shoulder against his, enjoying a cola together with Lin Yao, in their accustomed manner. She turned her head, the tips of her hair brushing against Lin Yao's chin. So, after graduation, do you really intend to reside on the top floor of the Queen's Library? Lin Yao closed the settlement page and pushed his notebook aside. Gwen's question compelled him to confront a serious matter, his current lack of financial resources. Surely, he couldn't follow in the footsteps of Clark and Peter, working at a newspaper. Opportunities in the energy technology sector were bleak. Stark Industries had already progressed to the 5th generation of its nano-nuclear reactors, while Tesla's anti-gravity engines were on the verge of commercial availability. Even if I were to replicate Kryptonian technology, he recalled the last attempt to reverse engineer Krypton's liquid projection technology and biotechnology, which resulted in an electromagnetic pulse that plunged all of New York into darkness for 3 hours. He had to cast that thought aside for now. Suddenly, Gwen sat up straight, her hair shimmering with a golden hue under the glow of the bedside lamp. Do you remember the Skull Gang leader you knocked out at Kingpin's funeral? Her eyes sparkled like a detective who had just uncovered a new lead. Following Kingpin's death, the underworld of Hell's Kitchen had fractured into 3 factions: the Hand, the Skull Gang, and the Motorcycle Gang. Last week, the Daily Bugle reported that they were vying for shares of the Osborne Group. Lin Yao's pupils constricted slightly. As the unacknowledged king of New York's underworld, Wilson Fisk's sudden demise, more accurately, being reduced to a skeleton by his heat vision, had indeed created a power vacuum. The stock price of Osborne Enterprises had recently plummeted. Perhaps we could attempt to carve out a share for ourselves. Gwen pulled up financial news on her phone, her finger tracing the steep decline of the graph. After the Green Goblin's demise, Norman's son Harry could barely control the board of directors, who were eager to sell the naming rights of the tower. Lin Yao's thoughts began to crystallize. If the conventional path was blocked, perhaps an alternative route could be pursued. However, merely sharing in the spoils seemed uninteresting. If they were to partake, they ought to seize the entire pot. A smile crept onto Lin Yao's lips as a preliminary plan formed in his mind. At 3 a.m, Lin Yao floated above the vent of an abandoned subway station, the torrential rain pouring down like a flood. Yet it did nothing to hinder his vision piercing through the surface. 300 meters below, the former headquarters of Kingpin had transformed into the vault of the Hand. Besides the vast amounts of gold and cash, Lin Yao also discovered some skeletal-like objects. Memories of the Hand began to resurface. This organization was a nefarious assembly of evil ninjas seeking immortality. Assassinations, money laundering, and any quick money schemes one could conceive were all within their purview. Lin Yao's heat vision melted a fist-sized hole in the metal grate of the vent. The outline of the Hand's vault became vividly apparent on his retina, with 7 glowing skeletal forms resembling Eastern dragons suspended in the center of the circular vault. Each fragment of bone is inscribed with ancient runes of a dark golden hue. These relics undoubtedly belong to the malevolent deity known as the Beast and serve as the very foundation of the Hand Union. Their enhancement of strength and the sustenance of longevity hinge entirely upon these bones. To Lin Yao's astonishment, he discovered 2 additional pieces beyond his expectations. With a light chuckle, he liberated the entire treasury. Moreover, he noticed that the dragon bones did not seem to reject the aura emanating from him. A delicate golden halo seeped from beneath his skin into the very essence of these dragon bones. Upon closing his eyes to attune to this sensation, he was elated to find that these bones, now imbued with the breath of the Codex of Life, could be entirely commanded by him. This feeling bore a striking resemblance to the control of parasitic insects as depicted in novels of his previous life. A bold idea suddenly struck Lin Yao. After refining the dragon bones, he could exploit their unique property of prolonging life to concoct an elixir of immortality. With the dragon bones completely under his dominion, anyone consuming this elixir would inadvertently become his thrall. How unexpected it was, originally intending to engage in some petty thievery, only to stumble upon a modern rendition of the 3-corpse brain god pill. Though he lacked a personal storage space, he could dispatch these treasures to Bruce Wayne, entrusting him with their safekeeping for a while. With this thought, Lin Yao privately messaged Bruce Wayne, sending him the dragon bones and a portion of gold in the form of a digital red envelope. Bruce Wayne, congratulations on your windfall. Where on earth did you procure these? Lin Yao, a commercial secret. Bruce Wayne, did you rob a gang or a cult? Lin Yao 6. After briefly summarizing the situation regarding the Hand Union and the dragon bones, he enlisted Bruce's assistance in researching the principles behind the bones in an attempt to create the elixir of immortality, then exited the group chat. Such a significant commotion naturally drew the attention of the Hand Union's ninjas. 3 shadowy figures descended from the ceiling, their chakra blades gleaming menacingly. Without even turning around, Lin Yao casually unleashed a blade of wind pressure from his left hand, cleaving the trio in twain. Following this, he struck the ground with tremendous force. The impact shattered the building's foundation, collapsing the structure far more swiftly than any explosive demolition, causing the entire edifice to sink several dozen meters. Subsequently, with a resounding crash, the towering 50-story structure was reduced to a mere pile of rubble. In a certain location in Texas, Lady Gao's delicate fingers were poised to point towards the bronze cauldron at the altar's center when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. She opened her eyes wide, realizing that the stone sarcophagi of the other 4 leaders were trembling, and the surface of the boiling blood within the cauldron reflected the image of the New York Treasury. A dark-haired youth hovered above the ruins, seemingly gazing into his own eyes through a circular technique. Half-breed. The roar of Murakami shattered the sarcophagus, his cursed blade, Muramasa, unsheathed itself. The vengeful spirits entwined around the blade, emitting a haunting wail. The gambler expelled a mist of blood, horrified to discover that his arm was carbonizing into black ash. The cursed mark of Sawanda erupted upon her skin, as the voodoo doll she used to manipulate the deceased disintegrated into fine dust. Almost simultaneously, the 5 opened their portals, and the torrential rain of New York instantly soaked their garments. As Lady Gao beheld the disarray within the vault and the figure of Lin Yao standing upon the remnants of the dragon bone, her indigo-painted nails dug deeply into her palm. Do you comprehend whose possessions you have pilfered? You shall pay dearly for this. Indeed, that is precisely why I took them. Lin Yao retorted, arms crossed over his chest, a disdainful smirk adorning his face. 5 fingers? Better to refer to them as 5 old cucumbers. Lady Gao, it seems, should consider applying some dragon bone powder to her wrinkles. Without uttering a single word, Murakami swung his demon blade towards Lin Yao's neck with the sound of thunder. Even Lin Yao was somewhat astonished at how high this individual could leap. The anticipated scene of a severed head did not unfold. The blade merely grazed Lin Yao's neck, leaving no mark whatsoever. The blade is indeed impressive, but ultimately ineffective. Lin Yao grasped the hilt, and the demon blade twisted and deformed in his grip like soft clay, effortlessly compressed into a sphere. Following that, he executed a swift counterattack. With a sickening thud, he sent the seemingly 30 or 40-year-old, yet actually centuries-old, ninja's head flying. The gambler's illusion conjured 100 phantom ninjas behind Lin Yao. Yet as the young man turned, a flash of red light ignited in his eyes, evaporating all illusions along with the chakra threads that birthed them. Sawanda's voodoo curse barely grazed his ankle before being encased in ice from a sudden blast of freezing breath. She watched in terror as her body began to crystallize from her toes upwards. No, we are the emissaries of the beast. At last, Lady Gao unleashed her most potent poison, a green mist billowing forth from her sleeve, enveloping the entire vault in an instant. Lin Yao, however, inhaled deeply, white vapor escaping his nostrils as the temperature of the subterranean space plummeted to -30 degrees. The poison coalesced into ice crystals mid-air, frost accumulating upon Lady Gao's qipao. As she gazed in disbelief at the young man advancing towards her, his eyelashes devoid of any moisture. Now, make your choice. He snapped his fingers, for fragments of dragon bone hovering before the remaining 4. Accept the fragments and become my servants, and your eternal lives shall continue. Or refuse, and meet the same fate as him. He gestured towards the headless stone of Murakami. Alexandra was the first to reach out. This venerable woman of 4 centuries felt her decaying organs rejuvenate at the moment she touched the fragment. The other 4 followed suit, and as the final fragment melded with Sawanda's forehead, all 5 knelt simultaneously. Golden red light glimmered in their eyes. The covenant mark sewn by the new master of the dragon bone. The following morning at 8 o'clock, in a cozy nook atop the Queen's library, Gwen, clad in panda pajamas, gazed in astonishment at the balance in Lin Yao's card, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did you rob a bank? Although it was indeed acquired through nefarious means, the bank in Hell's Kitchen hardly possessed such vast sums. Lin Yao, reclining comfortably against the headboard, gently caressed Gwen's silky, light golden hair. The 5 leaders of the Hand Association are now my vassals. Their underground enterprises and networks are all under my influence. He retrieved his phone, displaying an equity document and revealing an electronic contract. The Osborne Group's board has just received an anonymous acquisition offer, utilizing the overseas account of Jean Bing. Gwen leaned closer, observing the fluctuating stock prices on the screen. Are you planning to launder the Hand Association's ill-gotten gains and then take control of Osborne Enterprises? That's about the gist of it. I require a biotechnology company as a FAAD, and Osborne fits the bill perfectly. At this, he lowered his head and planted a soft kiss on Gwen's forehead, playfully inquiring, how about your first job post-graduation? Would you like to work at Osborne? Gwen chuckled as she playfully punched his chest. Just so you know, I won't be working overtime. Furthermore, she refrained from continuing. Yet her bashful expression clearly indicated her desire for Lin Yao to contribute more to their shared household. Their recent cohabitation had already awakened a certain taste for intimacy in her. Chapter 9. The new group chat feature at 8 in the morning. Lin Yao was roused from his slumber by notifications from the group chat. Xiaoyu wrote, I just got up and noticed a new feature in our group. Even without tasks, we can now explore other people's worlds. Above her message was the announcement detailing the new feature. Group announcement. Due to increased activity, the group has been upgraded. The following features are now available. Daily group bargaining. Choose a specific type of product for price negotiation. Each member has 1 opportunity to select. If the same product is chosen by multiple members, discounts will stack. Door-to-door visiting. Send an invitation or request to enter another's world. Upon mutual agreement, one may visit the inviting party's domain. The first 5 days are free, with a fee of 50 points for every additional 24 hours. Staying beyond 12 hours, but less than 24 hours incurs a charge of 30 points. Note, upon entering another world, the flow of time in one's own world significantly slows, at a ratio of 1 second in one's realm equating to 24 hours in the other. Mark Grayson commented, this is exhilarating. Tian Xiaoban added, Lin Yao, Mark Grayson. I have a bold idea. My world can encompass other species. Surely yours contains extraterrestrial beings that do not exist in mine. I wonder if after collecting them, I could transform into a superhero or something similar. Lin Yao, intrigued by his words, promptly replied, "You're welcome to try. You can attempt to incorporate mine and see if you can replicate a new code of life." Mark Grayson, Tian Xiaoban. Of course, I also have extraterrestrial superheroes. Bruce Wayne, Tian Xiaoban. Can you ensure their safety? After all, some species may be rather unique, and if they gain control over you, that could spell trouble. Tian Xiaoban. You need not worry. I will remain the ultimate authority. Lin Yao recalled Bruce's words and was reminded of a certain event. In the 10th plot, there was a chapter about the Phantom's betrayal and escape. However, this species possessed independent thought in every cell, leading to unforeseen circumstances. Even the formidable Clock King and Superman, beings akin to deities, did not experience possession or defection. Lin Yao. Bruce, such a scenario is indeed possible, but it pertains to an exceptionally rare species. Currently, our universe lacks such beings. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yao endeavored to recall the details concerning the Phantom's betrayal, transforming his memories into images and uploading them to the group chat. Given the length of the content, Tian Xiaoban, Bruce, and the others fell silent. Lin Yao then prepared to utilize the Door to Otherworlds feature to explore other realms. However, before doing so, he intended to consult Gwen's opinion to see if she wished to accompany him. Exiting the group chat and glancing at the now empty bed beside him, Lin Yao stretched languidly. Rising to leave the room. Downstairs, Gwen emerged carrying a large bowl, apparently having risen to prepare breakfast for herself. The two had recently relocated to a seaside villa on Manhattan Island. Even if the subsequent Hand Association, Skeleton Gang, and Motorcycle Gang, the three largest gangs in New York, ceased to generate any income, the remaining funds would suffice for Lin Yao and Gwen to live comfortably for a lifetime. "Dear, I plan to visit the worlds of other friends. Which one do you prefer?" Lin Yao inquired. After all, during their resolution of the temporal chaos crisis, Gwen had encountered several group members and was aware of their origins from other worlds. Thus, she felt no oddity in Lin Yao's words, especially since she herself hailed from a parallel universe. Swallowing her bowl of cereal, Gwen tilted her head, contemplating seriously. "I am uncertain how different their worlds are from ours. However, judging by the mental states of a few, aside from the two children, I believe Mark Grayson's life should be rather happy. If I had to choose, I would select between Mark, Xiaoban, and Xiaoyu." Lin Yao nodded, scribbling 3 notes and tossing them onto the table. Gwen understood his intent, smiling as she took the 3 paper balls in her hands and shook them as if drawing lots. Soon, one paper ball fell out. Gwen unfolded it, revealing the name written upon it, Mark Grayson. Upon confirming the destination, Lin Yao sought out Mark in the group chat, inquiring whether he would be amenable to a visit. "Mark Grayson, I wish to bring my girlfriend to experience your world. Might this be convenient?" Mark, who had long harbored the desire to invite Lin Yao to his realm, promptly replied, "Of course, you are welcome anytime. Are you coming over now?" Mark's exuberance momentarily left Lin Yao taken aback. Nevertheless, having received his consent, he resolved not to hesitate. Hand in hand with Gwen, Lin Yao accepted the invitation to traverse dimensions. In a blink, as the scenery shifted and became clear once more, Lin Yao and Gwen found themselves in the courtyard of Mark's home. "Ah, it has been quite some time, Brother Lin." Mark, who was just stepping out to dispose of the rubbish, approached them with warmth. After exchanging pleasantries, he led the couple inside. Mark's mother, Debbie, was lost in thought by the entrance and did not notice them until they were nearly upon her. "Mom, these are the friends I mentioned to you. Lin Yao and Gwen." Mark's words roused Debbie from her reverie. She shuddered slightly, forcing a smile. "Welcome, welcome. Please, have a seat while I fetch you some water." However, Lin Yao was not in a rush, for he had begun to surmise what had transpired. "Madam, we are not here merely as guests. What I am about to disclose may pique your interest more profoundly." He observed Debbie's spine tense abruptly, noting her fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of her apron, a gesture emblematic of a mother's instinctive anxiety following the unexplained absence of her husband, Nolan, the previous night. He exchanged a knowing glance with Gwen, who discreetly stepped back, granting space for the emotions threatening to overflow from the middle-aged woman. Nolan did not return home, not due to work or overtime. His injuries are severe. He is currently receiving treatment at the Global Defense Bureau. As Lin Yao spoke, his tone was soft, akin to soothing a startled deer. "You must brace yourself for what I am about to reveal next." Upon hearing this, Debbie's pupils dilated in shock, and she staggered backward. She could scarcely fathom that Nolan had encountered such peril. Gwen swiftly moved forward to support Debbie, preventing her from collapsing and striking her head against the entrance steps. Mark, too, wore a visage of disbelief. He could not fathom who could possibly inflict such grievous harm upon his invincible father. Lin Yao cleared his throat, refraining from continuing. He feared that the ensuing revelations would be insufferable for Debbie and her family. At that moment, the doorbell rang, shattering the heavy silence that enveloped them. Global Defense Bureau. Upon opening the door, they were met by two men clad in suits and sunglasses, one of whom raised his badge, scrutinizing Lin Yao and Gwen with keen eyes. Director Cecil invited us to meet the omnipotent hero, Mr. Nolan's family. Lin Yao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the unsteady Debbie, and replied with a smile. I am a close friend of Mark and have a matter to discuss with Mr. Cecil. As he spoke, he willingly raised his hands, allowing the agents to inspect his belongings. Gwen quietly linked her arm with Debbie's to prevent her from falling again. Fortunately, the vehicle from the World Defense Bureau was spacious enough to accommodate everyone. Thus, Gwen and Mark accompanied Debbie in the back row, while Lin Yao sat in the middle with one of the agents. At the Pentagon, within the Global Defense Bureau, the situation regarding Nolan was dire. Our medical team was sparing no effort in their rescue attempts. You may go see him, said Director Cecil, whose right cheek was marred by scars and whose hair was thinning to a near-Mediterranean state. After arranging for Debbie and Mark to visit Nolan, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yao. I am curious about your purpose here, Mr. Lin Yao. Given that this is our first encounter and there are no records of you globally. Lin Yao scanned the room, signaling Cecil to clear it. Without further ado, Cecil clapped his hands, instructing the surrounding agents to leave. He then led Lin Yao and Gwen into a private office. Lin Yao understood that while Cecil relished in keeping certain cards close to his chest, he was more receptive than most official organizations depicted in superhero narratives. Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from another universe. I am here because I am friends with Mark Grayson. Cecil, avoiding any circumlocution, directly articulated his inquiries. First and foremost, welcome, Mr. Lin Yao. Your willingness to converse with me in this manner warrants a reciprocal foundation of trust and respect. Now, I hope you can answer a few crucial questions for me. Cecil fixed his gaze upon Lin Yao, his tone becoming more solemn. Mr. Lin Yao, what is your relation to Nolan, or rather, the Viltrumites? What is the purpose of your journey across different universes to this one? Lin Yao chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively, responding, Firstly, I am not a Viltrumite. I come from a different universe, entirely unrelated to yours. And I do not arrive with intentions of conquest. My purpose is quite straightforward. I wish to challenge the strongest in your universe and acquire technologies that are absent in my world. Of course, I would also be intrigued by any strikingly beautiful women. Cecil raised an eyebrow, somewhat uncertain, and inquired further, so, can I interpret this as you being here for an adventure? Following a brief demonstration of his abilities, Cecil accepted the fact that Lin Yao bore no ill intentions. Recognizing that his speed, strength, defense, and sensory perception far exceeded those of the omnipotent hero. If he were to stir up trouble, even the combined might of all superheroes might not suffice to halt him. Although partially convinced and aware that this individual would depart in a matter of days, Cecil was still reluctant to relinquish control entirely. He arranged for Lin Yao and Gwen to have their identities backed up in this universe and insisted that they remain under constant surveillance via a tracking device while operating on Earth. Lin Yao had no intention of causing chaos. The device would not interfere with his daily activities, so he acquiesced to the condition. However, upon realizing the current narrative juncture, Lin Yao suddenly conceived an audacious idea to conquer a dimension akin to the hyperbolic time chamber during the impending alien invasion. Such a place would offer boundless opportunities for the future. Chapter 10. The superpowered youth team. Unfortunately, Lin Yao's skin proved even more resilient than Nolan's, and no needle capable of piercing it existed in this world for the time being. Ultimately, Cecil had no choice but to attach the tracker to Lin Yao's personal attire. After all, it was only a few days. If Lin Yao intended to cause trouble, he could have easily taken control of Earth since his arrival. Mere seconds after implanting the tracker, the Defense Bureau detected a distress signal, just a few kilometers from Mark's home. A multitude of aliens wielding energy weapons emerged in the urban area. They were randomly shooting nearby civilians, yet the Defense Bureau was severely understaffed and unable to assist. Among my targets are these creatures. Let me handle them. Gwen, you stay here with Debbie. I will take Mark to witness the world beyond. Cecil intended to argue that this was not a child's game, that real lives were at stake. But Lin Yao and Mark had already vanished from the Pentagon with a sonic boom. Disaster-stricken streets, several red circular portals materialized in the middle of the street, and hundreds of aliens resembling Namekians, clad in astronaut-like combat suits and brandishing beam rifles, continuously poured forth. In the rear of their ranks, a few large weapons resembling tanks could be faintly discerned. Mark, you evacuate the civilians. I will deal with these beings. Pay no mind to the surrounding enemies. Your sole focus is to save lives. Mark wished to say more, but Lin Yao had already positioned himself amidst the alien ranks. With a release of thermal energy, the 3 tanks behind him were obliterated in an instant. Then, Lin Yao drove his hand into the asphalt, forcefully lifting it forward. Instantly, the ground transformed into countless jagged spikes, launching the alien forces into the air while simultaneously erecting numerous barriers that thwarted their beams from sweeping through the fleeing populace. Following this, Lin Yao exhaled a long breath of icy mist, using the spikes formed from the asphalt as a foundation to create a towering ice wall several meters high. Not only did this obstruct the alien army's beam weapons, but it also created a terrain resembling a cage, trapping them within. This fellow is truly exceptional. From the moment he landed to the completion of these maneuvers, Lin Yao took merely about 10 seconds. It can be said that he instantly reversed the tide of battle, crafting an excellent escape route for the civilians. He dared not linger, swiftly descending to lift several fallen or injured individuals, whisking them away from the heart of the battlefield. Upon witnessing the area cleared, Lin Yao cast a cold smile at the surrounding aliens. In their language, which he had mastered in mere seconds, he declared, "I believe you have made a grave mistake. Earth is not yet ripe for your invasion." Before the aliens could respond, a shockwave erupted. With a deafening roar that shattered the sound barrier, the nearest dozen aliens to Lin Yao were torn to shreds. Following this, a searing beam swept across, felling groups of aliens, those who had been knocked down by the shockwave, those frozen in shock, or those preparing to retaliate, like wheat being harvested. Even the troops that had yet to emerge were paralyzed by fear. At that moment, several pink triangular energy projectiles shot in from a diagonal rear, eliminating 2 aliens attempting to ambush Lin Yao. Turning his gaze, he beheld a young girl with flowing orange-red hair, clad in a snug pink battle suit, descending gracefully. "Is this all you're doing?" Lin Yao recognized her immediately. She was Eve, the atomic superheroine and Mark's future wife. "Indeed, are you the reinforcement sent by Sissel?" Eve nodded, then could not help but inquire, "You should really don a battle suit, or at least cover your face. Are you planning to play the hero in civilian attire?" Lin Yao shrugged nonchalantly, snapping his fingers to obliterate an enemy charging from the left. "I see no need for a mask. Your invaders are simply too weak." As they conversed, a few more individuals arrived on the battlefield. The shapeshifter Kate, the robot, and the explosive Rex were also present. However, noticing that the civilians had mostly evacuated and the alien invaders appeared disheartened and ready to flee, their attention turned toward Lin Yao. "Brother, you are truly formidable. What should I call you?" Rex approached, casually slapping Lin Yao on the shoulder in greeting. "I haven't settled on a nickname yet. You can call me Lin Yao," he replied, not indulging in further small talk with the others, and vanished from sight. In the next instant, the aliens that had not managed to escape were reduced to mere pulp. What surprised Lin Yao was that since he first engaged in combat using his superpowers, he had dispatched many opponents in this rather gruesome manner. Yet, he felt no revulsion, horror, or discomfort whatsoever. It is uncertain whether it is due to an exceptionally strong mental fortitude or some other reason. Moreover, with the presence of a biological force field, the blood of the dismembered extraterrestrials does not splatter upon him. After having dispatched nearly 1,000 foes, Lin Yao remains impeccably clean, leaving the nearby telekinetic youth team in a state of bewilderment. This individual is akin to an enhanced, omnipotent hero. Fortunate for us that he is on our side, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Rex swallowed hard, feeling a lingering dread as he watched Lin Yao single-handedly annihilate the alien army. This scenario, akin to a fish fry, barely qualifies as a warm-up for Lin Yao. While effortlessly obliterating this cadre of ephemeral beings, he also acquired several special devices they utilized to activate their teleportation portals. The fortunate aspect is that within the biological force field, these alien technological artifacts do not rapidly oxidize or deteriorate. Naturally, the aliens he encounters do not either. They have merely been vaporized. By the 7th minute of Lin Yao's arrival, all extraterrestrials that had entered Earth had been eradicated. The few remaining remnants had already retreated back through the portal, vanishing from sight. A crisis that could have resulted in hundreds of fatalities was thus nonchalantly resolved by Lin Yao alone. While the youth team managed the aftermath in the city, Eve crouched on the ground, examining the shattered remnants of the alien teleportation device. A faint glow emanated from the biological force field at her fingertips, levitating the metallic fragments in midair, her orange-red hair cascading over her shoulders, illuminated by the streetlights like flames ablaze. "So cool, my friend. Are you interested in joining our youth team?" Rex exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Lin Yao's shoulders, fervently inviting him to join. Lin Yao was not particularly fond of this boisterous fellow. Instead, he effortlessly lifted Mark by the scruff of his neck and soared into the sky. Mark dangled like a kitten being carried by the nape, awkwardly gazing down at the rapidly receding ground. As Lin Yao's flying speed exceeded his own by at least a factor of 2. "Do you not feel it is cruel to kill them?" he ventured, attempting to break the oppressive silence. "They showed no mercy when they fired upon the baby carriage," Lin Yao replied flatly, even with a hint of indifference. "Has Nolan taught you the principle of not killing? Good. Sometimes, mercy is a betrayal of the innocent." He caught sight of Mark's tightly clenched fists and softened his tone slightly. "But do not worry. You only need to focus on what you can do. You saved 37 people during the evacuation, which surpasses the performance of most heroes on their first appearance." In the underground command center of the Pentagon, Cecil's fingers traced ghostly patterns across the holographic screen. The surveillance footage was magnified to its limits, with each frame clearly displaying various data regarding Lin Yao's combat techniques. Cecil scrutinized the scene where Lin Yao effortlessly uprooted the ground spikes, resting his knuckles against his chin in contemplation. When the footage reached the segment of Lin Yao speaking in the alien language, he abruptly pressed the pause button. When did he learn the language of these extraterrestrials? The invasion transpired within a mere 5 seconds after he spoke. Beside him, the assistant Donald awkwardly scratched his chin, responding with a mixture of shock and helplessness. Clearly, it was during those fleeting moments that we detected abnormal activity in his prefrontal cortex upon his contact with the extraterrestrial beings. This phenomenon resembled rapid memory implantation, or perhaps a form of predatory learning. Cecil's pupils constricted slightly. This revelation invoked greater vigilance than the combat capability itself. An entity capable of instantly mastering alien technology and languages possessed an evolutionary potential that far surpassed all known superhumans. In the medical center, your father should be waking up. You ought to check on him. Lin Yao sensed a more vibrant atmosphere in the ward than before, indicating that Nolan had likely regained consciousness. However, Lin Yao was not yet inclined to engage with this individual. Instead, he sought out more intriguing adversaries. With approximately 100 hours of free time at his disposal, Lin Yao was determined not to squander this opportunity. His aim, naturally, was the group of aliens that had just fled, along with their home planet. Through their brief encounter, Lin Yao had already acquired their language. Coupled with memories from before his crossing, he recognized this race as the Vraxans. In their realm, the flow of time was approximately 100 times that of Earth. In the comics, it was mentioned that 3 days on Earth equated to several decades in that dimension, calculated here at a ratio of 3 days to 50 years. Now, Lin Yao intended to seize the entirety of that dimension within the span of a single day in his world. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yao arrived above the headquarters of the superpowered youth team. The robots immediately detected his arrival, proactively opening the base's doors to welcome him. As he descended, Lin Yao greeted the individuals he had recently encountered in succession. After all, they were peers, all endowed with superpowers, and they quickly became familiar with one another. Without further ado, Lin Yao divulged his plans to the robots, inviting them to accompany him on an exploratory venture into another dimension. After all, the extraterrestrial beings in that realm possessed numerous impressive technological advancements. Lin Yao intended to have the robots analyze these innovations so they could be brought back together. He instructed Mark to inform when that he might be absent for 10 to 20 hours. Subsequently, he retrieved the teleportation device, resembling a beta magic wand akin to that of the adjacent dimension. Chapter 11. The natural training ground signal connection is stable. The drone swarm has entered orbit. Rudy's mechanical chest emitted an electronic synthesized voice, indicating that the signal remained unaffected upon entering another dimension, which surprised Lin Yao. Stretching his shoulders, Lin Yao could distinctly feel the surge of power within his muscles, as if veiled by a thin layer. It was akin to moving underwater while clad in an oversized raincoat. Each punch and kick bore a pronounced delay. Moreover, his breath felt more laborious than before, akin to an individual who has resided in a coastal city for decades suddenly finding themselves in a high-altitude region. However, that was the extent of it. His heartbeat remained steady as a drum, and his breathing gradually stabilized. The entire dimension was enveloped in a dark crimson radiance, unmistakably emanating from the star of the planet Flaxon, a red sun. The radiation from this crimson sun was lethally debilitating for Kryptonians, akin to the effects of direct exposure to kryptonite. Yet, Lin Yao found it perplexing. He sensed the suppression but experienced no weakness or discomfort. Even while bathed in the glow of this red sun, he maintained a level of prowess nearing that of the omnipotent Nolan. In other words, this dimension not only presented a significant temporal disparity from Earth, but also allowed Lin Yao to persist in a state of high-pressure training throughout. Living in such relatively adverse conditions for 2 to 3 decades, Lin Yao dared not imagine how formidable he would become. Without the need for suggestion, Lin Yao transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forth. Though his speed under the red sun was merely 40% of what it had been on Earth, it was still sufficient to prevent the 12 hovering war vehicles of the patrol unit from forming a cohesive formation. He grasped the energy cannon of the foremost vehicle with his bare hands, the intense heat igniting an orange halo upon the surface of the biological force field. Lin Yao then executed a technique he had mastered, soaring vertically before descending at full speed. Even though his strength was diminished, the impact of his strike upon the ground unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, leveling an area no less than the size of New York City in an instant. Do not kill them, leave some alive. We need them to comprehend the societal structure, Rudy's voice echoed from behind, as 6 drones employed gravitational beams to subdue the fleeing drivers. 10 minutes later, Lin Yao sat upon the metallic throne of the hovering palace, with 3 trembling Flaxonians kneeling at his feet. Their skin bore a grayish-green hue, with a few tentacles adorning their heads, maintaining a resemblance to humanity. However, their speech emitted a faint, buzzing resonance. Esteemed Conqueror, our Grand Speaker awaits you at the Stellar Core. Lin Yao, having mastered the Flaxonian language, communicated with them effortlessly. The Stellar Core was a circular edifice with a diameter of 1 kilometer. At its center floated a pulsating purple crystal. Surrounding it were 12 floating platforms, upon which stood Flaxonian nobles clad in shimmering robes. The animated depiction of Nolan's conquest over this civilization advanced too swiftly, failing to adequately showcase the locale's culture and customs. Upon encountering Lin Yao, the nobles trembled and knelt, their voices laced with humility and dread. Great Conqueror, we shall endeavor to fulfill your requests to the best of our abilities. Please refrain from initiating a holographic projection at an opportune moment. Juxtaposing the celestial map of Earth with the dimensional coordinates of the Flaxon star, our world experiences a disparity in the flow of time. What constitutes 20 years for you is merely a day in our homeland. We require your advanced technology, while you, in turn, seek a sovereign capable of safeguarding you from the incursions of other dimensions. Several esteemed speakers contemplated vehemently opposing this, yet Lin Yao instilled a profound terror in them. After witnessing the recent annihilation of a city, their resolve was shattered, leaving them too intimidated to entertain even the slightest notion of defiance. The chief speaker's tentacles quivered violently, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Although the Flaxonians possessed the technology for dimensional traversal, their combat prowess was rather mediocre. Their previous incursion into Earth was merely a tentative plunder. Faced with an entity capable of single-handedly subduing their home planet, collaboration evidently proved more advantageous than confrontation. What do you require? The chief speaker finally inquired. First and foremost, I demand the construction of a training facility on your planet, Lin Yao declared, raising a finger as he meticulously enumerated his requirements. A gravity chamber adjustable to 100 times Earth's gravity, a cosmic radiation simulation chamber, and a high-energy beam shooting range, among others. Ultimately, all these provisions were intended for my training. Feel free to enhance the intensity as you see fit. Rudy also made a pertinent addition. I will provide the technical specifications. You need only concern yourselves with the materials and construction. The others harbored no objections. The prospect of alleviating their woes through financial means while forging a rapport with such a formidable individual seemed less cowardly and more advantageous. After all, even if Lin Yao remained indifferent to their planet, even viewing them as mere subordinates, as long as they could retain his presence, he would inadvertently become the protector of their world. In the ensuing 72 hours, according to Flaxon time, the industrial apparatus of the planet operated at an accelerated pace. Lin Yao observed Rudy engaged in a vigorous debate with the Flaxon engineers regarding the energy conversion rates of the energy crystals, while he himself conducted preliminary warm-up exercises beneath the crimson sun. This primarily entailed rapid aerial maneuvers around the Flaxon star, launching a boulder the size of a house, and subsequently pursuing and catching it, simple adaptive training routines. 3 days later, in the dark orbital sector of the Flaxon star, a complex of 12 circular structures was completed. With a towering gravity tower at its center, Lin Yao entered the gravity chamber, adjusting the parameters to 50 times Earth's gravity, instantly feeling the dull crackle of his bones, while he could effortlessly endure 200 times gravity on Earth. The diminished strength of the red sun rendered each step akin to carrying a small mountain. This is more like it, he chuckled, unleashing a powerful punch at the training target, which caved in with a resounding impact, blue energy seeping from the fissures. On Earth, his strength felt excessive, obscuring the sensation of breakthrough. Here, it served as a natural weight apparatus, with each strike allowing him to distinctly perceive the stretch and tension within his muscle fibers, gradually inducing a feeling of lactic acid buildup. The sensation of practicing martial arts with friends from a past life has returned. After a brief period of adjustment, Lin Yao took a deep breath and embarked on his inaugural training regimen on this alien planet. Rudy adjusted the parameters on the control panel, calculating that training in such an environment for 20 years would enhance muscle density and energy conversion rates by 37%. Without delving into excessive details, Lin Yao was more concerned with the immediate experience. Pausing mid-sentence, he stepped into the radiation simulation chamber, the focused beams of the crimson sun enveloping him, allowing him to feel his cells tremble slightly. All he needed to ascertain was how much greater his strength would be under Earth's gravity upon his return. By the way, please contact Gwen and inform her that I may need to stay here for a few more hours. According to Earth time, it shouldn't exceed 12 hours. As Lin Yao lay in the energy recovery pod, closing his eyes to rest, time on Flaxsun was visibly accelerating. Through the observation window, he could see new urban developments rising on the violet planet below. Surrounding the training grounds, Flaxsun engineers were erecting a second gravity tower, clearly prioritizing the demands of the Emperor. An hour on Earth equated to approximately 300 days in this locale. Yet Lin Yao had only been away for less than 2 hours. He had ample time to remain in this suppressive mental time chamber, refining both his physique and mental fortitude. If only he were a scion or doomsday, he could engage in self-destructive training to expedite his growth. After extensive physical exertion, Lin Yao would sit quietly, practicing static cultivation under a 100-fold gravitational environment. Meanwhile, during Lin Yao's absence, Nolan had finally awakened. After leaving the hospital, he returned home, choosing to devote himself fully to his family rather than engaging in heroic endeavors. Mark had naturally informed him about Lin Yao, which deeply unsettled Nolan. According to his son's description, Lin Yao had already displayed formidable strength without exerting his full potential. Moreover, he was present here due to Mark's invitation, indicating that Lin Yao was undoubtedly aligned with his son, should his attempts to persuade his son fail in the future. Nolan feared that his plans to conquer Earth would face significant obstacles. Though internally anxious, Nolan maintained a composed demeanor. After asking a few questions, he suppressed his curiosity and impulses, refraining from further discussion about Lin Yao. Meanwhile, Gwen, feeling bored, temporarily joined the youth team to assist in compensating for the combat power loss caused by the departure of the robot. Bomb Lex had initially intended to strike up a conversation with Gwen, but upon learning she was Lin Yao's girlfriend, he promptly relinquished control of his body, avoiding any foolishness. Despite the absence of robots, a few individuals successfully thwarted several minor crises, such as robberies and bomb threats. As fellow superhumans who share a passion for rock music, Atomic Girl Eve and Gwen became confidants. However, Eve occasionally inquired about Lin Yao in a roundabout manner. Eve harbored no ulterior motives. Her admiration and curiosity stemmed solely from encountering an unprecedentedly formidable individual. Understanding that their time together was limited, Gwen chose not to withhold information and openly shared numerous details about Lin Yao, including the story of their first encounter and certain talents he possessed. Who would have thought he was so impressive? You are truly fortunate, Eve exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. In her surprise, she couldn't help but compare Lin Yao to Bomb Lex, leading her to conclude that Lex paled in comparison. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed her mind. If I were to kick Lex now, would I have a chance with Lin Yao? Though she quickly dismissed the notion. The seed of that idea had already taken root within her. Chapter 12. Who are you, old man? 3 days later, at the Grayson residence. Oh, this is my favorite comic, Science Dog. The protagonist is a humanoid Jack Russell Terrier equipped with high-tech gadgets and numerous mystical skills. A cyber sorcerer dog, indeed. Mark was in his bedroom, on a date with a recently acquainted classmate, Amber, enthusiastically recommending his beloved comic, Science Dog, just as they were about to commence their date. An unknown number called his mobile phone. After Mark hung up 4 times, Amber could no longer contain herself and suggested she visit the restroom, urging Mark to answer the call and ascertain what was happening. As she stepped away, Director Cecil of the Defense Bureau materialized before Mark. If you truly wish to be a superhero, you must keep your communications open, rather than dismissing the same number repeatedly. Mark attempted to explain, but before he could utter a word, a dark red portal opened in the bedroom. Moments later, a disheveled man with a full beard and wild hair, accompanied by a robot, emerged. "Who are you, old man?" Mark exclaimed, startled and instinctively preparing to defend himself. However, upon hearing the man speak, Mark quickly recognized his identity. This was Lin Yao, who had traveled to the Flaxon dimension for training and, due to the time differential, had neglected to trim his hair, resulting in his current appearance. "Cecil, it's been a while. What brings you here?" Lin Yao exchanged pleasantries with Mark before noticing Cecil, his mane of hair and beard blocking his peripheral vision. Indeed, there truly exists a madman at Mount Rushmore, unleashing chaos as seismic tremors ripple through the air while the omnipotent hero confronts monstrous foes. The newly formed Guardians are still in their infancy, thus Lin Yao, with a smile, patted Mark on the shoulder and accepted the headset from Cecil. "Alas, your first date has been irrevocably marred, which is undoubtedly regrettable." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yao vanished without a trace. The sudden alleviation of gravity, coupled with the absence of the Red Sun's influence, propelled Lin Yao at an astonishing speed that even surprised him. The Atom Girl, Eve, would also partake in this endeavor. "You might consider slowing down a tad to await her arrival," Cecil hastily reminded him over the headset, astonished by Lin Yao's swift departure. In South Dakota, Lin Yao soared through the skies to rendezvous with Eve, the orange-haired beauty, whose face was now a canvas of astonishment. "My heavens, Lin Yao, what has become of you?" she exclaimed. There is an ancient saying in Dragon Country: "A scholar's absence for 3 days warrants renewed respect." Does this not aptly describe our current predicament? Eve paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. "You are in such a state, and yet still find the time for jest. I realize you bear no semblance of the heroic burden. You are unlike any superpowered individual I have ever known." With his hands cradling the back of his head, Lin Yao reclined in midair as if floating, continuing his forward trajectory. To deliberately conform to others' expectations and don a mask is quite tiresome. "I am no hero, merely a slothful individual who acts according to whim." The headset, serving as a two-way conduit, could not contain Cecil any longer, who interjected with urgency. "Cease the banter. The situation over there is dire." Lin Yao, resolute in his intent, had no desire to linger. Dr. Quake was merely a low-tier version of Marvel's Quake. Should he exert himself fully, he could resolve the matter in less than 3 seconds. However, Lin Yao was curious to ascertain how much he had evolved. Thus, he deemed it unwise to squander time on the journey. With that thought in mind, he extended his hand toward Eve, saying, "Hold on tight. I shall accelerate." Eve, momentarily stunned, had initially intended to confide her recent troubles to Lin Yao during their transit, but the moment for that had to be postponed. Grasping her hand and encircling her waist with his other arm, before she could utter a sound of surprise, they vanished in a shockwave. Meanwhile, Dr. Quake had commenced the destruction of the presidential monument, relying primarily on 2 self-engineered seismic wristbands to unleash shockwaves for short-range flight and assault. However, the shockwaves transmitted through bone caused him to suffer concussions each time he employed them. Ultimately, this individual, a Ph.D. in seismology who should have enjoyed a respectable career and considerable income, had been transformed into an antisocial lunatic by his own inventions. The statue of Abraham Lincoln was shattered, his visage crumbling to the ground. A couple, accompanied by their young daughter, had come to this location for a leisurely outing. But now they found themselves precariously unsteady due to the tremors of an earthquake. The ground beneath them cracked open, and colossal rocks threatened to plummet from above, leaving this family in imminent peril. Just at that critical moment, Lin Yao and Eve arrived at the scene. A pink energy shield enveloped the family like a vast bubble. As Eve pulled back, they were transported to safety along with the energy sphere. Lin Yao gently set down the blushing Eve and surveyed the surroundings, stating, "I shall contend with that fellow. You go and assist those in need." Moments later, a thunderous explosion resounded as the earthquake doctor was sent soaring into the sky by Lin Yao, hurtling far away like a cannonball. After bringing the earthquake doctor to a desolate expanse, Lin Yao crossed his arms and coldly regarded the bald man, demanding, "Utilize your maximum power seismic wave against me." The earthquake doctor, bewildered, blinked in confusion at Lin Yao. Lin Yao reiterated, "Use your strongest seismic wave against me, or I shall end your life this very instant." As he spoke, 2 beams, thicker than a thigh, crashed into the ground beside the earthquake doctor, leaving scorched holes. Swallowing hard, the earthquake doctor smirked wickedly. "Don't regret it, you scruffy wretch." Immediately, a violent seismic wave erupted just 2 meters in front of Lin Yao, intent on testing his own limits. He deliberately dropped all defenses to absorb the attack head-on. To his disappointment, he discovered that the seismic wave felt akin to an antiquated oscillating fan, utterly devoid of lethality. And surprisingly, somewhat pleasant. Witnessing Lin Yao's seemingly content expression, the earthquake doctor, trembling and perspiring profusely, was left dumbfounded. How boring, you are far too weak. It's time for you to perish. With those words, the earthquake doctor was shattered into a myriad of bones by Lin Yao's proclamation. Meanwhile, Eve was still engaged in rescue efforts, and Lin Yao couldn't help but feel a twinge of boredom. He was now certain that among the superpowered beings on Earth, only Angus T. Levy, who could open multiverse portals, held any intrigue. After all, that individual could even create a gateway to the Marvel Universe, surpassing even Doctor Strange and the Ancient One, who could not access portals to other comic worlds. After a few seconds, Lin Yao, enhanced by an immeasurable speed, completed the rescue of all individuals within the vicinity. With the situation essentially resolved, he decided to leave the remaining matters to Fable. However, just as he was about to ascend, Eve called out to him, "Wait a moment, Lin Yao." She hovered about a meter in front of him, her expression a mix of hesitation and inner turmoil. Gazing at the dashing creature before her, Eve coughed awkwardly and raised her hand to point at his head. "Thank you for your willingness to assist. Allow me to tidy your fur as a token of my gratitude." After speaking, Eve looked at Lin Yao with eager anticipation. Since she would need to tend to herself upon returning, she figured it would be best to let her assist him. Lin Yao nodded, suspended in midair, awaiting Eve's ministrations. A gentle sensation, akin to a curtain of water, swept down from the crown of his head, ultimately enveloping his feet. When Lin Yao opened his eyes again, he was astonished to see his appearance had transformed entirely. The disheveled mane that resembled a lion's mane had vanished, revealing a handsome and rugged visage that radiated a soft luster under the sunlight. His deep-set eyes, imbued with decades of wisdom, sparkled like a sea of stars, leaving Eve momentarily speechless. She had never anticipated that this man, whom she had only recently met, possessed such an irresistible allure. Even at this close distance, she found herself experiencing an unexpected flutter of emotions. Lin Yao stretched his neck, releasing a long sigh of relief. Not to mention, if Eve were to pursue a career in beauty and skincare, her business would undoubtedly thrive. As someone who typically overlooked such details, he could now distinctly feel a rejuvenating sense of comfort, as if he had been reborn. "Thank you. This feels far more pleasant than having a lava scrub in the Flaxon dimension." He moved his neck, the joints cracking softly, a lazy smile gracing his lips. Yet, as he turned, the sunlight glided along his chiseled jawline, leaving a searing imprint on Eve's retina. Her nails unconsciously dug into her palm. She recalled 3 months prior at the New Guardian base, where Gwen Stacy leaned against the doorframe, munching on an energy bar. That golden-haired girl from another universe exuded a carefree nonchalance, performing every action with an effortless coolness that could nearly bend women to her will. And what of herself? The scandalous tales of her escapades with Bomb Rex and doppelganger Kate had long become fodder for laughter within the hero community. Even though she remained a pure maiden, Eve felt a peculiar sense of diminished worth. This left her inexplicably hesitant to approach Lin Yao, this seemingly perfect being akin to a deity. What's wrong? Lin Yao's voice suddenly drew near, his breath mingling with the gentle breeze against her earlobe. Eve's energy shield rippled in a flurry of confusion as she instinctively recoiled, nearly colliding with the cracked tip of the Washington statue's nose behind her. She noticed a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes, quickly replaced by teasing. "Don't tell me you styled me so well that you no longer recognized me?" "Not at all. It was merely your sudden voice that startled me." Eve hastily activated her wrist communicator, the fluorescent blue data streams dancing before her, yet she found herself unable to comprehend a single word. Suddenly, I recalled that the medical team of the Defense Bureau required assistance. Eve endeavored to conjure the most natural smile, her fingertips rapidly tapping on the communicator, fabricating several unread message notifications to feign busyness. "The tourists injured by the seismic waves may have sustained latent concussions. I must verify their vital signs." Her emotions were in turmoil, and she yearned to momentarily escape this place to prevent herself from losing composure and behaving inappropriately before Lin Yao. "Do you need my help?" "No," Eve nearly shouted, hastily waving her hand before bowing her head and departing swiftly. The atomic energy propelling her flight scorched the ground beneath her, leaving 2 charred trails. Eve dared not glance back until the silhouette of Mount Rushmore dwindled into a mere speck on the horizon. The frigid winds at high altitudes stung her eyes, yet she stubbornly kept them open, watching the remnants of black hair scatter in the energetic flow from her palm. Those were the strands she had secretly left behind while cleaning, now slipping through her fingers like sand. Only then did she muster the courage to answer the long-ringing video call. Eve. Gwen's face filled the entire screen. Has that guy Lin Yao been bullying you? His temperament is rather peculiar, and he can be quite ruthless. I hope he hasn't frightened you. Yes, fine. Eve's voice was faint, like a whisper of a fly. After taking a deep breath, she strove to return to her normal tone. The situation has been resolved. Lin Yao was immensely helpful. Well then, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell? Gwen blinked her ice-blue eyes. Curiosity etched across her features. I'm not. Eve hurriedly shut off the video and accelerated her flight towards Manhattan. The condensation on her goggles blurred her vision, and she recalled Lin Yao's relaxed demeanor when struck by the seismic waves, remembered the warmth of his palm as he held her waist, recalled the muscular contours basking in sunlight after she trimmed his unruly hair. She bit her lip, instinctively touching her goggles, which contained a clandestine recording from earlier that morning, a scene of Lin Yao, wind-tousled by the shockwave, lazily yawning. This had been captured when the earthquake doctor launched the attack, and she had inadvertently activated the recording function of her goggles. Merely for mission documentation, Eve silently defended herself to the chip, her hand hovering over the delete button but hesitating to press it. Ultimately, she tucked the chip into the compartment of her wristband, lying alongside the starry pendant gifted by Gwen. She resolutely buried this burgeoning sentiment deep within her heart. She could not become the villainess who intrudes upon her best friend's romance. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in the Grayson household's bedroom, Lin Yao was scrutinizing his refreshed hairstyle in the mirror, while Cecile's complaints echoed in his ear. You're not allowed to turn off the communicator without permission next time. You actually tidied up? Did Eve help you? That girl has quite the skill. Lin Yao casually adjusted his cuffs. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the corner of the staircase, where he coldly regarded his boss at the Horn Daily, Jonah Jameson. No. It should be the omnipotent hero, Nolan. Chapter 13. Bruce's invitation. Lin Yao, may I have a word? Nolan raised his chin and swiftly exited the room. Lin Yao had indeed contemplated a conversation with him. There was no need for superfluous words, so he followed suit without hesitation. The two emerged into the outdoors, where the Defense Bureau could not detect them. Speak, young man. Which side do you truly stand on? Nolan crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Lin Yao, hoping to discern any hint of panic from his expression. Unfortunately, he was left disappointed. Lin Yao relaxed, resting his hands behind his head, and replied nonchalantly, logically. I should be on Mark's side. After all, it was through his invitation that I arrived in this world. Now, I am curious. Which side do you intend to align with? Having lived on Earth for so long, Nolan had already experienced a shift in perspective. However, the deeply ingrained values of Vitruvian society, cultivated over centuries, made it difficult for him to entirely abandon them. What Lin Yao aimed to do was plant a seed in his heart, prompting Nolan to realize sooner that, in contrast to the militaristic zealots of Vitruvian, he cared more for his family. Should Nolan remain resistant to the influence of the lumberjack, Lin Yao was prepared to incinerate him. He believed that most intelligent beings, when faced with the threat of death, are inclined to compromise. Nolan smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. Kid, I concede you possess some degree of strength. Even I find you somewhat troublesome. However, as for your aspirations to thwart Vitruvian conquest, I suggest you reconsider. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao understood it was time to abandon verbal sparring and resort to his superhuman abilities. I fail to comprehend why you all insist on compelling me to resolve matters through classical mechanics. Exhaling deeply, Lin Yao resolved to make one final attempt. After all, to visit a friend's home and end up seriously injuring his father was a rather ungracious act. You may perceive my words as mere fantasy, yet trust me. The Vitruvian Empire is but a grasshopper after the autumn harvest. To put it more bluntly, and without courtesy, if I so desire, I could end your life right now and even annihilate the Vitruvian race. My willingness to engage in this dialogue with you is solely out of respect for Mark, as you are his father, and I find my time here rather enjoyable. Should you insist on destroying my playground, I shall have no choice but to kill you. It's as simple as that. Nolan furrowed his brow, his fists clenching and then relaxing. Ultimately, he tightened his grip, glaring coldly at Lin Yao. Then prove it to me. Let me witness the power you claim is capable of exterminating Vitruvian. Lin Yao understood that further words would be futile, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. This predicament was of your own making. Before his words had faded, Nolan was struck with a powerful punch to his abdomen, his body folding like a contortionist. Accompanied by layers of explosive sound, Nolan was propelled at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye from the edge of the atmosphere, hurtling towards the earth below. And this was merely the commencement. The weakest of the assaults Nolan would endure that day. Lin Yao, with swiftness, arrived just in time as Nolan plummeted perilously close to the ocean's surface. With a precise upward kick, he sent Nolan soaring beyond the confines of Earth. Following this, the classic aerial combination of 3 punches ensued. The two transformed into a red and gray comet, relentlessly pursuing one another across the sky. A flurry of close combat techniques ensued: spinning kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, headbutts, jabs, uppercuts, and downward kicks rained upon Nolan like a meteor shower, nearly bringing him to the brink of death. Lin Yao ceased his assault, one hand clasping Nolan's throat, the battered figure resembling a bruised visage of a pig. In a tone devoid of warmth, he inquired, "Now, are you willing to heed my directives?" The events unfolding were, of course, monitored by the Global Defense Agency and various hero squads. It was not until about 10 seconds after Lin Yao halted that these heroes finally arrived in the vicinity. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Yao had exerted merely 20% of his strength, and upon realizing that Nolan was struggling, he had slightly tempered his blows. Otherwise, that first punch alone could have ended Nolan's life on the spot, leaving no room for further play. "Lin Yao, have you lost your mind? Why have you suddenly turned lethal against all-powerful?" Eve and Gwen advanced, wishing to dissuade him, yet halted at a distance of roughly 15 meters, calling out to Lin Yao. Gwen squeezed Eve's hand, offering her a reassuring smile. Though still shaken, Eve felt a modicum of relief, patiently awaiting Lin Yao's response. Mark finally arrived, rushing forward to push Lin Yao aside, only to be thwarted by his other hand, which barred his path. A biokinetic field expanded, creating a telekinetic effect that firmly held Mark suspended in midair. Simultaneously, the biokinetic field assisted Nolan in recovering from his injuries, allowing him to speak normally. "I sincerely apologize. Everyone, I deceived you all. I was the one who eliminated the 7 members of the Guardian Squad. My purpose for coming to Earth was to invade and colonize." Upon uttering these words, Nolan exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Mark was left in a state of shock, his body numb, unsure of how to respond. A friend he had known for only a short while had brought his beloved father to the brink of death. The reason for such brutality was the revelation that his father sought to conquer Earth and deliver it to another colonial invader. Cecil, who had long surpassed mere observation, had already harbored some suspicions, yet upon truly hearing the news, he could not help but feel a surge of overwhelming emotions. Just as the new global guardians began to show promise, the pinnacle of Earth's combat prowess had turned traitor. Beneath the surface, a multitude of superpowered criminals were clandestinely preparing to stir chaos. "Damn it!" Cecil exclaimed, striking the table with force, venting his nearly shattered composure. "Even if you kill me, there will still be other Vitruvians arriving. They will be stronger and far more merciless than I. The eventual outcome would only worsen." Nolan appeared to have regained some of his strength, his voice rising in volume. Lin Yao gently tapped his temple before uttering a response that took everyone by surprise. "Then create your own legion. Take Mark and go to the Flaxen Dimension, utilizing the time differential there along with the training equipment I previously left behind. Rapidly enhance the combat capabilities of you and your son." Upon hearing this, Cecil was first taken aback, then felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If their strength were to increase and Nolan changed his mind, even swaying Mark to his side, would that not spell doom for Earth? As Lin Yao heard the voice in his earpiece, he remembered that he had yet to remove the Defense Bureau's headset. He pressed the communication button and called out to Cecil, "Believe in the power of faith and love. The Vitrians shall no longer be your adversaries." In an effort to preserve the essence of this rather intriguing playground, Lin Yao also provided clarification for Mark in their group chat. "Mark Grayson, do not worry. I was holding back my strength the entire time. As you observed, your father could speak normally after merely a brief rest. My confidence that Nolan and the majority of the Vitrians will change is not without reason." Subsequently, he organized and shared his memories of the animated series Invincible and its comics main storyline within the group. Considering the presence of the 2 children, Tian Xiaoban and Xiaoyu, Lin Yao meticulously filtered and harmonized the content. "Mark Grayson, you might find it beneficial to watch later. Although the Vitrians have long been afflicted by militaristic imperialism, once they experience the warmth of family, the bonds of kinship and love, their mindset will soon transform. What you must do is enhance your own strength as much as possible. Only then will your enemies heed your words. The wisdom of a sword unsheathed is better than one not drawn, and a gentleman conceals his weapons and waits for the right moment should be easily comprehensible to you, correct?" Bruce Wayne remarked. "Mark Grayson, I wholeheartedly agree with Lin Yao's perspective. It is always better to be prepared than to face the consequences of negligence." Tian Xiaoban quipped, "Mark, you got quite a beating. I was merely teasing before. I did not expect this code name to truly bring misfortune." Xiaoyu interjected, "All right, Xiaoban. Let's not rub salt in the wounds at a time like this. Patriots of the motherland, should you require assistance, feel free to call upon me. Though I shall remain anonymous." This face-to-face messaging created a sense of awkwardness for Mark, yet he understood that his companions were acting in his best interest. As this was a mutual aid group, after casting a knowing glance at Lin Yao, Mark chose to refrain from further disturbances, instead standing quietly at a distance, awaiting his father's response. Nolan, after much internal conflict, finally succumbed to despair. "Enough. I shall no longer take action against Earth. But do not expect me to turn against my homeland." After shaking off Lin Yao's grip, he struggled to uphold his still frail body. With a powerful leap, Nolan vanished from the solar system. Mark found himself momentarily at a loss, watching his father depart in such a manner. However, he could not hold Lin Yao accountable for driving his father away. After all, every action taken was for the sake of preserving the well-being of his family and the entirety of Earth. I apologize. My thoughts are quite disordered at the moment. Since your free time is about to expire, perhaps we should part ways now, allowing me some time to process. I hope you won't mind, brother. I harbor no grievances towards you. I simply require some space. My mother may feel a bit sorrowful upon seeing you, so you understand." Though Mark's words were somewhat disjointed, his intent for Lin Yao to leave was unmistakable. The outcome was slightly different from his expectations, but overall, it was positive. The catastrophic battle between the all-powerful and Mark, which would have resulted in numerous civilian casualties, did not occur. Moreover, Mark and several other heroes had discovered a swift path to enhance their powers. He firmly believed that the Flax Sun dimension, under the stewardship of Cecil, would yield greater benefits than if it remained solely in his control. After all, the core authority would forever reside with him. Temporarily delegating power to Cecil, the caretaker of this realm, was not a detrimental decision. After Lin Yao and Gwen departed from Mark's world, an invitation once again surfaced in the group. "Bruce Wayne has sent you an invitation." Accompanying this was a message from Batman. "Bruce Wayne, Lin Yao, I have located the Clark Kent you mentioned earlier. However, he seems to be traveling the globe and does not appear to be the superhuman you described. If convenient, I would appreciate your presence for a while, to act as an intermediary and establish contact with him. I will cover any costs exceeding the free duration. Furthermore, I will be able to purchase the talismans within the next day or two. Should you come over, I can hand them to you in person." Ultimately, amidst Gwen's sorrowful farewell, Lin Yao, who had just returned to the 1610 universe, disappeared once more. Chapter 14. The first encounter with Clark. As Lin Yao once again found solid ground beneath him, he discovered that he had arrived in the Batcave. The immediate recognition stemmed from the fact that this scene was simply too iconic. Bruce Wayne, clad in casual attire, sat before a supercomputer, the screen displaying images of Clark in various outfits. "Is this the Clark you mentioned? He appears quite robust, yet not nearly as exaggerated as you suggested." Lin Yao nodded, recognizing the striking resemblance between Clark and the live-action depiction of Geralt of Rivia. It was unmistakably clear that this globe-trotting, ever-morphing behemoth was indeed Clark Kent. "Shall we set off now?" Bruce rose, awaiting Lin Yao's counsel. Eager to establish contact with this individual and acquire the dormant Kryptonian reconnaissance vessel, Lin Yao felt a thrill at the prospect of engaging with General Zod and his fleet, an encounter he did not fear in the slightest. In fact, he felt a tinge of excitement at the thought of playing with them. First, they needed to locate this man and procure the key he possessed. As for the reconnaissance ship, I can utilize my X-ray vision to search methodically in the polar regions. Bruce shared a similar sentiment, and their thoughts aligned seamlessly. Although Bruce intended to pilot the Batwing, Lin Yao preferred to expedite their journey. He suggested Bruce don a lightweight spacesuit, allowing Lin Yao to carry him directly to their destination. Within a quaint tavern in Alaska, a scruffy Clark served as the bartender, earning some fare for his forthcoming travels. Bruce discarded his compressed spacesuit, opting instead for a black wool overcoat, while Lin Yao donned a light brown leather jacket once worn by Robin, paired with khaki jeans. To passers-by, they appeared as a successful older brother accompanying his college-bound younger sibling. Upon entering the bar, they spotted Clark, who was busy wiping down tables. Lin Yao approached him, inquiring if he had a moment to chat. "I'm sorry, I'm still working," Clark replied. "How about this?" As he spoke, Lin Yao placed a firm hand on Clark's shoulder, gradually increasing the pressure. A flicker of shock crossed Clark's eyes. After all these years, this unfamiliar Asian man was the first to inflict a tangible pain upon him. "Let's talk. We should step outside to avoid involving others." After a brief hesitation, Clark ultimately acquiesced, mistakenly believing that Lin Yao and Bruce were nefarious extraterrestrials seeking to apprehend him. Their voices remained hushed as Lin Yao draped an arm around Clark's shoulders. resembling old friends engaged in casual conversation amidst the bar's clamor. The Alaskan night wind howled like a blunt blade, scraping against the wooden exterior of the tavern. As Lin Yao guided Clark into the alley, the frozen snow crunched beneath their boots. "Let go." Clark's voice carried a hint of anger. Lin Yao smiled as he released his grip on Clark's shoulder, his tone softening. "We mean no harm. This is Bruce Wayne, Gotham's wealthiest, and I am Lin Yao, a fellow Kryptonian like yourself." Upon hearing this, Clark stood in shock, momentarily frozen. He had certainly heard of Bruce Wayne. But why would such a wealthy magnate seek him out? Was it to enlist him as a superpowered enforcer? As he pondered these thoughts, Lin Yao reassured him, urging him not to feel anxious. "You likely overheard that in the northern ice fields of Canada, an unknown entity has been discovered. I can now clearly inform you that it is one of the many reconnaissance ships launched from Krypton tens of thousands of years ago. It contains a wealth of Kryptonian technological data and a Genesis incubation chamber." Clark furrowed his brow, hesitating before asking, "So, your objective is that reconnaissance ship?" Lin Yao nodded affirmatively. "My experiences parallel yours. Upon descending to Earth, I was adopted by a kind couple. I am steadfastly aligned with Earth and have no desire to invade or dominate." Bruce interjected at an opportune moment, revealing the true purpose of their visit. "We have two reasons for seeking you out. Firstly, we hope you will join us in confronting the potential threats that may arise in the future. Secondly, we must prevent you from investigating the reconnaissance ship in northern Canada, at least, not at this moment." After considerable contemplation, Clark ultimately chose to trust them. Over the course of their brief conversation, he could distinctly sense the goodwill emanating from both men. Furthermore, given Bruce Wayne's immense wealth, there were countless ways to coerce him without necessitating a personal visit to such a remote location, risking a confrontation. Thus, Clark returned to the bar to resign from his job, preparing to accompany Bruce and Lin Yao back to Wayne Manor. A few minutes later, Lin Yao, Clark, and Bruce flew back to Wayne Manor in Gotham from Alaska. After a long day, Bruce shed his coat and leaned against a trash bin, succumbing to nausea. The supersonic flights had taken a toll on him. Clark nodded, his gaze sweeping over the array of Batmobiles and cutting-edge technology displayed in the cave. Unable to restrain his curiosity, "How can you be so certain that preventing me from reaching the reconnaissance ship will delay Zod's arrival?" Lin Yao took a seat and unfurled a half-eaten bag of candy from the table. When Krypton was destroyed, Zod and his cohort escaped from their confinement. For decades, they have been scouring the cosmos in search of a suitable planet. Such a comprehensive search is exceedingly time-consuming. As long as you do not activate the reconnaissance ship, they will have no choice but to continue their search. As he spoke, Lin Yao picked up the leftmost candy, using it as a representation of Zod's fleet. Like a game of checkers, he made the candy jump among the scattered sweets on the table. If you were to scout the ship now and activate it with the key, it would transform into a beacon, allowing Zod and his companions to bypass the search process and track us directly. As he said this, Lin Yao unleashed his heat vision, illuminating the rightmost candy. Clark nodded in understanding, but then curiously inquired, "Can we reverse track this Zod and eliminate them beyond Earth?" "Of course," Lin Yao replied. "But you can hardly fly steadily yet. Are you capable of it?" Upon hearing this, Clark felt disheartened. It seemed prudent to avoid exposing Earth prematurely until he truly matured. The guest room in the manor was more spacious than any place Clark had ever stayed, yet the soft goose-down mattress kept him awake. At 3 a.m, he heard a noise at the window and turned to see Lin Yao standing on the balcony. "Can't sleep?" Lin Yao offered him a cup of hot milk. Clark smiled as he accepted the cup, savoring the sweet warmth. Out of curiosity, he asked, "In your parallel world, does Earth also have Krypton?" Lin Yao shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "It seems not. I don't even possess a key or anything of the sort." "Well, all right. How do you plan to train me starting tomorrow?" "We'll see then. There's much for you to adapt to." The next day, Clark lay on a stretcher bed within the Batcave, connected to numerous monitoring devices, including an ECG and spirals. Due to his exceptionally tough skin, Bruce had to forego blood tests and rely solely on scanning instruments. Soon, the physical data for both Clark and Lin Yao was printed out. The stark difference nearly caused Clark and Bruce to retreat into themselves. For the next 3 days, we will focus on 3 tasks: controlling thermal energy, mastering airflow, and learning to harness strength. The training chamber's temperature plummeted to -30 degrees, and artificial snowflakes began to drift from the ceiling. Clark watched as Lin Yao effortlessly crushed a 2-meter-high ice block with his bare hands, unsure of how he would proceed. Destruction was not the objective. The essence lay in precise control. Lin Yao flung the shattered ice and utilized a biofield to suspend it in midair, attempting to connect all the ice crystals with his heat vision without melting any of them. In his first 3 attempts, Clark's heat vision vaporized the prism, shattering the training chamber's thermal insulation in the process. "Relax, Clark, you can do this," Lin Yao's voice echoed through the speaker. "When you help Martha milk the cows at home, you manage to control your strength without crushing the milk can. Now, simply apply that delicacy through your eyes." The sentence resembled a key turning in a lock. Clark closed his eyes, reminiscing about the morning sunlight on the farm. When he reopened them, a red beam, as precise as a scalpel, pierced through the center of 12 prisms in succession, leaving the icy surface untouched by any trace of melting. In the observation chamber, Bruce swiftly documented the occurrence. The Kryptonian's capacity to learn was thrice as rapid as he had anticipated. 2 days later, the atmosphere at the edge of the stratosphere, with its exceedingly thin air and solar radiation several times stronger than on the ground, caused Clark's temples to throb. Lin Yao hovered amid the clouds, guiding Clark in the art of flight, while also helping him acclimate to the cosmic environment. Flight was not merely a matter of brute force. It required an understanding of air pressure differentials. "Try to follow my trajectory and listen to the sound of the air flowing with your ears." In his first 3 attempts to take off, Clark either crashed into cumulonimbus clouds, struck by lightning, or lost his balance due to sudden drops in air pressure. After several falls, he began to fly more steadily, gradually keeping pace with Lin Yao's speed. The next day, in the underground shooting range, Lin Yao lifted a derelict armored vehicle and tossed it to Clark. "Now, restore this vehicle to its original condition as best as you can." Clark understood this was to hone his control, so he took on the role of a makeshift metalworker. He began using his fists as hammers, relentlessly pounding the armored vehicle that had nearly been crumpled into a ball. Meanwhile, their training was far from tranquil in the Canadian ice fields. Colonel Hardy and Dr. Hamilton spearheaded a monumental excavation project, uncovering something immense buried beneath the ice for thousands of years. Louise Lane represented the planet daily, serving as a journalist to document the entire excavation process. However, due to Clark's absence, their efforts were likely to face numerous challenges. Chapter 15. The exploration team encounters danger. Louise Lane tightened her windbreaker, watching the ice crystals on the tempered glass visor refract tiny specks of light under the searchlights. Colonel Hardy's tactical boots crunched through knee-deep snow, while the reflective material of his jacket glimmered in the polar moonlight. Following him were 12 soldiers equipped with rifles, their tactical flashlights casting flickering shadows upon the ice sheet. "Mississippi Lane, I suggest you remain above." Dr. Hamilton's voice crackled through the communicator, his breath betraying a noticeable tremor. According to radar scans, there were slight energy responses within, indicating the potential presence of unknown mechanisms. Louise tugged at her insulated coat, fixing a serious gaze upon Dr. Hamilton. "The Planet Daily did not send me here to photograph glacial scenery." She stepped over the caution line, the ice claws of her boots scraping across the surface with a creaking sound. Meanwhile, the drilling equipment had begun to retract, finally breaking through the last remnants of the ice shell. 20 minutes later, as Louise descended along the rope following the soldiers, her boots made contact not with the anticipated layer of ice, but rather with a metallic surface that quivered as if it were alive. "Do not move, Doctor." Hamilton suddenly lowered his voice as the device in his hand began to oscillate wildly. A loud thud echoed through the dimly lit environment when a soldier accidentally knocked his weapon against the wall. Accompanying this sound was a series of beeping alarms that pierced the silence. Emerging alongside the cacophony were several robotic sentinels, their bodies elongated and reminiscent of running razors, topped with oval-shaped heads. Without warning, the energy beams from the Guardian robots precisely vaporized the upper bodies of the soldiers in the front line. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with a bizarre ozone-like odor, permeating the corridor. Louise and Hamilton were nearly grazed by the beams, momentarily rendered speechless by fear. Colonel Hardy's response was exemplary of a seasoned soldier. As he fell, he immediately squeezed the trigger, yet the bullets merely sparked against the mechanical Guardian's casing. Ironically, the impact of the bullets caused a slight deviation in the trajectory of the Sentinel's attacks, narrowly missing Louise's hair and singeing a lock, leaving a black mark on the wall behind her. Realizing the futility of his bullets, Colonel Hardy drew his tactical dagger, thrusting it into the seam of one Sentinel's shell with the momentum of a slide tackle. To his astonishment, the alloy blade shattered upon contact with the mechanical Guardian, awakening him to the realization that these beings were not mere machines driven by mechanical joints, but rather entities akin to the liquid metal Terminators from Terminator 2. More Sentinels surged from all directions, weaving a net of death with their energy beams within the chamber. Louise scrambled into a recess in the wall, her heart racing. In the night vision mode of the cameras, she witnessed a soldier being impaled through the chest by the robotic arm of a Sentinel. Another soldier attempted to retaliate, but was swiftly bisected as the mechanical guardian twisted its form. Dr. Hamilton endeavored to access the ship's systems with his device. However, as his trembling fingers grazed the wall, the glowing patterns abruptly transformed into a sharp blade of light that swept toward him. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching the remnants of his severed arm and howling in despair. Yet, after his frantic writhing, the mechanical sentinels ceased their pursuit, perhaps judging that he had lost all capacity for resistance. Terrified, Louise curled up in the corner of the corridor, her hands clutching her head. To avoid provoking the sentinels, she stifled her fear, striving to suppress any screams. Despite the overwhelming tension, Louise had previously served as a war correspondent. Unlike many women, she quickly regained her composure. Once she calmed down, she noticed that the mechanical sentinels had indeed halted their pursuit of Dr. Hamilton. Seeing the soldier beside her preparing to fire, she urgently shouted, "Stop! Drop your weapon." However, the soldier, driven by the instinct of the battlefield, hesitated for merely a second before lifting his rifle to continue shooting. In the ensuing moment, he was gruesomely shredded by the mechanical arms of the guards. Seizing the opportunity, Louise crawled toward the exit of the corridor, her back pressed against the breathing metallic wall, each movement resembling that of a writhing caterpillar. When she finally tumbled into the passage and began to ascend the rope ladder, a grotesque cracking sound echoed from the chamber below. It seemed to be the sound of bones breaking as the mechanical guards trampled over the corpses of the soldiers. Daring not to look back, she continued her ascent with all the speed she could muster. As the icy winds of the tundra filled her nostrils, she finally collapsed back onto the surface. After catching her breath, the overwhelming fear and tension caused her stomach to convulse uncontrollably, leading to a frenzied bout of vomiting. The acidic contents of her stomach mixed with bloody ice crystals, sizzling upon contact with the snow. 3 days later, Louise, do you understand what this entails? Tom Harper, the editor, tapped his fingers on the desk, the lamp casting his shadow against the wall like a raven in flight. The military had just dispatched a confidentiality agreement, requiring all personnel involved in the excavation to sign a Level 1 secrecy clause. All the footage you captured, he lifted the photographs, their fluorescent patterns appearing to ripple under the light, must not be released. It would incite panic. Panic? Louise's voice trembled slightly, a chilling tone laced with barely restrained fury. The public has a right to know when extraterrestrial mechanical sentinels are slaughtering soldiers beneath the ice. She pulled up the video from her camera, the flickering gunfire reflecting the bloodshot in her eyes. Look at this, Tom. The families of those soldiers deserve to know they didn't perish in a mere polar accident. Enough. Tom suddenly lowered his voice, his gaze darting to the two figures in black trench coats approaching outside the soundproof glass of the office. Do you think the military allowed you to return alive by chance? They released you deliberately, ensuring we remained silent upon receiving this information. Louise, have you ever seen the Potomac River at 3 in the morning? Those journalists lying at the riverbed had footage far more shocking than this. Tom swallowed hard, avoiding her fierce gaze. Even if you were allowed to publish it, who would believe you? The public would just dismiss it as stills from a science fiction film. So, we should assist them in lying? Louise slammed her hand on the table, eager to voice more, but was abruptly cut off by Tom's furious shout. Enough. He stood abruptly, his suit sleeves sweeping the photographs off the desk. I offer you two choices. Either sign the confidentiality agreement and accept a generous hush money to vacation in the Bahamas for 3 months. Either become the next missing investigative journalist or not. Louise gazed at the scattered photographs on the floor, one of which captured her reflection in the multifaceted eyes of a mechanical guardian. The woman, bloodied yet resolutely holding a camera, bore an uncanny resemblance to her father in his last photograph taken during the Vietnam War. Suddenly, she bent down to retrieve the photo and silently exited the office. That evening, Louise sought out several small newspapers she had previously known, as well as a few social media influencers. She shared her experiences, high-definition photographs, and even videos documenting the drilling completion up to the moment of the attack on public media platforms. Naturally, this information did not escape the vigilant watch of Bruce Wayne. He directly approached Lin Yao, who had just completed a session on frozen breath and returned to the manor. This is the horse talisman you requested. I exchanged it the day before yesterday, but regrettably, you were not at the manor. With that, Bruce handed over a talisman the size of a bottle cap. Its color reminiscent of stone, but possessing a texture akin to polished jade. The talisman was shaped like a regular octagon, featuring an embossed image of a horse's head in grayish-white at its center. Lin Yao took the talisman in his palm and immediately received a notification from the group chat. Congratulations on obtaining the horse talisman. Would you like to activate permanent fusion? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yao opted for permanent fusion. Although the effect would be halved, combined with his inherent formidable self-healing abilities, such a diminishment was negligible. Furthermore, this was primarily intended to enhance his resistance to kryptonite. As long as its effectiveness was confirmed, even a slight reduction was inconsequential. If necessary, he could always exchange for another, or even multiple talismans, for further fusion and enhancement. Observing the corners of Lin Yao's mouth curling up, Bruce cleared his throat, interrupting his daydreams of the future. There is one more thing. The Kryptonian reconnaissance ship you asked me to keep an eye on seems to have been investigated by someone. However, the outcome was rather grim. Only one person escaped alive. Before the special training commenced, Lin Yao had cautioned him to be vigilant regarding relevant news in the coming days. If anyone were to explore the Kryptonian reconnaissance ship, he should inform both Lin Yao and Clark immediately. This way, they could assess the situation and prevent the ship from being activated prematurely, unaware of the impending danger. Lin Yao nodded and, with a hint of jest, inquired, "You don't mean to tell me that the sole survivor is a journalist named Louise Lane?" After spending considerable time together, Bruce was well aware that for Lin Yao, events occurring in his world were merely stories from comic books. He was not at all surprised by Lin Yao's uncanny ability to foresee future events. Chuckling and nodding, Bruce refrained from saying more, eager to hear Lin Yao's next course of action. He naturally watched the film Man of Steel shared by Lin Yao and grasped the significance of the character Lois Lane within the narrative. However, he did not anticipate that a protagonist's aura could also exist in the reality he inhabited. Concurrently, after Bruce had viewed the film and personally battled alongside Lin Yao, experiencing his cataclysmic power, he immediately began researching the weaknesses of Kryptonians. Yet, to this day, Bruce had not uncovered anything capable of restraining Lin Yao. Nonetheless, Lin Yao's uncontainable joy, even mingled with excitement and a sense of relief upon obtaining the talisman, as well as his urgent decision to fuse it without a moment's hesitation, piqued Bruce's curiosity. Could it be that the talisman Lin Yao specifically requested him to procure could aid in circumventing his vulnerabilities? This might serve as a promising avenue for investigation. Chapter 16. Unlocking the warehouse. The night wind of the northern Canadian ice fields roared like a beast breaking free from its chains, swirling snow and mist over the kilometer-thick ice cap. Standing at the glacier's edge, Lin Yao gazed at the dense cluster of military tents 3 kilometers away, a faint smile gracing his lips. It appeared they had no intention of surrendering. Should we charge and head on, or take a different approach? Clark and Bruce exchanged glances and, in unison, shook their heads, thereby dismissing this plan. After deliberation, the trio resolved to approach from an alternate direction, utilizing heat vision to carve a passage through the backside of the iceberg. This way, they could avoid confrontation with the military while successfully activating the reconnaissance ship to acquire Kryptonian technology and the origin chamber. While Lin Yao, not being of this world, found it inconsequential, Clark and Bruce were keen to avoid antagonizing the military, as it would yield nothing but detriment for them. With the plan solidified, the 3 set forth, reaching the glacier's rear in mere seconds. Subsequently, Lin Yao and Clark unleashed their heat vision, igniting the base of the iceberg. Their collaboration proved to be exponentially efficient. Within just 3 or 4 minutes, they had breached the iceberg, arriving in the ice cavern housing the reconnaissance ship. To Lin Yao and Bruce's astonishment, the moment they stepped inside the ship's structure, several notifications suddenly popped up in their chat group, detecting group members Bruce Wayne and Lin Yao accessing the intact immigrant mothership. Activating group chat warehouse. Activity level met. Group chat upgrade in progress. New members will be invited shortly. Group chat warehouse. Each member has 100 private slots for personal items, which cannot be viewed or interfered with by others. There are also 200 public slots, where items can be stored for collective access, but their retrieval requires the consent of other members. Tian Xiaoban. Once again, a new feature emerges. I intend to store all my inconvenient snacks and toys within. This is truly splendid. Xiaoyu. I feel the same way. Mark Grayson. Indeed, it is quite practical. Yet I am more intrigued by this public warehouse. How should it be utilized? Warren. Quite fascinating, although it appears I have no immediate use for it. Lin Yao. Bruce Wayne. What discoveries have you made over there? It has stirred quite a commotion. Lin Yao. An alien spacecraft intended for colonization. Its functionality remains largely intact, though the pilot within has unfortunately perished. Without further idle chatter, Lin Yao and Bruce made their way to the control room, activating the spacecraft's systems with a key. With a hum, a spectral figure clad in a black robe, strikingly similar to the Zeus of the neighboring Marvel universe, materialized in the corridor. Due to the direct activation in the control room, There was no cinematic chase scene involving the Phantom of Jor-El in the corridor. It is truly remarkable to witness your growth on Earth. I wish Lila could see it too, Jor-El remarked as he slowly approached Clark. Although merely a sophisticated holographic projection, he embodied the warmth and longing of a father who had not seen his son in years. Pardon me, who might you be? How is it that another Kryptonian resides here? Upon noticing Lin Yao, Jor-El momentarily paused. He sensed a vibrant life force emanating from this young man, far more potent than that of his own son. The essence of Kryptonian life code was unmistakably present within him, and it appeared to be highly developed. Rest assured, we are on the same side. This is not the place for idle conversation. Let us depart from here first. Seeing that Bruce and Clark shared the same sentiment, Jor-El nodded and assisted them in initiating the spacecraft's propulsion system. With a violent tremor, the spacecraft broke through the ice above. After adjusting its course, it vanished from the sight of the surrounding exploration team at an astonishing speed. Now that the spacecraft has officially launched, Zod should have received the signal by now, right? Bruce inquired of Lin Yao, while simultaneously learning the controls of the ship from Jor-El. During his special training, Clark had also come to understand aspects of his lineage and Kryptonian history. Jor-El had just recounted it to him, and he now knew that Zod was the very nemesis responsible for his father's demise. Indeed, they will likely arrive within a week, but they shall surely regret coming here. Upon hearing this, Clark exchanged a knowing smile with Bruce. Even if he were to face Zod alone, he could easily outmatch him and his minion, the Sword of Ra. Moreover, with Lin Yao, a formidable being capable of overwhelming him with a single hand, Zod would not only fail to invade, but would be fortunate to escape Earth alive. How about we stow this contraption in the warehouse, to prevent future theft by the military or those with ulterior motives? Lin Yao patted the control panel and smiled at the other three individuals. Bruce expressed no objections, suggesting that Lin Yao consult Clark. Meanwhile, Clark and his son Joel also voiced no dissent. It was clear that such advanced technology, if entrusted to the military, would undoubtedly lead to a plethora of complications. However, a question arose. It seemed that the use of the public warehouse required unanimous consent. Depositing does not necessitate full agreement, only withdrawal does, Lin Yao clarified. What we need to consider more is how many slots this will occupy. Upon hearing Lin Yao's words, Bruce ceased further discussion and focused on Lin Yao's operations. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the group had begun to unconsciously follow Lin Yao's lead. The Kryptonian reconnaissance vessel is quite large, requiring 5 slots in the public warehouse. Shall we proceed with the storage? Yes, there is no reason for hesitation. Lin Yao confirmed the storage without delay. Soon after, the 4 witnesses observed ripples emerging in the space surrounding the entire ship, as if it were being drawn into an invisible vortex. Even though the vessel was stored, Joel's presence did not vanish. He slightly bowed, expressing gratitude to Lin Yao and Bruce. I am delighted to see Kryptonian technology continue in this manner. However, Carl, if you wish to see me in the future, you must come to Mr. Wayne's place, he added. Since Bruce Wayne was a member associated with this world, Joel's projection could not stray far from the ship. Thus, the projection of Clark's biological father would be forever tethered to Bruce. Of course, this arrangement bore its advantages. Joel, being a scientist from Krypton, could impart a wealth of knowledge and technology to Bruce. He could also serve as an advisor to the future Justice League, providing counsel in times of crisis. Seizing the moment, Bruce extended an invitation to the Kryptonian duo. Upon hearing the rationale behind the formation of the Justice League, Clark and Joel realized it aligned perfectly with Joel's aspirations for Clark's way of life on Earth. Consequently, the father and son readily accepted the invitation. As the group returned to Wayne Manor for a respite, new messages appeared in the chat group. New member DeLong has joined the chat group. New member Lisa has joined the chat group. This time, the newcomers were not from modern society. One was a woman with long blonde hair. The half-body image revealed that her clothing was reminiscent of styles from the 15th century. The other newcomer, a fierce-looking gray snow leopard, made his identity evident through his name. DeLong Lin Yao deduced that this individual must be the antagonist from the Kung Fu Panda series, known as DeLong, or in some versions, as the Cunning Leopard. As for the woman named Lisa, aside from her undeniable beauty, Lin Yao had no recollection of her and was unaware of her purpose. As the two newcomers began to communicate within the group, Lisa expressed her bewilderment. What is this? An illusion? Or some form of magic? DeLong replied. It seems being confined for too long has driven me to hallucinations. Yet, I do not recognize any of these individuals. Lin Yao welcomed the newcomers, stating that the group chat functionalities and pertinent guidelines could be found in the announcements. The chat would automatically accommodate their preferred languages, alleviating any concerns regarding communication barriers. Bruce provided further insights and guidance, subsequently allowing the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the chat features and record their self-introduction videos. Bruce Wayne addressed the group, Tian Xiaoban and Xiaoyu. Should any issues arise for the newcomers, please extend your assistance. Lin Yao and I have matters to attend to and may not be present in the chat for an extended period. Tian Xiaoban responded affirmatively, and Xiaoyu reassured him. No worries, I am currently on leave. Mark Grayson added, I will also lend a hand. I have completed my recent tasks. With all preparations finalized, Lin Yao was eager to indulge in the impending excitement. Previously, even formidable opponents like Nolan had been no more than punching bags in Mark's world, as they refrained from exerting their full strength. Now, with General Zod and his cadre of Kryptonian soldiers at hand, Lin Yao could finally unleash his full potential and engage in an earnest challenge. Chapter 17. The battle attire. Although the reconnaissance vessel was stored away, Lin Yao retrieved the communicator from the ship to attract Zod and his allies. For 5 continuous days, he emitted signals into the cosmos at maximum intensity. Finally, they were rewarded for their perseverance when Zod intercepted the signal and broadcasted a message across the majority of global media devices, confirming the arrival of the enemy forces on Earth. He and Clark re-entered the reconnaissance vessel, each donning a set of Kryptonian diplomatic attire. As the authorization key was a projection of Jor-El's consciousness, the uniforms generated by the ship automatically bore the emblem of the El family. Clark's outfit was a classic deep blue bodysuit complemented by a red cape, while Lin Yao opted for a black battle suit akin to Zod's. The suit, entirely matte black, featured a chest emblem altered from yellow with red lettering to black with red. This design drew inspiration from a favored comic of his past, Kingdom Come, reminiscent of Superman's aesthetics. He also eliminated the cumbersome cape, rendering the suit more combat-ready. After these modifications, Lin Yao's appearance now bore closer resemblance to Black Adam than Superman. Just as they completed their attire and prepared for action, a new task notification emerged in the group chat. Group announcement. Bruce Wayne and Lin Yao have activated the Kryptonian reconnaissance vessel, attracting General Zod and his remnants. Task initiation. The objective is to thwart General Zod and his forces from their invasion and transformation of Earth. Number of participants, 5. Reward. Each participant receives 300 points, with an additional 2,500 points awarded to the highest scorer post-assessment. As previously noted, the participation cap remains at 5 individuals. However, given that this conflict involves 2 civilizations, the associated risk is considerably heightened. It is advisable to exclude members with inadequate self-defense capabilities, such as Xiaoyu and the newcomer Lisa, from participation. The potential for injury or worse, for the sake of merely 300 points, is not worth the risk. Soon, the results of the group vote emerged. New members Dalong, Lisa, and Xiaoyu all opted to withdraw. In battles of such magnitude, even the act of spectating could pose significant danger. Tian Xiaoban wished to enroll, but found his application summarily denied by Bruce. Bruce Wayne, Xiaoban, your abilities are insufficient to handle the intensity of this combat. Not only does your transformation have time constraints, but even if you were to assume the form of a more compatible extraterrestrial, it is unlikely to prove beneficial. Tian Xiaoban, oh come on, let me participate. Lin Yao, wait until you can unlock some powerful alien heroes, then we shall fight together. There will be other extraterrestrial invaders in the future, and I assure you, you will be included. As Lin Yao painted an enticing picture, he also began contemplating a visit to Xiaoban's world. If he could acquire the ultimate tablet from there, it would be splendid. Ultimately, the participants for this mission were officially confirmed. Initiator Lin Yao, Bruce Wayne, Aide Mark Grayson, and Captain America. Apart from Bruce, there were 5 superhumans of varying strengths present. It remains uncertain how Zod will respond to this assembly. Bruce tapped the table and began delegating tasks. His gaze first fell upon Captain America, the weakest among them. Captain America, you will assist me in conducting evacuation and rescue operations near the battlefield. The strength of the Kryptonians is formidable. Even Mark would find it challenging to gain an advantage in direct confrontation. Be cautious not to get torn apart. Captain America could only grimace in reluctant agreement with Bruce's directive. Although he felt disgruntled, he found no compelling argument to counter it. Ever since Lin Yao joined the group, he had developed a psychological aversion to Kryptonians. The opportunity to avoid direct engagement was somewhat relieving, despite the slight dent to his pride. Next, Bruce turned his attention to Mark Grayson, feeling a degree of ambivalence towards this college freshman. Noticing Bruce's hesitation, Lin Yao seized the moment to interject. Among us, I possess the greatest understanding of Kryptonian power. Mark's current physical strength allows him to contend with ordinary Kryptonian soldiers, but the risk of injury or severe harm remains. Individuals from various realms have come together to assist, and there is no necessity for us to bear such risks. The primary battlefield can be entrusted solely to Clark and myself, Mark, compatriots of our homeland. Your singular task is to coordinate with Bruce and expedite the evacuation of civilians from the surrounding areas. Once roles are clearly delineated, Bruce dons the previously validated anti-Kryptonian armor and drives the reinforced Batmobile towards the vicinity of General Zod's spacecraft landing. Meanwhile, the quartet of superpowered individuals led by Lin Yao ascends directly into the sky, each traveling at their utmost speed towards their designated zones. In the wilderness, General Zod's Black Zero descends, and a cadre of fully armed Kryptonians, donned in masks, disembarks from the vessel. Not far from them stands a gathering of human forces. However, in Zod's eyes, their combat capabilities barely register as an obstacle. One might say they could be effortlessly crushed without even realizing the impact. Yet, before he could unleash his grandiloquent proclamations, two figures, accompanied by the sonic boom of their passage, streak across the sky, taking position at the heart of the battlefield. Clad in the attire of the House of El, one black and one blue Kryptonian, they gaze down upon Zod. "We have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Zod," Lin Yao declares, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, his cold gaze surveying all below. That disdainful look ignites a fire of rage within Zod. Taking a deep breath, he removes the full face covering of his armor and bellows skyward, "Surrender the Codex of Life and return to your ranks immediately." In response, for beams of heat vision, as thick as a wrist, erupt forth, silent yet potent. Clark and Lin Yao, in unison, greet him in this manner. Subsequently, Lin Yao dives downward, delivering a powerful uppercut to Zod's abdomen. He does not hold back. Even with his biofield protection, the compressed air generates a brief absolute vacuum. The resulting immense negative pressure rends the ground beneath Zod, shattering it into countless fragments. Before a scream could escape his lips, Zod is propelled skyward at supersonic speed. It is not until Lin Yao propels himself from the ground in pursuit that Clark finally regains his focus, charging towards the enemy below. His chosen adversary stands beside Zod, the Kryptonian warrior, Farah. Due to a momentary delay, Farah is able to brace herself, preventing Clark from sending her flying. After being pushed back by several dozen meters, she steadies herself and begins to grapple with Clark. Meanwhile, the other members of the Sword of Rao surge towards Clark, who is now at the center of the fray. Their wrist blades are exceedingly sharp, despite his rigorous training and decades basking in the yellow sun. Clark is not immune to their harm. He musters a forceful headbutt, pushing Farah back while swiftly elevating his own position, narrowly evading 5 Kryptonian wrist blades lunging at him from various angles. Clark refrained from recklessly charging into the fray for a close-quarters combat. Instead, he unleashed his heat vision, incapacitating or forcing back the lesser foes, thus clearing a path. He then dove down once more, intending to launch Farah into the sky, employing the same tactics he had used against Zod. Unfortunately, Clark miscalculated. He not only failed to send Farah flying, but was simultaneously struck by a powerful elbow to the waist as she deftly evaded his attack. Farah, having been engineered as a warrior from birth, proved to be a formidable opponent. Even with Clark's enhanced training over the past few days, his improvements were limited. While victory was within reach, achieving it without injury was far from feasible. After being struck in the waist, Clark lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, rolling several meters before regaining his footing. As he observed the incoming blade from Farah, he realized that both fighters had ignited a fierce rivalry, fighting to the bitter end. Consequently, he dared not hold back any longer. He unleashed his heat vision to create a distraction while executing a spinning elbow strike in retaliation. His body twisted, pushing Farah's arm aside with his back, while his left elbow crashed into her chin. The impact sent Farah spinning through the air for 3 or 4 rotations before she landed on the ground. The Kryptonian warrior felt as if the world was spinning around her, her ears ringing incessantly. Her breathing apparatus shattered, and the sudden influx of Earth's atmosphere overwhelmed her senses, inducing a wave of nausea and headache. Yet, amidst the disorientation, she sensed a subtle increase in her own power, though she could not discern whether it was an illusion born from the blow. Meanwhile, Lin Yao delivered a powerful punch to Zod's right ribcage, knocking the wind out of him. The blade that had been aimed at Lin Yao's neck lost some of its force in response. Seizing the moment, Lin Yao pressed his advantage and unleashed his full strength, landing a devastating blow to Zod's chest. The punch not only shattered Zod's robust armor, but also caused the backplate to splinter and crack. A visible bulge resembling a fist imprint emerged on Zod's back, which had already been arched in pain. With a swift motion, Lin Yao followed through, causing Zod to expel a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments. His body crashing to the ground like a cannonball. He rolled across the terrain, carving a trench over 100 meters long until he collided with a small hill, fracturing the rocky surface with spiderweb-like cracks, finally coming to a halt. "This is rather disappointing. You are far too weak," Lin Yao remarked as he descended to the ground. He forcefully removed Zod's breathing apparatus along with his helmet. The rays of the yellow sun, coupled with the breathable air of Earth, activated his cells, allowing him to absorb energy and enhance his physical prowess. Simultaneously, this phenomenon aided Zod in gradually mending his injuries. "Now this is interesting. I shall grant you half an hour to recover, and then we shall resume our battle." After leaving that remark, Lin Yao abandoned the temporarily incapacitated Zod and plunged into the ranks of the Kryptonian soldiers. These individuals were not afforded the same leniency. Several of the outermost soldiers met with instant demise. Some were left half-bodies, while others were explosively obliterated into a mist of blood upon collision with Lin Yao. Ignoring these hapless beings, Lin Yao soared into the heart of the crowd, casting a cold, sweeping gaze upon them, declaring, "Submit or perish." Chapter 18. Absolute suppression. Lin Yao scratched his chin, somewhat exasperated, and called a halt to Clark and Farah. "Hey, you two, cease your actions. One might mistake you for engaging in a waltz." At this remark, both paused in astonishment and turned to survey their surroundings. To their surprise, all the Kryptonian soldiers had ceased their movements, gazing upward at Lin Yao, suspended in the air. "I wish to play a game with you. Now, all of you, remove your breathing masks and helmets." No one complied. Instead, many assumed combat stances. Lin Yao sighed, and in the next moment, like a specter, he flashed through the throng. Arriving in front of Farah, by the time this female warrior recognized Lin Yao's figure, her helmet was already in his grasp. Moreover, several surrounding Kryptonian soldiers found their helmets removed as well. They clutched their heads, bending over and gasping for breath. Nearby, the military personnel surrounding the battlefield were dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend the intentions of this seemingly allied youth. If Kryptonians absorb the radiation of a yellow sun, they gradually awaken various special abilities, and their physical and sensory capabilities are profoundly enhanced. Is the environment of Earth not 1,000 times more favorable than Krypton? What could possibly be going through your minds? Clark tapped Lin Yao on the shoulder, whispering a warning. "Are you insane? If they gain enhancements, even if we can defeat them, won't they just scatter and evade capture?" The Kryptonian warriors, having removed their masks, experienced a significant enhancement of their senses. After a few seconds of recovery, they began to adapt. Naturally, they heard Clark's words. Several individuals on the periphery immediately launched themselves in different directions with all their might. Then, accompanied by several explosive sounds, those who attempted to disperse and wreak havoc were reduced to unrecognizable masses of flesh, appearing at Lin Yao's feet. "You may continue to defy me. Should you not mind ending up like them?" The remaining Kryptonian soldiers stood frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably. The rather languid youth before them instilled an unprecedented sense of overwhelming pressure. After a pause of about 5 seconds, someone finally broke. He raised both hands above his head and knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "I surrender. I will be your loyal dog from now on. Please spare my life." The unknown Kryptonian warrior, overwhelmed with emotion, found that even the fierce battle spirit etched within could not suppress the sudden surge of fear that arose in the presence of this individual. With the first act of surrender, the emotions of the onlookers seemed to find an outlet, as one by one, all the Kryptonian warriors knelt upon the ground. It appeared that this beauty was prepared to face her demise, but it mattered little to me, for I have always held a profound respect for a woman's will. Lin Yao chuckled softly as he stepped forward, lifting Fura's chin with his fingertip. Her short, deep brown hair exuded both elegance and vitality, framing a face of exquisite features, complemented by bright eyes that radiated confidence amidst her determination. Indeed, she was a rare beauty. However, she had chosen the wrong adversary. As he spoke, Lin Yao raised his hand, poised to behead the female officer. At that critical moment, Clark intervened, urging, "Do not proceed in this manner, Lin Yao. They have already surrendered. Do not continue the slaughter." Despite Fura's ongoing struggle, her spirit was on the brink of collapse, for this young man, Lin Yao, was capable of suppressing her resistance without physically restraining her limbs. Do you wish to know why? As a parting gift, I shall reveal the answer. Over 50 years within the Flaxon dimension, I have cultivated a form of bioplasmic force that resembles psychokinesis. As he spoke, a metallic screech emanated from Fura's armor, as if an invisible hand were exerting tremendous pressure upon her fragile form. "No, they have surrendered." Clark, the ultimate paragon of virtue, stepped forward in a futile attempt to persuade Lin Yao. Yet he was halted by the bioplasmic force, forced to remain 2 meters away. Ignoring Clark's pleas, Lin Yao continued to gradually intensify his grip. At last, with blood trickling from her lips and her visage turning red and purple from the constriction, Fura's instinctual dread of death overshadowed any notions of battlefield glory. Furthermore, with others having already capitulated, her continued defiance would appear foolish. Just as her knees were about to touch the ground, a blinding yellow light suddenly illuminated the sky. A figure clad in black surged toward them with remarkable speed, the yellow radiance emanating from his heat vision attack. General Zod? Fura's bloodied lips curled into a faint smile. The return of her stalwart leader restored the last vestiges of her crumbling resolve. Suspended in midair, Zod gazed down at Lin Yao, a sinister grin stretching across his bloodied face. Earth scum, do you believe that killing me will tame these warriors? The kneeling Kryptonian soldiers erupted in suppressed cheers, many trembling in anticipation. Yet ultimately, they suppressed their rebellious thoughts. They were unwilling to continue as mere cannon fodder and held little faith in General Zod. He released the biopower field that had restrained Fura, stepping back a couple of paces, arms crossed, a triumphant expression adorning his face. It appeared the experiment had yielded successful results. Come at me all at once. I wish to indulge myself, he declared. Then, turning his gaze towards Clark, a wicked smile danced upon his lips. You should join them in attacking me. Facing weak opponents would be rather tedious. General, Fura's voice trembled as she returned to Zod's side. Zod raised a hand to interrupt her. I can sense that you lack even the courage to resist before him. But now, I have returned. During this time apart, they had acclimated to the radiation of the yellow sun and the Earth's atmospheric conditions, gaining strength. Yet before them, Lin Yao stood with arms wide open, utterly defenseless, even closing his eyes, not bothering to look at them. Such disdain was undoubtedly an affront to warriors. Zod and Fura shouted in unison, charging towards Lin Yao at full speed. In the next instant, time seemed to freeze. Upon dashing to within 3 meters of Lin Yao, Fura was horrified to discover that her body had become immobile, even her eyes unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Yao raised a hand and lightly waved it, for beams of heat vision dissipating like candle flames extinguished by the wind. The second application of the biopower field, Lin Yao's voice echoed in her mind. Not only can it manipulate objects, but it can also interfere with energy flow. He strolled up to Zod, whose fist halted a mere 10 centimeters from his throat, veins bulging on his arm, every bead of sweat suspended in midair. Lin Yao's fingertip pressed against Zod's brow, golden energy pouring into the Kryptonian general's body through the point of contact. Zod let out a beastly roar, feeling invisible hands reshaping his cellular structure. The wounds that had just healed reopened, yet no blood spilled forth. Instead, a foul-smelling, dark blue foam emerged. Zod's tightly clenched fist trembled and released, his entire being suspended, unable to touch the ground. Clark, who had not intended to join the fray, awkwardly found himself propelled forward by an invisible force. Lin Yao shook his head in disappointment. With a swift motion, he sent Clark flying with a flick of his wrist, focusing all his attention on the 2 Kryptonian warriors who refused to surrender. General Fura's voice was hoarse. She finally grasped why Lin Yao had allowed them to attack and why he had not dealt a fatal blow. He was playing a game of cat and mouse, using absolute power to crush any remaining flicker of rebellion in their hearts. Zod ultimately relinquished all resistance, kneeling on one knee. His wrist blade struck the ground with a heavy thud. I concede. I beg you, spare my subordinates. They are merely. What I desire is not surrender. Lin Yao interrupted him, pointing a finger at Zod's forehead as countless luminous dots infiltrated his brow. What I demand is absolute loyalty. From this day forth, every breath you take, every thought you harbor, shall belong to me. Fola watched as the radiant points penetrated her companions' foreheads, a chilling sensation creeping up her spine. She reached for her own brow, where a golden starburst mark began to manifest, as if a shackle had been branded deep within her soul. Now, you may attempt to resist me, Zod roared, lunging forward once more, determined to drive his wrist blade into Lin Yao's nape. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lin Yao remained utterly motionless, while Zod, as he closed the distance, found himself forcibly halting his advance. His left hand gripped his own right wrist with all his might, twisting it towards his own throat. Then, amidst the incredulous gasps of onlookers, Zod began to stab at his own neck, eyes, and heart with the blade attached to his right arm, relentlessly piercing vital areas until his bodily functions collapsed, rendering him powerless to continue the assault, finally crumpling to the ground. Do you see? Lin Yao approached Fuola, who instinctively recoiled, only to discover her feet had been ensnared by an invisible force. In the face of absolute power, your glory and your resistance are but the cries of children. Fuola closed her eyes, hearing the frantic rhythm of her heart, feeling the restless energy of the yellow sun within her being tamed by a higher presence. When she opened her eyes once more, the combativeness in her gaze had transformed into a glimmer of submission. Our lives belong to you, Master. In the distance, Clark finally broke free from the constraints of the biological force field, but halted upon witnessing this scene. He gazed at Lin Yao, standing amidst a circle of kneeling Kryptonian warriors, golden energy swirling around him, akin to a deity descended upon the earth. This friend who had guided him in mastering his powers and defending his homeland now exuded an aura that felt both alien and unsettling. Is this your solution? Clark's voice was hoarse. Lin Yao turned, a languid smile gracing his lips. What else? Should I use your rhetoric to convince them of love and peace? He snapped his fingers, and all the Kryptonian warriors simultaneously rose, marching in perfect unison to salute him. Sometimes, the best way to tame a beast is to let it witness who the true king of beasts is. Chapter 19. Return to the 1610 universe as the battle concluded. A settlement notification appeared in the group chat. Task Krypton invasion completed. Participants. 45 task rating. Level rewards distributed. 1. Lin Yao, points 5800, base 300, ranking 2500. Additional 3000 for subduing residual Kryptonian forces. 2. Bruce Wayne, points 1300, base 300, ranking 1003. Mark Grayson, points 500, base 300, ranking 204. Patriotic Man, points 500, base 300, ranking 200. After the task settlement, Lin Yao, contemplating future endeavors, deliberately refrained from retrieving Zod's remains. He also chose not to address the damaged Black Zero spacecraft. His intentions were straightforward, to preserve these remnants for Lex Luthor, who could eventually create Doomsday. As for Clark, it was not imperative for him to perish. He could, at the right moment, control the mother box to send a signal, drawing the likes of the Wild Dog and even Darkseid closer. Yet, all of this lay in a distant future. Lin Yao could not remain in this universe indefinitely. Without further waste of Bruce's points, as the time approached the next billing point, Lin Yao departed the universe, accompanied by the recently subdued Kryptonian warrior squad. Universe 1610. Hell's Kitchen. Remember your identities, Lin Yao called back, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of every Kryptonian. In this universe, you are the newly appointed cadres of the Hand Alliance. As for you, Farah, I find myself in need of a maid at home. Would you take on this role? Yes, Master, Farah responded, kneeling gracefully, her movements more fluid than they had been amidst the ruins of Krypton. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow. Sensing that this warrior's spirit was gradually yielding to his control, her resistance significantly diminished. After several comrades departed, Lin Yao led Farah back to his villa. My dear, you're back so soon? Gwen inquired, reclining on the sofa, engrossed in a classic film, The Simpsons. Upon seeing Lin Yao accompanied by Farah, now dressed in a sleek black tailcoat, her expression shifted from irritation to curiosity. Is this sister someone you brought back from another universe? Is she to be your maid or mine? Farah cleared her throat awkwardly, bowing slightly. Madam, I am Farah, the Master-S housekeeper. You may summon me for any needs you may have. Gwen blinked in bewilderment, casting an inquisitive glance at Lin Yao. Her expression seemed to question, are you joking? You brought back this stunning beauty to serve as a maid? After a brief moment of contemplation, Gwen's smile transformed into one of understanding. Oh, why didn't you say so? So you have a preference for this kind of arrangement. A uniformed lady is indeed delightful. This way, I can enjoy a bit of respite myself. Unbeknownst to Lin Yao, Gwen not only harbored no objections to his pursuit of other women, but actually hoped he would seek out several more, thereby reducing the frequency of her own obligations. Previously, in Mark's world, Gwen had distinctly sensed that the atomic heroine Eve held an interest in Lin Yao. She had contemplated the idea of bringing Eve along. But before she could implement her plan, Lin Yao's journey concluded prematurely. Now, witnessing Lin Yao's awakening as he actively sought out multiple romantic interests, Gwen felt not anger, but rather a sense of solace. Her stoic warrior had finally come to an understanding. Thus, Fura made herself at home in the villa. Aside from household chores, she spent most of her leisure time engrossed in books or exploring Earth's culture online. Taking advantage of a day off, Lin Yao returned home with Gwen. In addition to various necessities, he presented a red envelope containing $100,000. Although the cultural approach to elders in African American society vastly differs from that of Long Nation, Lin Yao believed that he must repay the kindness of his adoptive parents. Had it not been for the concern that his father, a police officer, might worry or even refuse the gift, Lin Yao would have made it at least $1 million. As the door swung open, Lin Yao observed his adoptive mother, Leo, hanging clothes in the bathroom. While his father had yet to return, he also noticed Miles' shoes discarded at the entrance. After ushering the two women inside and changing into slippers, he invited Fura to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Tonight's dinner would consist of roasted chicken, meat sauce lasagna, and creamy mushroom soup. The chicken in the oven crackled as the aromas of honey and rosemary wafted up to the second floor. Fura had donned a navy blue apron specially prepared for her, with a portion of a recipe peeking out from its pocket. Chopping vegetables, slicing meat, and preparing sauces, she executed each task with remarkable skill, evidently demonstrating the effectiveness of her recent studies. Meanwhile, in the living room, Leo surveyed Gwen with a mix of appreciation and satisfaction. "This is Gwen Stacy, my girlfriend. The one preparing dinner in the kitchen is Fura, my housekeeper. Just call me Gwen, ma'am," Gwen offered, extending her hand, only to be embraced warmly by Leo. The Spider-Man, who remained unfazed during street battles, found himself momentarily at a loss, enveloped in the affection of this spirited embrace, the scent of cinnamon wafting from Leo. "Call me Mom." "Dear," Leo said, playfully pinching Gwen's cheek. "Look at this lovely blonde. She is even more enchanting than the stars of television. Lin Yao can be quite careless. You must be working hard to take care of him." Just then, Lin Yao's adoptive father, Sheriff Jefferson, returned home. He held today's newspaper in his hand, approaching the sofa while greeting Lin Yao with a smile. "You rascal, the bourbon whiskey you sent last time was quite good. Old Joe and I polished off half a bottle. Who is this?" "Mr. Davis, good day." Gwen produced a velvet gift box from her handbag. "I heard you enjoy collecting badges. This is a replica of a 19th century Scottish police badge I found during my business trip to London." Jefferson raised an eyebrow, accepting the badge and gently rubbing the thistle design with his fingertip. "Thoughtful of you. How did that little rascal manage to charm you?" Suddenly, he raised his voice, calling towards the staircase. "Miles, your brother has brought a girlfriend home. Come down to greet her." From the second floor, hurried footsteps were heard, and 15-year-old Miles, clad in a t-shirt adorned with graffiti-style spider patterns, stumbled down. He stared at Gwen for a moment, then awkwardly offered a greeting. Subsequently, he turned to glance at Flora in the kitchen. "This is my brother, Miles." Lin Yao tousled the boy's curly hair, eliciting a disgruntled grumble in response. They had previously met during a time-space disruption, but now, with their parents present, they had to pretend it was their first encounter. After some idle chatter, Lin Yao took the other household items to the balcony before returning to the living room, where he produced a red envelope. Seeing the substantial amount of money, Leo and Jefferson gazed at Lin Yao with serious expressions. "How did you earn so much? You mustn't be involved in any illicit activities." Lin Yao waved his hand dismissively, fabricating a story about both himself and Gwen being exceptionally recruited by Osborne Enterprises, claiming it was a bonus for completing a project. Though they remained somewhat skeptical, the couple accepted the envelope, relieved that their son was earning money. After more casual conversation, Flora appeared, seemingly ready with dinner, carrying a platter from the kitchen. Within mere seconds, she had set the table and arranged the family's utensils and napkins. "My dear, it seems your assistant has received professional training?" Leo whispered to Lin Yao, his gaze landing on Flora's meticulously tied bow tie. "She previously worked in high-end domestic services," Lin Yao lied without flinching, while gesturing for Flora to join them for the meal. Dinner commenced under the candlelight, and as Jefferson sliced through the roasted chicken, the knife effortlessly penetrated the skin, revealing a rich layer of butter and garlic underneath. Gwen scooped a spoonful of mushroom soup, only to be astonished to find delicate shavings of truffle floating atop the broth. Such delicacies do not come cheap. Even with newfound wealth, one ought not to be so extravagant. During the meal, Jefferson smiled at Gwen, engaging her in light conversation. "Child, what do your parents do?" This question cast a brief silence over the table. Gwen was not a native of this universe, and fabricating an identity would inevitably lead to exposure. Lowering her gaze, she made a decision that defied her ancestors. "They perished in a car accident when I was merely 10 years old, and I was subsequently raised in a foster home." At this moment, she suddenly looked up, her lips curving into a bright smile. "But now, I have a new family, such as Lin Yao, and all of you, who are my family as well." Leo's eyes glistened with tears as she grasped Gwen's hand, her voice softer than before. "My dear children, it is truly wonderful that you can support one another. Davis, bring forth that fine bottle of wine. Today is a day worthy of celebration and remembrance." Jefferson turned and retrieved a bottle of 1992 Dom P. Rignon from the wine cabinet, a cherished treasure he had long hesitated to open. Fiorella rose to take the bottle, skillfully uncorking, decanting, and pouring the wine. At this point, she had become nearly indistinguishable from a professional classical butler. The dinner concluded pleasantly. However, as there were no available rooms, Lin Yao bid farewell to the two daughters of the same father and returned to his villa. Fiorella was granted permission to rest, while Lin Yao and Gwen nestled on the sofa to watch the opera The Magic Flute. Upon hearing the classic aria of the Night Queen, Lin Yao couldn't help but clap along. Gods of music, why are you using my head to keep time? Gwen huffed, puffed up like a golden pufferfish, prompting Lin Yao to playfully poke her cheek, causing it to deflate. Ultimately, a light-hearted jest escalated into a battle that would last until the following day. At 2 a.m, Fiorella, awoken for the third time by the raucous skirmish, wore a face that was a portrait of despair, pressing a pillow tightly against her ears. Just end me. Ah. Chapter 20. The Dilemma of New Members. Initially, Lin Yao believed he could indulge in a period of tranquil and leisurely days. However, to his surprise, barely a week into his respite, someone came knocking at his door. In a branch of Hell's Kitchen, Lin Yao encountered a familiar stranger. The blind lawyer Matt Murdoch, sporting a slight stubble and dark sunglasses, sat across from him. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin Yao, or should I refer to you as the new master of Hell's Kitchen? Lawyer Matt extended his hand with a smile, and Lin Yao shook it. Lin Yao had taken full control of the hand association, and with the assistance of his fingers and Kryptonian warriors, he managed to assimilate all underground forces in Hell's Kitchen and throughout New York in just 2 days. It must be said, the terror of consumer downgrade is truly formidable. Enlisting 5 underpowered superheroes and a legion of ninjas to seize gang territories felt akin to an Astartes battling against mere mortals. After ascending to the status of the new underground emperor, Lin Yao promptly prohibited the laundry detergent trade. In contrast to the surveillance and tracking methods employed by Falbor, Lin Yao required no processes or evidence. 3 superheroes hovered over the city, merely watching and apprehending those engaged in drug trafficking. To prevent them from using lead to evade detection, Lin Yao also enacted a decree. On his territory, anyone daring to transport anything using lead casings, regardless of the justification, would be executed on the spot. Mistaken killings? You, a member of the underworld, do you truly intend to transport liquor in leaden containers? It is improbable for an ordinary person to do so, and what commodities would necessitate such protection? Certainly, there exist goods that require safeguarding with lead. Yet those enterprises are predominantly monopolized by Lin Yao himself. Even without engaging in illicit activities, have you not considered other means of acquisition? Under these circumstances, the likelihood of wrongful action is nearly non-existent. Furthermore, even in the event of an error, it bears little consequence. I have ascended to the rank of an underground emperor. Maintaining spotless hands would be incongruous with my persona. Amidst this utterly unreasonable suppression, they managed to cleanse the entirety of New York in a mere 2 days. While operating entertainment venues and engaging in gambling can yield profits, they pale in comparison to the gains from laundering. Consequently, activities such as zero-cost acquisition and armed robbery have surged in frequency recently. Attorney Matt sought an audience to discern the intentions of the new leader of his rival organization. I am not a hero like you. I act solely according to my own desires. Given my appearance, you can surmise why I am so adamantly opposed to illicit substances. As for other matters, I am disinclined to concern myself with them. If you wish to pursue, then pursue. I am currently reliant on legitimate enterprises for my income. At this juncture, Lin Yao paused, casting a disdainful glance at Attorney Matt. What you have struggled with for a decade, I can resolve in a single day. Instead of engaging in idle conversation with me, you would be better served apprehending a couple of zero-cost acquisition offenders. Understanding Lin Yao's stance, Matt resignedly shrugged, bid farewell, and departed the restaurant. With little to occupy his time these days, Lin Yao found himself feeling somewhat bored. After all, with wealth, power, and extraordinary abilities, he had nearly eradicated all superpowered criminals. Having recently accompanied Gwen on various excursions and shopping sprees, he had grown weary of such activities. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to take Gwen to explore other realms. Moreover, he sought to venture into a non-urban world, where amusement and unpredictability would abound. Lin Yao finally grasped why many affluent individuals favor retreats in rural locales. Having lingered in the city for too long, a change of scenery indeed facilitates relaxation. After careful consideration, Lin Yao selected 3 distinct worlds, those of the new member Long, Lisa, and Tian Xiaoban. Long's domain is a martial arts realm, while Lisa inhabits a quaint European town from the 15th century, both starkly contrasting with modern urban life. Although Tian Xiaoban's setting is urban, He and his grandfather often travel in a motorhome, encountering an array of extraterrestrials and magicians along the way, providing ample entertainment. After briefly introducing the three worlds to Gwen, Lin Yao, as was his custom, prepared a slip of paper for her to draw from. Before long, Gwen had selected a paper ball. Upon unfolding the narrative, one discovers the prominent inscription DeLong. DeLong had previously shared a self-introduction video, captivating the audience with his enchanting realm filled with creatures. However, he now finds himself imprisoned, rendering him incapable of hosting guests. Individuals like Mark and Tian Xiaoban possess the ability to assist DeLong in his escape. Yet their moral compass leads them to subconsciously believe that engaging in conversation with DeLong is acceptable, while aiding in his jailbreak is decidedly unethical. Consequently, even after 10 days of joining the group, DeLong remains ensnared. Lin Yao inquires, "DeLong, I wish to explore your world with my girlfriend. Is that feasible?" DeLong responds, "Are you the formidable Lin Yao from the group? I would undoubtedly welcome your presence in my world, but alas, you cannot aid me in my escape. It would not do for you to languish in this prison alongside me." As he speaks, DeLong shares a photograph depicting himself bound by chains and a tortoiseshell-like shackle, kneeling helplessly upon the ground. Despite his words, DeLong's heart reveals a genuine yearning for companionship. DeLong has extended an invitation to you. Lin Yao accepts the invitation, and after experiencing a familiar sensation of weightlessness, he and Gwen materialize at the dim, stifling base of a high tower. Before them kneels a robust snow leopard. His limbs shackled by iron chains thicker than his wrists, a complex tortoiseshell restraint affixed to his back. "Ah, I am delighted by your arrival." With a swift motion, Lin Yao, akin to unwrapping a package, effortlessly dismantles nearly all of DeLong's restraints. DeLong's amber eyes widen in astonishment as he witnesses Lin Yao discard the broken chain segments. "What manner of creature are you?" DeLong's voice emerges as a raspy whisper, his mane bristling with shock. He attempts to move his blood-marked wrists, incredulous at the sudden restoration of his freedom. At that moment, the rhinoceros guards above become aware of the disturbance, swiftly repositioning their crossbows to target the trio. Though Gwen possesses spider sense, making it easy for her to evade the onslaught, Lin Yao resolves to charge forth, prepared for any eventuality. He raises his hands and strikes them together with force, invoking the classic maneuver of the green giant next door, the Hulk Smash. The resulting gale of energy obliterates the surrounding walls and crossbows, sending the rhinoceros guards crashing against the walls, lifeless as they crumple to the ground. Let us not linger. Wasting no time, Lin Yao seizes one in each hand and ascends into the sky. Those who attempt to impede their progress are either repelled or vanquished by his fiery gaze. Upon reaching the dome above, Lin Yao deposits DeLong near the entrance, simultaneously shattering the heavy prison door with a spit. "Either grant us passage or prepare to face our wrath before we depart. Rhino horns hold considerable value in my world. Personally, I lean towards the latter option." Gazing at the entity floating in the heavens, capable of unleashing beams of power surpassing that of artillery, a single droplet of saliva sufficient to shatter walls and gates, the rhinoceros guards ultimately conceded. Though they were soldiers, it was evident that facing certain death would not alter the inevitable outcome. They were reluctant to embrace such a fate. Thus, the great dragon departed from the prison. However, his intent to return to Peace Valley with vengeance was thwarted by Lin Yao. "Firstly, you are neither a divine dragon nor can you aspire to be one. It is unnecessary to seek humiliation. Secondly, that place is, after all, where you were raised. An ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom states, to be nurtured before birth, 100 lifetimes cannot repay. You not only fail to express gratitude but also treat the master who raised you as if he were your own father with such disdain. Frankly, you are the first villain in our circle. If not for the camaraderie preventing malicious attacks, I would not hesitate to rid us of this ungrateful wretch." Upon hearing these words, the great dragon could not help but reminisce about his life in the Emerald Palace. He had been enchanted, believing that becoming the divine dragon hero was the very essence of his existence. Yet, he had forgotten that his master merely stated, with diligent training, "You shall undoubtedly become a great hero." The masters of the flying rhinoceros, the crocodile, and the turtle were not divine dragon heroes. Yet they were still held in high esteem and affection. Perhaps he was indeed mistaken? It was time to awaken from the dream of the divine dragon hero. Under the immense pressure of Lin Yao's formidable strength, the great dragon seemed to come to this realization. He had long lacked someone who could speak plainly and awaken him from his delusions. He exhaled a long, heavy breath and, cupping his fists in respect towards Lin Yao, expressed his profound gratitude for the guidance. Although he wished to cease the destruction of Peace Valley and the pursuit of the divine dragon scroll, he still yearned to return for a visit. He wished to personally apologize to his master and embark on a journey of exploration. For the first time in his life, he left Peace Valley, and it was only during his transfer to the prison. As the three walked and conversed, Gwen expressed her desire to learn martial arts. Lin Yao found this intriguing, for the martial arts of this world were unlike mere performance arts of his previous life. They were genuine practices capable of cultivating inner strength and even achieving transcendence. Chapter 21. I command you to use iron fingers on me. Amidst the ethereal morning mist of Peace Valley, the silhouette of Emerald Peak emerged, shrouded in mystery. Lin Yao embraced Gwen with his left arm while his right hand grasped the mane at the nape of the great dragon's neck. Traversing the perilous chasm of the suspension bridge with ease, the iron chains and wooden planks creaked under the burden of their weight, while the distant bamboo forest rustled softly, as if a concealed surveillance were converging from all directions. Stop right there. A sharp command sliced through the morning fog. At the heart of the bridge, 5 figures stood firmly nailed to the wooden planks. At the forefront, a fierce tigress crossed her arms, her sharp claws glinting coldly in the sunlight. Behind her were her companions, a mantis, a serpent, a crane, and a monkey, arranged in a fan shape, sealing off the bridge with impeccable precision. The great dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. It was the first time in 20 years of captivity that he faced his former disciples directly. Suspended in midair, Gwen gazed curiously at the 5 figures clad in traditional martial arts attire below, an urge to reach out and touch them bubbling within her. Regrettably, these 5 beings seemed rather unfriendly towards her, prompting her to abandon the thought. I have no interest in this level. We shall meet later at the Emerald Palace, Lin Yao remarked, patting the dragon's shoulder before wrapping his arm around Gwen and soaring towards the direction of the Emerald Palace. The 5 heroes attempted to intervene, but facing the oncoming dragon, they could only brace themselves for battle. The suspension bridge swayed in the morning mist like the strings of a zither, while the dragon's scarlet pupils swept over the 5 obstructing figures, the chains at his tailbone suddenly tightening like a steel whip. The fierce and delicate tiger was the first to act, her claws tearing through the morning fog with a sharp sound. 10 beams of cold light aimed directly at the dragon's throat. This technique, the tiger's roar windbreak, had been practiced 1,000 times in the Emerald Palace and had felled many a thief and scoundrel. Now, regarding this former senior brother, she felt not only anxiety, but also a thrill. After all this time, your claws and temperament remain as impetuous as ever. The dragon waved his left hand lightly, the energy in his palms swirling like dark clouds. The fierce and delicate tiger's pupils contracted, only to see the dragon's right fist approaching her face, the wind from his punch blowing her fur back. In a moment of desperation, the fierce and delicate tiger rolled away, her tail sweeping to entangle the iron chains of the suspension bridge, using the momentum to launch a series of kicks. The dragon stood his ground, allowing the 3 kicks to strike his chest, a low, rumbling laugh emanating from his throat. Powerful enough, but alas, lacking in intellect. The quick mantis shot forward like a green lightning bolt, her twin blades aimed at the dragon's elbow. The dragon's wrist twisted, the severed bridge cable coiling around the mantis's neck like a serpent. Just as a shadowy figure lunged at him, the charming little dragon's snake-like tendrils had ensnared his ankle. Release the chains and return with us to the Emerald Palace for judgment. The charming little dragon's waist was more supple than it had been years ago, the serpent's body tightly coiling around the dragon's wrist. The golden monkey seized the opportunity to leap onto his shoulder, delivering a kick to his temple that produced a dull thud. The 4 closed in, the celestial crane unfurling its wings, preparing to deliver the final blow from above. Yet, in that instant, the dragon suddenly let out a thunderous roar, his energy erupting like a volcano, causing the wooden planks of the bridge to shatter. The quick mantis was thrown off by the shockwave, colliding with the celestial crane. The golden monkey, performing acrobatics, grasped the broken bridge cable, only to see the dragon swing a half-severed iron chain, sending the fierce and delicate tiger and charming little dragon hurtling backwards, crashing against the massive boulders at the cliff's edge. You still prefer to huddle together to take a beating. The dragon crushed the last intact wooden plank beneath his feet, the ropes ensnaring the fierce and delicate tiger, lifting her before him. At this moment, you are barely enough to serve as my warm-up. As he released the ropes, the fierce and delicate tiger staggered backward. The swift mantis, undeterred, darted through the armpit of the fierce little tiger like a concealed weapon, aiming its dual blades directly at the dragon's acupoint. This maneuver, known as mantis points the water, was as rapid as lightning, yet upon contact with the skin, it was repelled by a layer of dark energy. Your master has taught you well, but you still lack a certain finesse. I bear no ill will, But to prevent any disturbances, it would be best for you to remain here for a while. The dragon stated. As it spoke, the dragon transformed into a shadowy figure, swiftly gliding past the 5 heroes. The expressions of the warriors contorted in pain as they collapsed to the ground, each struck at their acupoints by the dragon. Meanwhile, as the 5 heroes engaged the dragon, Lin Yao had already arrived at the steps leading to the Emerald Palace with Gwen. In a place like this, soaring in would lack charm. One must ascend the steps with grounded steps to truly savor the experience. Unfortunately, before they could reach the entrance, a small panda clad in black linen blocked their path. Gazing at this pint-sized creature, which barely reached Lin Yao's waist, Gwen could no longer contain her excitement. She stepped forward, scooping up the master in her arms, inhaling deeply as if she were indulging in the delight of a soft, furry companion. Lin Yao, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the sight of his master's furious expression, hastily explained, "This is my girlfriend. She means no harm. She simply adores fluffy animals." The master wriggled free from Gwen's embrace and landed before Lin Yao, coldly demanding, "What manner of creatures are you? Why have you invaded the Emerald Palace?" At a loss for words, Lin Yao hesitated, for in this world, the species known as humans does not exist. Yet, when various animals converse, they commonly refer to one another using terms like that person or this person. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yao resorted to a serious fabrication. "Greetings, master. I am Lin Yao, and this is Gwen. We are terror-inducing upright apes. Our purpose here is to engage in friendly sparring and to learn martial arts." Referring to the master in such a way was not an indication of Lin Yao's desire to be trained, but rather the name of the small panda before him, who was indeed called master. "Oh, you wish to learn martial arts? If so, you could have simply come to the mountain gate. Why let the dragon go? Answer me." Lin Yao struggled to suppress a laugh, his mind having abandoned rational thought. He resolved not to engage in further verbal sparring with these small creatures and instead decided to act, feigning an attempt to seize the dragon scroll. Perhaps this would compel them to utilize their mystical iron finger lock and transport him to the spirit realm. Within that realm, the ancestral champions, especially the revered Master Turtle, known as the source of martial arts, were truly the figures Lin Yao aspired to learn from. "Very well, I shall tell you. I have come for the dragon scroll." As he spoke, Lin Yao forcefully stomped the ground, his form becoming a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the main hall of the Emerald Palace. He intentionally restrained his power to match that of the master, for otherwise, that single burst of speed could have easily ended the little panda's existence. The master's black cloth shoes lightly tapped the ground, gracefully evading Lin Yao's sudden thrust like a bamboo leaf caught in the wind. Lin Yao deliberately restrained his speed to match that of his master, intending to engage in a close combat, where he could learn a great deal from their brief exchange. Possessing an almost photographic memory, he believed that even this fleeting encounter would allow him to absorb a considerable amount of martial arts knowledge. Concealed yet revealing. The master's voice was as cold as frost, and with a swift motion of his hands, he initiated the Tai Chi push hands form. Lin Yao feigned ignorance, launching a powerful right punch aimed directly at his master's face. Yet, just as it was about to connect, a gentle force redirected his fist upward, causing him to stumble forward due to inertia. It dawned on him that within his master's seemingly petite frame resided a strength as resilient and flexible as old bamboo. Was this a fearsome upright ape? More akin to an untamed mountain brute. The master gracefully executed a flower-stepping maneuver, moving around Lin Yao like a phantom. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Yao caught sight of his opponent's shoe tips leaving delicate white specks on the bluestone tiles, a testament to decades of rigorous practice. As the fifth shadow darted from the left, Lin Yao intentionally exposed a gap at his shoulder and neck, eagerly welcoming a precise thrust. However, this seemingly lethal strike transformed into a gentle flick of the fingertips before it could touch his skin, carrying an element of testing. "Is this all the force you can muster?" Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, attempting to lock his master's wrist with a countergrab. Yet, the master, like a panda, suddenly settled into a horse stance, arching his back like a tortoise shell, employing the art of bone contraction. Lin Yao's grasp fell empty. As his master leaped to the top of a pillar, the bamboo beam beneath him emitting a soft sound. With his hands rotating, the master assumed a stance resembling the embrace of a sparrow's tail, causing the copper bell at the eaves to resonate with the flowing air. "You dare covet the dragon scroll without even solidifying your foundation?" Lin Yao silently admired this, though he feigned impatience on the surface. Simultaneously, he slightly increased his force, executing broader movements to create an illusion of having provoked his master. He surged forward, sweeping his right leg in a motion that stirred a whirlwind of fallen leaves. the seemingly ferocious sweeping kick cleverly concealing its true intent, pressuring his opponent to reveal their hidden cards. Indeed, as the master spun midair, a segment of green bamboo slipped from his sleeve, the legendary bamboo shadow flying daggers, passed down from the Emerald Palace. 3 daggers, wrapped in a gust of wind, grazed past Lin Yao's ears, embedding themselves into the stone wall behind him, forming an equilateral triangle. What a remarkable technique, Lin Yao internally praised, deliberately allowing his left rib to absorb a strike akin to a bear crashing into a tree. Though his master's shoulder was small, the impact resonated like a blow against a bronze bell, reverberating with internal strength. Seizing the opportunity, he staggered back towards the entrance of the main hall, catching a glimpse of the dragon scroll on the incense table emanating a faint glow. With a swift twist and a leap akin to a carp, Lin Yao extended his body like a cheetah, reaching for the red scroll held in the jaws of the jade dragon head above. Observing this, the master felt a surge of urgency. With a powerful push, he propelled himself forward like a bullet, intent on stopping Lin Yao. Sensing the opportune moment, Lin Yao deliberately turned and feigned a punch, drawing his arm nearly to his back, thereby exposing his right side entirely. Such an evident opening could not possibly be overlooked by his master. Like a pianist, his master's slender fingers, as delicate as toothpicks, danced swiftly upon Lin Yao's body, pressing down 3 times. This was indeed the initiation of the Lingxi iron finger lock. Are you ready to confess now? His master's fingertips exerted a slight pressure on his right rib, yet Lin Yao suddenly wore a mischievous grin. All right, I confess, I deliberately provoked you to act, intending to utilize the iron finger lock to access the spirit realm. Your power has already reached 80%. You must release me. The little panda's pupils constricted sharply, realizing that the person before him had been concealing his true strength all along. However, the technique of the iron finger lock had already progressed to nearly 90%, and it was too late to retract it. A chime resonated, ethereal and melodious, reminiscent of the tranquil bells of a mountain temple, instilling a sense of relaxation. Gwen watched in astonishment as Lin Yao and his master were enveloped in a golden and white aura, resembling 2 entwined colossal dragons. In the next moment, the ceiling of the main hall suddenly split open, golden light pouring forth as if a giant hand were tearing through the heavens. In the sensation of weightlessness, Lin Yao glimpsed the shocked expression of his master and the hair of Gwen being swept away by the shockwave as she rushed towards him. In his flustered state, he could only leave behind a hasty declaration, "I shall return swiftly." Chapter 22. The Spirit Realm. The Spirit Realm, in essence, bears little distinction from the human world. At least, upon his arrival, Lin Yao did not perceive a considerable difference. The golden aura enveloped his spiritual form like liquid mercury, and as his feet touched the ground of the spirit realm, he felt a peculiar texture that lay between the tangible and the ethereal. Before him stretched a vast expanse, woven from clouds and glimmers of light, while several inverted peaks floated in the distance, each mountain adorned with the erosion patterns of martial arts shaped by the passage of time. The air was imbued with the faint scent of sandalwood, a lingering essence belonging to the departed warriors. "Who goes there?" A gruff voice bellowed from the left. Lin Yao turned to see 3 massive spiritual entities engaged in fierce combat, with a figure clad in black armor. The water buffalo warrior's dual horns tore through the ground, sending towering waves of earth skyward. The crocodile warrior lashed its tail like a steel whip, the air crackling with the sound of snapping joints. The rhinoceros champion charged with brutal speed, creating ripples in the very fabric of space. Their adversary wielded a chain blade, forged from martial energy, each strike accompanied by a piercing shriek. This figure, cloaked in dark gray, possessed fur denser than that of the water buffalo. Most striking were the enormous horns atop his head, resembling intricately segmented sausages. Coupled with the pair of emerald-hued chain blades he wielded, Lin Yao immediately recognized him as the former companion of Master Turtle, the formidable Tian Sha. At this moment, the unexpected presence of an unknown entity captured the attention of all 4 individuals. "Do not be alarmed. I am merely a novice who has just entered the spirit realm," the newcomer reassured them. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Tian Sha's eyes as he sensed the formidable power emanating from this unfamiliar spirit. If he could harness this energy, his strength would undoubtedly surge to new heights. However, with 3 adversaries still to confront, he could not divert his focus to Lin Yao just yet. Resolving to deal with the immediate threats first, Tian Sha swung his chain blades and charged at the trio led by the rhinoceros. Lin Yao observed the situation for a while before deciding to withdraw and seek out Master Turtle. He noted that the techniques employed by these individuals were all unique forms of specialized boxing, each emphasizing their inherent strengths. For instance, the crocodile relied on tail sweeps and bites, the bull utilized its horns, while the rhinoceros favored ferocious charges. Despite Tiansha wielding chain blades, most of his attacks were still fundamentally reliant on Qi as support. Lin Yao attempted to replicate their combat styles, endeavoring to create his own set of Xingyi boxing. Unfortunately, even with the aid of his superior intellect, he was unable to devise a cohesive martial art in just a few minutes. Having accomplished his initial goal and unable to gain further enhancement at this moment, he decided against lingering and turned to search for Master Turtle in another direction. As Lin Yao's spirit traversed the shimmering mist, the distant, suspended peaks cast dappled shadows, resembling a flowing ink painting. He noticed the rocks along the way were adorned with intricate martial patterns, each radiating a faint spiritual glow, as if recounting the glory of a once mighty warrior. The scent of sandalwood grew increasingly rich, mingled with a subtle sword aura, evoking memories of Master Turtle's tranquil tea room. Upon passing through a veil woven from light and mist, a serene lake unfolded before him. The surface of the lake lay still as a mirror, reflecting the stardust floating in the sky. At the center of the lake, a small island emerged, crowned by a magnificent ginkgo tree, its golden leaves gently swaying in the spirit breeze, each leaf inscribed with faint runes. Beneath the tree sat a large turtle clad in a gray robe, legs crossed and hands forming seals, surrounded by a gentle golden aura. Indeed, it was the Master Turtle he sought. A surge of joy filled Lin Yao's heart as he hastened his steps across the stone bridge leading to the island. This bridge, crafted from transparent spirit crystals, spanned over the crystal-clear waters below, where shimmering koi fish, formed from condensed spiritual energy, swam gracefully. As he approached the island, he suddenly felt a gentle force enveloping him, calming the impatience that had arisen from his hurried journey. Respected Master Turtle, Lin Yao addressed him respectfully, bowing deeply, as a newcomer to the spirit realm. I have come to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation. The Turtle Master slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gentle as the warm sun of spring. Little one, you carry the essence of the earthly realm, yet possess the pure, ethereal light of the spirit world, which is indeed fascinating. However, he shook his head slightly. Though your spiritual body is formidable, your aura is somewhat disordered, as if a fire burns within your heart. Lin Yao was taken aback, recalling his eagerness to create his own martial arts during the observation of the Tiansha battle, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Senior, your insight is truly sharp. I admit I have been a bit hasty, desiring to master the powers of the spirit world swiftly. Yet, my attempts at developing the symbolic fist have repeatedly met with failure, leading to inevitable agitation. The Turtle Master chuckled softly and posed a seemingly unconnected question. Then answer me this. What is it that you truly desire? The first step in cultivation is not to mimic the techniques of others, but to understand oneself. Why does your spiritual form manifest in such a way? From where does the light within you originate? Have you ever taken the time to ponder these questions deeply? Lin Yao was rendered speechless. He had indeed relied on the analytical capabilities bestowed by his superintelligence, accustomed to enhancing himself through the analysis of external information. Yet he had never truly looked inward. At that moment, with the Turtle Master's insight illuminating him, he suddenly recognized that his understanding of himself was overly superficial and categorized. He knew he was Lin Yao, a traveler, a Kryptonian, the adopted son of the Morales couple, and the brother of Miles. However, he was unclear about what he truly sought: power, skill, or something else entirely. Come, sit down. The Turtle Master gestured to the grass opposite him. Lay aside your superintelligence, release your fixation on techniques, and simply use your heart to feel everything in the spirit world. Lin Yao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately settled into a cross-legged position and closed his eyes. Initially, his mind was flooded with various martial arts formulas and battle scenes, like a revolving lantern that could not be halted. The distant sounds of combat also tempted him to open his eyes for a glimpse. Yet, the Turtle Master's presence was like a stable mountain, quietly enveloping him and gradually instilling tranquility. Time passed, though Lin Yao was unaware of its passage, until he no longer resisted the turmoil within. He allowed those thoughts to drift by like clouds in the sky. He sensed the energy of the spirit world flowing around him, gently washing over the golden aura of his spiritual body. Suddenly, he realized that the manifestation of his spiritual body enveloped in light was not merely a protective mechanism, but a state of resonance with the energies of the spirit world, much like a seed absorbing moisture in the soil, preparing to break through the earth. As this thought emerged, clarity flooded Lin Yao's mind. He opened his eyes to discover that a thin mist had formed over the surface of the lake. and his spiritual body was slowly floating 3 inches above the ground, the golden aura merging with the surrounding spiritual mist, creating a delicate ripple. Do you see it? The Turtle Master smiled serenely. When one relinquishes attachment to form and instead focuses on intention, the answers will naturally emerge. Your spiritual essence possesses a formidable capacity for absorption and transformation. This is your innate gift and the foundation of your potential. Lin Yao inhaled deeply, feeling a profound clarity envelop him. The elder suggested that he should first harmonize with the characteristics of his own spiritual body rather than forcibly imitate the external forms of others' techniques. Indeed, that is the case. The Turtle Master waved his hand, and the mist above the lake suddenly coalesced into various animal shapes: water buffalo, crocodiles, rhinos, and even the ethereal silhouette of a chain blade. Although the art of form is exquisite, it ultimately relies on external forces. True strength, however, lies in reflecting upon oneself to illuminate one's heart. Observe the myriad warriors in the spiritual realm. Those who transcend life and death have invariably discovered their own path. With this, the Turtle Master concentrated a drop of spiritual light at his fingertip and let it fall into the lake. Instantly, ripples spread across the water's surface, each wave reflecting different scenes. Some warriors meditating atop mountains, resonating with the heavens, others dancing with swords among bamboo groves, their sword intent transforming into azure phoenixes. Still others striking stones by the seaside, where dragon shapes emerged amidst the splashing waves. Their techniques varied widely, yet the essence remained a profound exploration of the self. You possess the gift of photographic memory and transcendent strength. These are advantages, but do not allow them to become shackles that bind your true heart. Wisdom is a tool, not the answer. The true path resides within your heart. Lin Yao silently nodded, his gaze resting upon his spiritual hand. At that moment, it felt as if spiritual energy flowed effortlessly in accordance with his intentions, devoid of any forced calculations. Only pure instinct remained. The Turtle Master nodded approvingly, urging him to remember this sensation, akin to an infant's first touch of the world, free from any preconceived frameworks. Lin Yao closed his eyes, emptying his thoughts. Initially, he felt the gentle flow of spiritual energy, much like a mother's embrace. Gradually, he became aware of a small whirlpool within his spiritual body. Whenever energy passed through it, it became increasingly refined. He attempted to guide a wisp of spiritual energy towards the whirlpool, and in an instant, a surge of warmth arose from the depths of his spiritual essence, as if igniting a bright lantern. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find a circle of intricate runes hovering around his spiritual body, each resonating with the whirlpool he had just sensed. Even more wondrously, the distant sounds of battle suddenly became clear and no longer irritated him. He could perceive the flow of spiritual energy in the midst of the combat, akin to observing stones in a stream, where each collision followed a natural rhythm, yet unfolded spontaneously. This is your chi, the Turtle Master remarked. Each person's spiritual body possesses a unique network, akin to branches on a tree, leading to different possibilities. The fire you have kindled is the source flame within your spiritual veins. It will illuminate the path of your cultivation. Though he had gained insight, Lin Yao knew that this was merely the beginning. The path ahead must be traversed step by step. The true mastery suited to oneself is not acquired through study, but rather cultivated through experience. This was the farewell address from the tortoise to Lin Yao. Though their time together was brief, Lin Yao's gains far exceeded his expectations. As he departed from the small island, his steps felt considerably lighter than when he arrived. The mist over the lake had mysteriously dissipated, while the ginkgo leaves rustled in the wind, as if bidding him farewell. He understood that a long journey lay ahead. Yet at least he had discovered his starting point, the self that resided beneath the golden aura, not yet fully awakened. In the distance, the faint sound of the chain blade could still be heard, but Lin Yao no longer felt the urgency to intervene. He suddenly realized that battles in the spirit realm, as well as the practice of cultivation, were not competitions, nor were they grueling marathons, but rather dialogues with oneself. With a respectful bow towards the tortoise's meditation spot, Lin Yao broke through the boundaries amidst the astonished gazes of all those in the spirit realm. Chapter 23. The final matter on the other side. Before the Emerald Palace in Peace Valley, a sudden gust of wind carrying withered leaves swept through. A bare-chested figure was racing towards them. It was the former trader, DeLong. Master. DeLong's voice echoed before the Emerald Palace, startling the doves perched on the eaves. The master slowly emerged from within the palace, holding a bamboo staff. His gaze calm as he regarded this once favored, yet deeply disappointing disciple. DeLong, you should not have escaped from prison. DeLong inhaled deeply, clasping his hands in a formal gesture of respect. Master, I have returned for two reasons. First, to face you in combat once more. To demonstrate the progress I have made over the years. Second, to apologize to you in person. The master frowned slightly, tapping his staff lightly on the ground. Combat, indeed, is necessary. I shall return you to confinement. No, master, DeLong shook his head. In the past, I believed that only by obtaining the dragon's secret and becoming the strongest could I prove my worth. However, through Lin Yao's enlightenment, I have come to understand that true strength lies not in conquering others, but in overcoming one's inner self. Master Panda gazed intently at DeLong, and after a moment of silence, he assumed a combat stance. Words are futile. You are now a fugitive. No sooner had he spoken than DeLong initiated the attack. His movements were no longer as reckless and full of murderous intent as before, but rather imbued with a steady rhythm. In a flash, he appeared before his master, launching a straight punch that sliced through the air. The master remained composed, deftly deflecting DeLong's strike with a light sweep of his bamboo staff, simultaneously using the momentum to counterattack, sweeping the staff towards DeLong's lower body. DeLong swiftly leapt into the air, executing a flip, his legs striking down towards his master like whips. The two engaged in a fierce battle before the Emerald Palace, exchanging blows without a hint of bloodshed. DeLong's martial prowess has indeed made remarkable strides. Each move and technique now subtly conveys a newfound comprehension of martial arts. He no longer seeks the absolute dominance of strength and speed, but instead emphasizes the fluidity and transformation between techniques, employing finesse to counter his master's assaults. With each exchange, the master grows increasingly astonished, acutely aware that DeLong's mindset has undergone a profound metamorphosis. The ambitious and envious disciple of your now radiates a sense of tranquility and composure through his movements. In the heat of battle, DeLong seizes a fleeting opportunity to execute an entirely new technique. His body undulates like a serpent, palms intertwining, infused with an unusual force as he lunges toward his master. A flicker of admiration flashes in the master's eyes as he brandishes his bamboo staff, forming an impenetrable barrier of defense. Yet, in the very instant their techniques are poised to collide, DeLong abruptly withdraws, retreating several meters away from his master. Master, I concede. The master, momentarily taken aback, lowers his bamboo staff. You clearly possess residual strength. Why do you surrender? DeLong offers a wry smile, shaking his head. In the past, I would stop at nothing for victory. But now I understand that triumph and defeat are not of paramount importance. Engaging with you has illuminated my shortcomings and reaffirmed the correctness of my path in these years of cultivation. He pauses, a hint of remorse glimmering in his eyes. Master, I was foolish back then, driven by greed and desire, betraying you and the Peace Valley. For these years, I have reflected deeply on my transgressions. Today, I sincerely apologize and hope to earn your forgiveness. With that, DeLong kneels, bowing deeply. The master gazes at the kneeling DeLong, his heart a tumult of emotions. This disciple had once filled him with disappointment, yet now he perceives genuine repentance and a resolute desire for change in DeLong. He steps forward, assisting DeLong to rise. Your past errors I shall overlook. However, you remain a fugitive from justice. I must still adhere to my duties. Do you understand? DeLong stands, tears brimming in his eyes. Thank you for your understanding. I will not burden others. I wish to explore the outside world. Should I be apprehended along the way, I shall return to serve my sentence. The master nods with satisfaction. Very well, since you have made your intentions clear, go forth. Remember, the essence of martial arts lies in self-cultivation and compassion. Wherever you may wander, as long as your heart harbors goodwill, you shall embody the true spirit of a martial artist. At that moment, the disciples within the Emerald Palace, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing DeLong, some displayed wariness, while others expressed astonishment. DeLong bowed deeply to the gathered crowd. Dear fellow disciples, I was wrong in the past and caused you harm. I hope that in the days to come, you will diligently safeguard the Peace Valley and perpetuate its martial traditions and spirit. The disciples exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. However, they would not extend any kindness to the fugitive. DeLong once more clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and was about to turn away when a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. The hand belonged to Lin Yao, who had just returned from the spirit realm. With a smile, he performed a respectful bow to his master, then proceeded to unveil his plan. Such an opportunity was rare. It would be beneficial to have DeLong spar with the future dragon hero, a bow, to facilitate his rapid growth. Upon hearing this, the master bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, ultimately conceding with a mixture of resignation and compromise. Indeed, He needed some pressure to truly evolve. Yet Lin Yao shook his finger, correcting him. No, master. I believe that this level of pressure is insufficient for a Bao's swift development. The master, puzzled by Lin Yao's words, witnessed him suddenly produce a plump duck from thin air. Mr. Ping from the noodle shop? Surely, you cannot be suggesting. The master realized Lin Yao's intent the moment he saw the duck in his grasp. We shall perform a play, staging Mr. Ping's demise before a Bao's very eyes. Surely, this will ignite his latent potential. Though he felt uneasy about this course of action, the old adage rang true. One must be willing to sacrifice in order to gain. The master hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately gritting his teeth and nodding in agreement with Lin Yao's scheme. Within the Emerald Palace's scripture chamber, the candlelight flickered in the night breeze. Lin Yao's fingertips tapped lightly on the stone table as moonlight streamed through the window, casting sharp shadows across his chiseled features. Mr. Ping's webbed feet anxiously rubbed the edge of his apron, oil stains spreading irregular patterns on the coarse fabric. Mr. Ping was a Bao's only family. This ruse was perilously reckless. The master still hesitated, wishing to halt this farce. Lin Yao did not contest his master, but seized Mr. Ping's wings. Do you dare to wager? Bet that your son can grasp his true self on the brink of collapse. Mr. Ping's beak trembled slightly, yet resolve flickered in his eyes as he lifted his gaze. When I brought a Bao back from the snowstorm, I was prepared to die 100 times for him. However, you young rascal, do take care not to damage my furniture. Seeing Mr. Ping's determination eased the tension among the others, they meticulously reviewed the play before retiring for the night. At the stroke of midnight, the eaves of the Emerald Palace glimmered with silver under the moonlight. De Long deliberately adjusted his breathing to be heavy and erratic, yet the internal energy in his palm remained meticulously controlled at 30%. At the moment he shattered the threshold of the main hall, the master's bamboo staff coiled around his wrist like a serpent, and both men propelled themselves backward, the tiles beneath them cracking with a delicate sound. Traitor! The master's voice carried a hint of genuine sorrow. The dragon scroll is not something you can lay your hands upon. I shall prove that I am the most fitting heir. The mighty dragon roared as he unleashed the earth-splitting palm, causing the stone slabs beneath to fracture. The two combatants deliberately maneuvered the battlefield closer to the palace walls, while Lin Yao had already established a barrier of energy on the western side, ensuring that any residual force would be accurately redirected towards the commercial street. At the moment they shattered the palace wall, Mr. Ping stood at the entrance of Ping Ji Noodle House, hanging lanterns. He had intentionally donned an apron gifted by a Bao, adorned with a carrot motif in a warm, ginger-colored fabric. The gust from the dragon's palm sent the abacus flying from beneath the eaves, wooden beads clattering down at Mr. Ping's feet. He feigned panic, stepping back, only to intentionally trip at the threshold. Father! A Bao's cry echoed from 3 streets away. He had just emerged from seclusion, rushing to the battlefield, only to find his father still within the danger zone. The dragon and his master were locked in fierce combat. After delivering a powerful side kick that sent his master tumbling over 20 meters away, the dragon propelled himself off the ground, enveloped in a thunderous blue energy. The sound wave, accompanied by the shattering of bricks, surged forth, and Mr. Ping, caught off guard, was struck by the dragon's momentum and sent hurtling away. No! A Bao's roar reverberated, causing the paper windows along the street to rustle. Mr. Ping felt himself lifted by an overwhelming force, crashing heavily against the elm cabinet of the noodle house. The porcelain bowls atop the cabinet shattered with a resounding crash, and as the shards grazed his webbed foot, they drew genuine blood. The warm liquid seeped into his feathers, and he was suddenly reminded of the time a Bao had clumsily cut his finger while learning to make noodles. Mr. Ping. The tremor in his master's voice was a rare occurrence. When the dragon landed, his knee struck the stone slab with a heavy thud. Gazing at Mr. Ping, motionless in the pool of blood, a bitter realization of true guilt surged within him, more painful than when iron chains had pierced his shoulder blade years ago. A Bao surged forward with astonishing speed. This rotund panda, who typically gasped for breath even when chasing thieves, now resembled a whirlwind of black and white. He knelt beside Mr. Ping, trembling claws brushing against his father's closed eyelids, only to discover that the eyes, which had always sparkled with laughter, now lay still like a frozen lake. You promised to teach me how to make jade dumplings. A Bao's voice quivered, as if he were on the verge of shattering. You said that once I learned, you would write the secret recipe on a scroll to pass down to my children. Lin Yao, concealed in the shadows, observed as the fur on the back of a Bao's neck bristled. The once round and plump back suddenly tensed into an arch of steel, and a faint crackling of electricity pulsed through the air. Mr. Ping was safeguarded by Lin Yao's biological force field. Though it appeared he had been struck head-on by the dragon, in reality, he bore no more than a slight bruise. To enhance the realism of the situation, Lin Yao had even thoughtfully hypnotized Mr. Ping to prevent him from waking up prematurely. It is you. It is you both. Abao slowly turned his head, his blood-red eyes scanning the dragon and Lin Yao standing at a distance. You have killed him. You have murdered my father. Chapter 24. A joyous reunion. The moonlight, as frosty as the winter chill, cascaded over the disarrayed ruins of Pingji Noodle House. In Abao's eyes burned two clusters of crimson flames. The fur on the back of his neck stood erect like steel needles. His once round belly tightened into a rock-like arc as he gasped for breath. Slowly he rose, the sound of his feet crunching the shattered porcelain resonating in the air, where a sudden surge of electricity crackled, akin to countless silver serpents slithering beneath his skin. Abao, remain calm, Lin Yao urged, his grip on the master's bamboo staff turning pale, yet he was subtly restrained. DeLong knelt on one knee, his throat constricting as he swallowed a mouthful of blood. He could distinctly sense the turbulent energy within Abao. It was no longer the gentle warmth of yesteryears, but a cataclysmic force entwined with magma and thunder. As Abao took his first step, the bluestone slab beneath him shattered with a thunderous crack. Spiderweb-like fissures radiated from his center, extinguishing the candle flames in the lanterns lining the street. You killed him, Abao's voice rasped, as rough as sandpaper against a blade. Suddenly, he raised his hand, palm upward, and an invisible force lifted the collapsed brick wall, coalescing the debris into a menacing stone fist suspended in midair. DeLong struggled to defend himself, scarcely mounting a counterattack. His earth-shattering palm, meant to unleash a torrent of power, merely stirred a shallow pit beside Abao. Frustrated by his inability to seize the upper hand, Abao howled at the heavens, his voice reverberating like the chime of bells. At last, his energy broke through the final restraints, coalescing into a dazzling golden flame that coiled around him like a mighty dragon. Lin Yao smiled, having calculated every move. Yet he had not anticipated Abao's rapid advancement. If memory served him correctly, this dragon-shaped energy was a manifestation of the combined strength of the entire panda village and his friends, summoned during his battle with the celestial fiend. Seizing the moment, DeLong altered his approach, transitioning from brute force to a more fluid technique, wrapping around Abao's arm like flowing water. This was the cloud hands his master had taught him, specifically designed to counter raw power. Yet, Abao seemed to sense the shift. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the golden flame entwined DeLong's arm, instantaneously dissolving his inner strength. In quick succession, a palm struck DeLong's chest, followed by a sweeping kick to his lower back. Abao's energy, akin to that of a golden dragon, sent DeLong hurtling away for miles. Thanks to the protective measures Lin Yao had set in place and DeLong's own formidable skills, he managed to feign death and escape. As the dust settled, the onlookers were seized by terror upon realizing DeLong had vanished, while Abao remained steadfast in his position. His face was a mask of fury, fixated on Lin Yao suspended in midair. Just then, a faint groan emanated from the ruins. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Abao knelt amidst the rubble, having completely depleted his strength. At this moment, Lin Yao skillfully roused Mr. Ping from his slumber, bringing an end to the farce. The following day, after the great battle concluded, all those who had retreated returned to their homes. Lin Yao and Gwen sat in Mr. Ping's noodle shop, eager to savor the classic delicacies of Peace Valley. Dear patrons, enjoy Ping's beef noodles while they are hot, Mr. Ping exclaimed, his ample figure swaying as he approached. Observing the bowl of beef noodles prepared to his specifications, devoid of scallions and cilantro, Lin Yao nearly blurted out, I do not eat beef. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. Though the noodles were merely of street vendor quality, the texture was delightful, and the broth was purely natural, devoid of any technological enhancements. Lin Yao consumed the noodles with the fervor of quenching a thirst, downing 12 bowls before finally feeling satiated. Gwen gently tapped his sleeve, a silent prompt. As the 5 heroes gradually appeared at the end of the street, I owe you all an apology for yesterday's events, Lin Yao began, recognizing there was no escaping the situation. Although they were not friends, he acknowledged his actions had been less than commendable. The master's bamboo staff tapped lightly on the cobblestones. Rather than an apology, I am more curious as to why you chose to act in such a manner. Lin Yao smiled, finding no need for concealment. Is it not enough that the outcome was favorable? He replied candidly. So, you faked your death to exploit Abao's anger? Hua Tonglong's voice brimmed with indignation. Do you have any idea how long Abao cried last night? He thought his father was dead. Choosing not to engage in further debate, Lin Yao reflected on how his arrangement had not only averted potential destruction, but also aided Bao in advancing his strength. The master recognized the advantage they had gained and chose not to dwell on the matter, instead commanding the 5 heroes to return to the palace for rest, with plans to continue their campaign against bandits the following day. Before departing, he presented Gwen with a manual on Phantom Skynet Fist, a martial arts technique from a mountain bandit leader who had once been defeated by the master, perfectly aligning with Gwen's spider abilities. After Lin Yao's departure, he took a moment to share the wonders of this world in the group chat. To all members, the scenery in DeLong's world is breathtaking, and one can learn genuine martial arts. If you have time, do visit him. Mark Grayson responded, "That sounds fantastic. I have recently hit a plateau and have made no progress despite my training." Tian Xiaoban chimed in, "I want to learn martial arts." Xiaoyu echoed, "So do I." Zugaran remarked, "It sounds intriguing, but unfortunately, I am too busy. The Invisible Man has gone missing, and the entire company is occupied with the search." Bruce Wayne, "When I have the time, I shall take Clark and Diana along to have a look." Lisa, "What is Kung Fu? I have never heard of it." Upon hearing the newcomer Lisa finally speak, Lin Yao promptly called out to her. Lin Yao, "Lisa, I noticed you Haven T shared an introduction video or engaged in conversation, which has cost you quite a few points." Lisa, "Oh, I was afraid of disturbing everyone, so I hesitated to speak up." After a round of encouragement and guidance from the group, Lisa soon sent a video. The protagonist of the video was a stunning woman clad in a red cape, with golden hair fashioned into thick braids cascading over her shoulders. Lin Yao sensed something amiss at first glance. Her appearance alone suggested a short-lived fate. Lisa introduced herself as a wandering scholar, eager to bring science to the masses. However, she lamented that in these times, regions are under the stringent control of religion, and promoting science is deemed heretical. Fortunately, her husband Dracula is a man of vast knowledge. They have been married for over 20 years in their castle in Transylvania and have made numerous research breakthroughs. Lisa has developed effective treatments for diseases once thought insurmountable, such as the Black Death, tuberculosis, and even smallpox. While a complete cure cannot yet be guaranteed, significantly alleviating symptoms is certainly achievable. However, recently Dracula has embarked on travels, leaving Lisa alone in their home. She spends her time primarily practicing as a physician and dispelling her boredom. The keywords Transylvania and Dracula immediately triggered a realization within Lin Yao. He began fervently searching his mind for any references to Dracula from animations and comics. Soon, a particular animated series flashed across his thoughts. It was a Netflix production from his past life, adapted from the game Castlevania, Aria of Sorrow. The series bore the same title, Castlevania. The protagonists are actually Dracula and Lisa's son Alucard, alongside Ralph Belmont, a member of the Belmont family from the Castlevania series. Dracula's wife Lisa, due to her research in modern chemistry, was condemned as a witch and ultimately burned by the church. In his rage, Dracula summoned countless demons, wreaking havoc upon Transylvania. Alucard, believing that only the true evil should be punished, contended that most civilians were innocent victims caught in the fray. This fundamental disagreement between father and son led to a protracted conflict, culminating in Alucard's defeat and subsequent sealing. Meanwhile, Ralph Belmont, a member of the vampire hunting family, arrived at the scene. He allied himself with the sorceress Sephiroth from the Church of Truth and Dracula's son Alucard to confront Dracula. In essence, the animated series is a brief adaptation of the game, presenting a straightforward narrative of heroes striving to thwart a dark lord. However, the recent addition to the group chat is none other than the lady with the dangerously styled hair, who met her demise in less than half an episode. Consequently, Lin Yao and his companions naturally do not align themselves with the demon hunters. Nevertheless, from another perspective, had Lisa been rescued before her capture and subsequent execution, perhaps Dracula would not have succumbed to darkness. Yet, Lin Yao harbors an intense aversion to that decayed ecclesiastical authority. Therefore, he intends to employ a familiar tactic. He plans to stage Lisa's death. Once Dracula has eradicated that ignorant and corrupt clergy, he will return his beloved to him. How splendid would that be? With this thought in mind, Lin Yao promptly added a special reminder to his message for Lisa, while also advising her, "Lisa, please exercise caution and refrain from practicing medicine for the time being. It would be prudent to avoid going out altogether unless absolutely necessary. Should any unusual circumstances arise during this period, you must inform us immediately. Do you understand?" After a pause of 4 to 5 seconds, Lisa finally replied, "Lin Yao, thank you. I will remember." Shortly thereafter, Lin Yao recalled another matter, the promise made to Tian Xiaoban regarding the collection of Kryptonians. "Tian Xiaoban, I have returned to my universe. As per our earlier agreement, Are you able to come over now to gather the Kryptonians? Alongside this message, he sent out a crossover invitation. That's fantastic. I'm on my way, Tian Xiaoban replied. Chapter 25. The joyful type of Tian Xiaoban accompanied by a gentle radiance, a young boy, around 10 years old and dressed in a white shirt and green athletic pants, appeared in Lin Yao's villa. This was Tian Xiaoban, who had previously visited the 1610 universe. But this time, his visit was not for the sake of duty. Long time no see, Brother Lin. Recently, I've had many amusing adventures with my grandfather and my clueless cousin. I never imagined there were so many extraterrestrials in this world. Lin Yao remained silent, allowing him to share his tales of adventure, which also provided insight into the progress of the narrative on his end. At present, Tian Xiaoban had recently acquired the thunderous boom and, although he had encountered numerous intriguing adversaries, his strength was still relatively modest. The individuals he had collected were the finest representatives of their respective races, though he wondered if scanning himself and Fola would yield any differences. Acting on impulse, Lin Yao summoned Fola, inviting Xiaoban to scan her. Fola belonged to the warrior branch, while her intellect and other attributes surpassed those of ordinary earthlings. She did not possess Lin Yao's extraordinary intelligence. Lin Yao was curious to see the extent of the Kryptonian transformation that Xiaoban could achieve by scanning her. With a mere touch, the recording was completed. Xiaoban wasted no time and promptly activated the transformation selection menu, quickly locating a humanoid projection that closely resembled a human. Here we go. I am going to become Superman. As the green light flickered, Tian Xiaoban's appearance remained unchanged, save for the emblem that now adorned his chest. Thus, has my transformation reached completion? It seems so. Let us first test your newfound abilities. Lin Yao, with arms crossed, scrutinized Tian Xiaoban, who had become a Kryptonian. They ascended to the rooftop where Tian Xiaoban attempted to leap, and to his astonishment, he found himself suspended in midair, much like Lin Yao. Just as he steadied himself, a shadow loomed before him, a discarded car hurled by Lin Yao. Startled, Tian Xiaoban instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Upon collision, the derelict vehicle shattered into countless fragments. Though a twinge of pain lingered, the prolonged exposure to sunlight on the rooftop gradually enhanced Xiaoban's abilities in his Kryptonian form. The powers of a Kryptonian are intrinsically linked to the amount of solar radiation absorbed from a yellow sun. It is advisable to engage in combat under sunlight in this form, as it will fortify your strength. Xiaoban nodded, his heart racing with excitement. He now possessed strength surpassing that of a four-handed behemoth, speed exceeding that of a lightning-fast star, and flight capabilities rivaling those of the soaring colossus. Alongside defensive prowess greater than that of the thunderclap, the only uncertainty lingered regarding whether the solar energy absorbed during each transformation would be retained. However, even if he had to bask in the sun repeatedly to enhance his physique, this would serve as a versatile solution for most circumstances. By the way, if the opportunity arises, I hope you can meet the creator. His name is Azimuth, a Gave Knight, also known as Little Captain. Clearly, Tian Xiaoban was engrossed in his newfound powers, oblivious to Lin Yao's words. He was now fervently experimenting with his heat vision to ignite debris, only to extinguish the flames with his freezing breath. Moreover, it seemed that the Kryptonian ability to absorb solar radiation inadvertently allowed him to achieve a charging effect while in use. Even after several minutes, Tian Xiaoban showed no signs of reverting. Hey, I won't revert back forcibly. As long as there is sunlight, my transformation time is virtually limitless. Tian Xiaoban reveled in this discovery, joyfully soaring through the air, eager to test his limits. In contrast to his exuberance, Lin Yao became increasingly curious about another matter. If the Kryptonian essence were recorded into an ultimate form, allowing it to evolve freely over 1,000,000 years in extreme conditions, would it inadvertently create a doomsday? However, such an experiment would carry significant risks. After all, the doomsday birth from Zod's remains posed no real threat. Yet, the creation envisioned by Lin Yao might very well resemble the original incarnation of Doomsday from the comics. That matter is no jest. It cannot be resolved through the endless gems of obliteration or the intervention of omnipotent cosmic entities. Conventional methods are utterly futile against him. However, at present, Tian Xiaoban has yet to ascend to the second tier, let alone the ultimate tier, and he has not yet integrated with the Marvel main universe. Lin Yao believes it is entirely plausible to await the arrival of individuals from the Marvel main universe in the group chat, allowing him to venture into the main universe to learn the magic derived from the Dark Tome, thereby replenishing his powers through the consumption of living beings. Subsequently, he could cultivate a form resembling an ultimate Kryptonian, akin to the Day of Destruction, using the ultimate tier, and finally absorb it with his devouring magic. Would that not propel him directly into the stratosphere? As for Superman, the Source Energy Titan, and the Clock King, those godlike extraterrestrial heroes, unless Azimuth can craft a perfect replica for him, Lin Yao need not consider them for the time being. Ah, the sun shines brightly now. Shall we embark on a grand endeavor? Tian Xiaoban, having acquired a new extraterrestrial hero, is unable to suppress his eagerness for an exhilarating experience. However, all he receives in response is a disheartening revelation. Regrettably, this instance has already been cleared. The only superpowered beings capable of roaming freely are either heroes or my subordinates. Oh, how vexing. There goes our chance for fun. Evening swiftly approached, and Xiaoban was escorted into the cosmos by Lin Yao, having absorbed a sufficient amount of solar energy. He could maintain this transformation for at least 8 hours. They prepared to seize the opportunity to patrol the city, seeking out individuals who were not superpowered criminals to rectify. Follow me. After listening in the air for a moment, Lin Yao grasped Xiaoban by the collar of his shirt and leaped off the rooftop together. As they soared over the treetops of Central Park, Lin Yao quickly identified the source of the sound he had just heard, the tearing of fabric and the cries for help from a young woman. In an apartment within an alley, a man clad in a football jacket was pinning a young girl with cascading waves of hair against the headboard of the bed. One of his hands gripped her wrist while the other had already torn her clothing. Please stop, Ryan. I'm not ready. The voice of the silver-haired girl trembled with tears as she struggled desperately. The man, however, showed no sign of halting. Rather, he leaned in to force a kiss upon her. Oh, darling, you are simply enchanting. We've been dating for 3 months. Why can't we take it further? Tian Xiaoban could no longer contain himself and intended to intervene to halt the man's violence, but was restrained by Lin Yao. Your control over your powers is still unrefined. It would be unfortunate if you inadvertently harmed the girl. As he spoke, Lin Yao's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already within the bedroom. Without uttering a word, Lin Yao seized the man, who was about to commit his heinous act, and hurled him out of the window, as if he were a mere refuse bag. Xiaoban, this scoundrel is yours to deal with. Do as you wish. Understood. Hey, do you think it's cool to bully girls? Well, let me join you. Tian Xiaoban grasped the man by the collar, as if catching a basketball passed by a friend. With a swift motion, she tossed him onto the rooftop of the apartment building. Who are you? The white-haired girl curled up in the corner, lifting her head with a hint of nervousness as she regarded the young man suspended in midair, handsome, striking, and perfectly sculpted. Although he bore an Asian visage, she was certain he was the most attractive human she had ever encountered, without exception. Your friendly neighborhood superhero. Lin Yao quipped as he snapped his fingers and prepared to take flight. Hey, the girl steadied herself against the wall and flung a pendant from her chest towards Lin Yao. Thank you. My name is Felicia Hardy. Lin Yao caught the pendant, feeling the warmth and faint scent of the girl lingering on it. He raised an eyebrow at her, astonished that he had inadvertently saved the future cat burglar. Known as Black Cat, he pondered whether he had altered the pivotal moment of her fate, one where she was coerced by her boyfriend, and whether she would still train for revenge, ultimately evolving into a super thief like her father. Intriguing. With a smile, Lin Yao waved at Felicia and flew out of the window. Felicia stood by the window, her gaze fixed on Lin Yao's silhouette disappearing into the night sky. Lost in thought. What's wrong? You look so glum. Lin Yao remarked as he found Tian Xiaoban delivering a sound thrashing to Ryan near a large trash bin on the street corner. She didn't even ask if we were superheroes. Tian Xiaoban shook his legs, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I had an ultra-cool introduction prepared. Lin Yao chuckled, patting Tian Xiaoban on the shoulder mischievously. Come on, with such a sizzling beauty, how could I let you? The little brat who can only look but not touch. Steal the spotlight? Are you serious? I'm not a little brat. You owe me. Tian Xiaoban was not overly concerned about whether the girl liked him, but he was quite perturbed that Lin Yao had overshadowed him. Ultimately, after a fierce tug-of-war between the two, Lin Yao agreed to take Tian Xiaoban to the amusement park for a day of fun, along with an unlimited shopping spree, thus restoring their camaraderie. Chapter 26. Another Gwen. The following day, Lin Yao was awakened by a loud crash, as Tian Xiaoban slept in the small bedroom on the first floor. The noise was even more pronounced. When Lin Yao, Gwen, Fura, and Tian Xiaoban rushed into the backyard warehouse, they were all taken aback. There lay a woman in a pink and white leather outfit, donning a white Deadpool mask, nestled among a pile of collapsed household boxes. The astonishment among the group was not due to her audacity to trespass into Lin Yao's home, but rather because this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Gwen, with the only distinction being her shorter hairstyle and longer bangs. Hi. Nice to meet you all. The unfamiliar Gwen waved awkwardly at a few people, forcing a strained smile onto her face. However, Her expression quickly shifted to one of confusion as she muttered to herself, "What is happening?" Spider-Gwen, Tian Xiaoban, and a pair of unfamiliar individuals. What brings them here? Is this still Miles' Universe 1610? Lin Yao, possessing extraordinary hearing, naturally caught her words. Realizing that such a statement could only come from someone bearing Gwen's visage, he deduced her identity. "You are Gwenpool." Upon hearing this, the unfamiliar Gwen's face lit up with delight as she sprang to her feet. She trotted over to Lin Yao, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hooray! It seems my popularity has truly surged. But where exactly is this? Why are there non-Marvel characters present?" Confirming Gwenpool's identity surprised Lin Yao as well. Logically, she should only traverse within the Marvel comics. Why had she appeared in his world? Lin Yao discreetly led the others away and pulled Gwenpool aside to explain the situation. Although she was a comic character, her premise allowed her to break the fourth wall and traverse dimensions, making it easy for Lin Yao to clarify the current circumstances. "My goodness, you've assembled quite the eclectic gathering. Not a single native from this universe, and everyone hails from different dimensions." After hearing Lin Yao's account, even the mischievous Gwen found the situation absurd. Initially, she had planned to use her fourth wall-breaking abilities to escape, but awkwardly discovered that she was unable to do so. In this world, her powers seemed to have faltered. Reluctantly, Gwenpool decided to temporarily reside with Lin Yao, fortunate that his spacious villa offered ample room, with even the smallest vacant bedroom comparable in size to a hotel standard room. In the days that followed, Lin Yao entertained his guest Tian Xiaoban, exploring the unique comics and toys of this world. Meanwhile, Gwen spent her time playing games with Fura, contemplating ways to return home. "What should I do? If I can't go back, my prolonged absence will drastically diminish my popularity. Ultimately, my comic will likely be cancelled." After 2 days, Gwenpool sat glumly in the living room, lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Yao and Tian Xiaoban returned home after a day of adventures. Noticing Gwenpool's anxious demeanor, Lin Yao conceived a bold idea: to find Miles and enlist the help of the Weaver Master, who could then assist in sending Gwenpool back to the main universe's Peter Parker. This way, she could once again activate her dimensional traveling abilities within the comics. Standing before the rift in time and space, Lin Yao glanced back at the slightly apprehensive Gwenpool. Her Deadpool mask had been removed, revealing a face almost identical to Gwen's. Yet her expression was tinged with unease. "Are you ready? The process of traversing might be somewhat uncomfortable." Gwen took a deep breath and nodded, willing to endure anything to return home. Lin Yao grasped her arm, the silver bracelet on his wrist emanating a colorful aura, and the rift in time and space instantly widened. They stepped into it, the surroundings beginning to twist and contort. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in Brooklyn of Universe 42. The streets here appeared somewhat dilapidated, starkly contrasting with the universe Lin Yao hailed from. "Is this the Universe 42 you spoke of?" Gwen inquired curiously, surveying her surroundings. Lin Yao nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Miles should be nearby. At that moment, a familiar figure leaped down from the rooftop, landing before them. It was Miles Morales, who, upon spotting Lin Yao and his sister-in-law, immediately released his web and descended. "Bro. Sis, what are you doing here?" Miles scratched his head, smiling as he greeted them. Lin Yao stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Miles' shoulder. "I need your help. Miles, this is Gwen, not your sister-in-law. She is trapped in our universe, and we must use the web of life and destiny to send her back." Miles glanced at Gwen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "So, she is your sister-in-law from another universe? Well, leave the journey to the web of life and destiny to me." The three of them made their way to an abandoned subway station, where Miles extended his hand, a kaleidoscope of dark light shimmering from his palm. As the energy of time and space accumulated, a swirling portal of light materialized. "This is the entrance to the web of life and destiny," Miles announced. They stepped through the portal, and the vista before them left them in awe. The web of life and destiny was an immense expanse, with countless strands of light intertwining, each representing a different universe. "So this is the web of life and destiny," Gwen murmured. "I've only seen it in comics. I never imagined it would be so beautiful in person." Miles nodded. "This is the convergence point of all universes, and the abode of the Master Weaver." The strands of light flowed above them like an inverted galaxy. Gwen delicately touched the nearest strand with her fingertips, as a soft golden light shattered into stardust in her palm, producing a sound akin to wind chimes. "It feels like touching the pages of a comic book," she remarked, her face lighting up with a sense of wonder as she caressed the strands, which seemed both like screens and mere projections. "But it's more textured than I imagined. Hey, do you think there are any of my series among these strands?" Miles shook his head with a rueful smile. "First, let's locate the Master Weaver, Miss Gwen. Suddenly, his spider sense rippled, alerting him to something approaching from the depths of the light web. A beam of golden light streaked across the cosmic web like a meteor, heralding the arrival of the cosmic Captain Spider, who traversed the starry paths. His armor was fashioned from countless minuscule universes, each plate reflecting the celestial tapestry of a different dimension. Accompanying Spider was an interloper. What brings you into the web of fate? Despite any prior acquaintance, the cosmic Captain Spider regarded Gwen and Lin, those extraordinary beings devoid of the spider totem, with a distinct chilliness. Lin stepped forward, his fingertips aglow with the emblem of the multiversal observer. We seek the guidance of the Weaver Master. This lady hails from beyond the narrative layer, and her traversal abilities are rendered ineffective in the current universe. The cosmic Captain Spider's gaze settled upon Gwen's visage. Fascinating. I detect traces of fourth wall breaking upon you. Yet, the web of fate does not concern itself with returning readers, only guiding characters. Suddenly, Gwen raised her hands. Wait, I am indeed a bona fide Marvel character. The Gwenpool Monthly is still ongoing. Enough. This is not a place for your prolonged presence. With his words, the surrounding beams of light converged, encasing Gwen within their embrace. Each strand shimmered with distinct emblems. Some bore the familiar Spider-Man insignia, while others displayed twisted variant symbols. Gwen felt her retina inundated with countless images, faintly glimpsing her echoes across divergent universes, some wielding lightsabers, others donning magical robes, and even one version brandishing a placard protesting Gwen's cancellation. Discover your narrative thread. The voice of the cosmic Captain Spider resounded from all directions. Gwen, ensnared like prey in a web, found her struggles only tightening her bonds. She scanned the surroundings in vain, unable to locate her own storyline. Lin and Miles could offer no assistance. This journey was one she must confront alone. Although she could still see and converse with them, fundamentally, they existed in disparate dimensions. Wait. She suddenly pivoted towards a shimmering pink-hued strand, where a blurred dialogue box emblem hovered. I've ridiculed the editors in the comics and their essay reader mail segment. Gwen ceased her frantic search, instead diving into the temporal stream composed of myriad Spider-Man branching tales. After approximately 5 minutes, she finally emerged, clutching a strip akin to a film reel, woven with countless images of her storyline. The beam unfurled in her grasp, transforming into a flowing comic book, its cover showcasing her classic ensemble of pink and white leather. With the title, Gwenpool, Interdimensional Survival Guide, Issue 17. Success at last. She raised the comic, the pages automatically flipping to the segment where she maneuvered the dialogue box. As she identified her narrative thread, Gwen could distinctly sense a transformation within herself. The ability to perceive the fourth wall, to traverse in and out at will, to manipulate dialogue boxes, to extract items from other comic panels, and even to stretch or shrink comic frames has returned. I am immensely grateful. And once I discover the ability to traverse between text and comics, I shall certainly return to engage with all of you. Gwen, in a flamboyant manner, bounced and waved, her figure gradually fading into the starry river composed of narrative imagery. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Group notification, new member Gwen has applied to join the chat group. Do you approve? 04. It had always been a matter of inviting others into the group chat, and to think that someone could apply of their own volition was quite surprising. Moreover, the applicant was none other than Gwen, who had just departed. Chapter 27. Connection. Upon seeing this notification, the previously silent members of the group were stirred into action. Patriot, can someone really apply to join? I wonder if we will eventually be able to invite people ourselves? Mark Grayson, this is indeed a first for me. I wouldn't mind accepting newcomers. After all, as long as we are not malicious towards each other, having one more person, even if they remain silent, poses no harm. Lin Yao also. There is something I forgot to mention to Brother Lin. Eve from the Young Justice team has approached me twice, wishing to meet you, if it's convenient. Could you come over for a few days? Bruce Wayne, I have no objections. Having more people is always beneficial. Xiaoyu, yay, new friends. When is everyone coming over to play? Only Xiaoban has visited before. Lin Yao observed the incessantly popping messages, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Since the establishment of the group chat, there had never been a non-invitation-based application for membership, indicating a breakthrough in the system's permission mechanism. He accessed the backend logs and discovered that the application source was linked to the narrative layer interface, with the data stream pattern highly congruent with Gwen's comic abilities. Lin Yao, everyone, her ability fundamentally disrupts the fourth wall. Alongside his message, he uploaded a clip from the surveillance footage, showcasing Gwen delicately pinching a hovering dialogue box with her fingertips. In sending the video, Lin Yao also provided some additional clarifications. Lin Yao, In Gwen's perspective, our group chat may be perceived by her as a sort of multiverse transit station, which allows her to apply for entry. Lisa, how fascinating. Can I interpret this as our world being a series of distinct observation boxes, and Gwen can observe us from outside these boxes? Lin Yao, precisely Lisa. However, her observations are limited, and her ability to interfere is minimal. Once she departs from her own realm, such power will cease to function. For instance, when she visited my world previously, her abilities were rendered ineffective. DeLong. In that case, I see no issue with it either. I will follow Lin Yao's lead. Whatever he chooses, I shall choose as well. The majority of the group consented, surpassing the threshold of half the members in the chat, and thus, Gwen Stacy seamlessly joined the conversation. Gwen Stacy, hello everyone. This is Gwen, a devoted enthusiast of the Marvel comic series. Mark Grayson, me. My favorite is the Ultimate Spider-Man series. Tian Xiaoban, I don't have that in my world. If possible, could you lend me some comics to read? Before their engaging discussion on comics could commence, Bruce Wayne swiftly interjected. Bruce Wayne, Gwen, Tian, Mark, children, let us pause for a moment. I have a small inquiry. Gwen, it seems you and Lin Yao both hail from the Marvel Universe. I wonder if you possess the capability to connect his world with the so-called main world. Gwen Stacy, theoretically, that should be possible, but if I venture into his realm, my powers will diminish. Lin Yao, I'll attempt to open a portal from this side. Please keep an eye out. Soon, Gwen began her endeavor to create a temporal rift in Lin Yao's world using her comic frame manipulation abilities. However, after several attempts, she met with failure. She shared a video of her attempts in the group chat. After watching Gwen's demonstration of the portal opening technique, Lin Yao had a different notion. Lin Yao, Gwen, try again near Fist Tower in Hell's Kitchen. Perhaps overlapping the locations will facilitate the opening. After sending a playful emoji in response, Gwen eagerly searched for a comic panel related to Kingpin. Stealthily avoiding the confrontation between Kingpin and Daredevil nearby, she made her way to the employee exit behind Fisk Tower. After snapping a photo of her surroundings and sharing her location, Lin Yao arrived at the corresponding spot in his world. As Gwen began to utilize her ability to manipulate the comic frames, Lin Yao sensed a wave of temporal fluctuation. He recognized it as a temporal disturbance, reminiscent of the first trial he faced when his memories awakened, instigated by the Mysterio-induced time chaos. Suddenly, with a crack, the void ahead shattered like glass. Beyond that rift was not a swirling neon vortex, but a dark corridor filled with pipes and wires, akin to the backstage of a studio. Lin Yao concentrated his thoughts, exerting his biofield to attempt to widen the temporal rift. Success. Indeed, your method proved more effective. In the dark corridor, a pair of bright, azure eyes shimmered with light. Lin Yao intensified his efforts and tore through the membrane completely. Before him appeared a three-dimensional inscription, and in that moment, he felt his world merging with the realm beyond the barrier. Although the fusion has been completed, the two sides remain distinctly separate, showing no signs of collision or mutual annihilation. Infinite gem, source, movie universe, price, 10 units, description, randomly obtain one of the infinite gems. Purchasing multiple at once will not yield duplicates. Usable 20 times. Each activation lasts 12 hours. It must be worn tightly during this period or permanently retain its energy, albeit with only 30 effectiveness. Thanos, the Book of Calliope, source, movie universe, price, 5,000 volumes, description, a precious tome documenting various forms of magic, including both white and black magic. Stephen Strange, Sword of Fushi, source, the Battle of 10 Realms, price, 5,000 units, description, an ancient artifact imbued with formidable power, capable of being activated without special bloodlines. Lin Lai, what are you babbling about? The energy is soaring. Little Ding Dang, source, Thor, price, 8,500 ships, description, a highly intelligent and exceedingly loyal spaceship. Beta Ray Bill, Little Ding Dang, provide fire support. Additionally, there are other items such as Bucky's mechanical arm and the serum for the extremis virus, which do not pique Lin Yao's interest. Unexpectedly, Gwen Stacy's entry into the group not only facilitated Lin Yao's access to the Marvel main universe, but also prompted the system shop to update with many powerful items. Though the prices are somewhat steep, overall they are quite practical. Lin Yao, Gwen Stacy, you should be familiar with social media. The functionality and points acquisition rules are laid out in the announcement. I now have an urgent question that requires your insight. What stage is the timeline you currently occupy in? Gwen Stacy, well aware that Lin Yao is inquiring about the current narrative stage upon her return to the main universe, promptly provides a response. Gwen Stacy, fortune favors us. It seems the Battle of New York has just concluded. I recently saw my dear friend Kate Bishop. Bruce Wayne. Asking this specifically, is there a reason? Are there numerous events in that world that trigger quests? Mark Grayson. Speaking of which, I'm wide awake now. Little you. I hope there are events I can participate in. Uncle Long has grounded me recently, and I'm bored to tears. Tian Xiaoban. Hooray, finally something fun. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yao is filled with enthusiasm. Though the space gem may be beyond reach, I still possess the reality gem and the power gem. Both of which remain unclaimed. I might attempt to seize them. Once acquired, I would stow them away in my vault, and indeed, that would propel me to great heights. Indulging in the spoils. However, before this endeavor, Lin Yao intends to venture into the realm of Mark and Xiaoyu. The purpose is twofold, to assess Mark's training progress and to recruit additional allies. Xiaoyu, despite her valiant spirit, has struggled to safeguard herself during previous missions. Hence, Lin Yao plans to assist her in gathering talismans. With this, he would command an extraordinary assembly, comprising the 12 talismans from Xiaoyu, the unrestrained transformation duration of Tian Xiaoban, the formidable atomic girl Eve, the invincible young hero Mark, the diligent housekeeper Fola, alongside for Kryptonian warriors. Such a cadre would surely stand resilient against even Thanos, rendering the acquisition of the Infinity Gems a mere formality. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yao wasted no time and prompted Xiaoyu to extend an invitation to him. Chapter 28. The Sovereign? Let us see what this entails. Xiaoyu has sent you an invitation, just in time. Lin Yao smiled slightly, exchanged a brief greeting with Gwen, and then confirmed his acceptance. Brother Lin, a girl clad in a red jacket and denim jeans, breathless with excitement, emerged. Indeed, it was the Xiaoyu he had encountered previously. Shoo! Lin Yao cautioned, raising a finger as his gaze swept across the modest room that resembled a small studio apartment. Through the window on the door, he could see several agents clad in suits and earpieces outside. Is this the 13th district? Yes, but we must hurry to thwart the sovereign. He intends to obliterate all of Asia, where my parents reside. Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face etched with urgency, her arms flailing as she bounced in place, signaling Lin Yao to hasten their departure. Let us go. Lin Yao gestured decisively, and then scooped up the petite girl, who barely reached his knees. Together, they boldly exited the 13th district, leaving behind agents who had been lulled to sleep by Lin Yao's charm. They arrived at the sovereign's throne area ahead of Lin Yao's father and Jackie Chan. Although devoid of mystical powers, Lin Yao, as an ultimate being among Kryptonians, possessed senses that far surpassed those of mere humans. Upon landing, he pinpointed the location of the sovereign with precision. He was eager to discover whether the two talismans could indeed render him immortal. Open the door. Sovereign, I know you are home. Do not cower in silence. Lin Yao thundered, stomping his foot, unleashing a formidable shockwave that caused the entire mountain to tremble. Enough! A hoarse roar reverberated from below, intensifying the tremors of the ground. Subsequently, an ancient Chinese palace began to rise slowly from the earth. A beam of golden light spiraled down from the heavens, transforming upon landing into a formidable dragon-headed creature, towering at approximately 5 meters. Not far away, on a hillside, Chung Long and his companions found their progress impeded by a localized tremor orchestrated by Lin Yao. The saint had already begun to confront Lin Yao, and they had only just managed to reach a nearby slope. Father, do you know who that person flying in the sky is? Chung Long whispered curiously into his father's ear. Sheriff Blake and several agents under his command gazed at Lin Yao with expressions of intrigue. The elder scrutinized the scene for a moment before hesitantly voicing his conjecture. The balance of yin and yang in the world tends to self-correct. With the resurrection of the saint, as darkness rises and righteousness wanes, it is only natural that a corresponding divine being will manifest. Clearly, Lin Yao soaring above, exchanging glances with the saint's electric eyes, has led them to mistakenly perceive him as the divine being tasked with sealing the saint. With the assembly of 12 talismans and the power of their original master, the saint displayed formidable combat prowess, managing to hold his ground against Lin Yao for a brief period. However, after a few moments of struggle, he began to falter. Lin Yao's heat vision struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing several meters away until he came to a halt against a wall. Your electric gaze pales in comparison, Saint. Why not try your innate dragon fire? Lin Yao did not rush to pursue. Instead, he descended gracefully to the ground, advancing step by step towards the saint, who was struggling to rise. Meanwhile, Chung Long had arrived at the plaza before the palace, equipped with the magical potion provided by his father. Hello, I'm here to assist, he called out as he jogged to the edge of the battlefield. It was then that he noticed the small figure of Xiaoyu perched on Lin Yao's shoulder, rendering him momentarily speechless. Xiaoyu, What are you doing here? Chung Long stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Lin Yao instructed Xiaoyu to explain the situation to Chung Long while he continued to engage the saint. With a slight exertion of force, he vanished like a wraith, reappearing before the saint and delivering a powerful kick to his lower back. The saint's massive form was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing against a stone pillar, scales shedding as dark golden blood seeped from the wounds. The dragon's blood splattered onto the ground, sizzling and producing wisps of white smoke. As Lin Yao approached, he noticed a pale white glow emanating from the saint's chest. Astonishingly, the fractured vertebrae were reconnecting in the golden light, and all of his injuries were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Indeed, he possessed the ability to self-heal. Lin Yao raised an eyebrow, pausing to gather energy in his fists, intent on delivering a blow to the saint's head to ascertain the limits of the talisman's immortality. Mortal. The Holy Lord swung his dragon tail, sending fragments of surrounding stone pillars flying, while a roar erupted from his mouth. As the 12 talismans converged, my voice abruptly halted. For Chung Long had circled behind him, using his potion-enchanted hands to extract 2 talismans from the figure. Lin Yao gazed in bemusement at the sheep and tiger talismans grasped tightly in Chung Long's hands, nearly bursting into laughter. Chung Long's luck was undeniably poor, as he had randomly drawn the 2 least impactful talismans. This is no concern of yours, Lin Yao remarked, utilizing a biological field to simulate telekinesis, casting Chung Long out of the battlefield. He then approached the Holy Lord and uttered an unexpected command. Try using the monkey talisman on me. What? The Holy Lord stared blankly, and Lin Yao swiftly delivered a kick to his chin, sending him several meters away. After a few more kicks, the Holy Lord could no longer withstand it. The combination of dog and horse could spare him from death, but the blows he received were undeniably painful. He ceased his resistance and, following Lin Yao's direction, unleashed the transformation beam of the monkey talisman. Lin Yao made no attempt to resist, allowing the energy to envelop him. With a loud bang, as the dust settled, Lin Yao was transformed into a diminutive mouse, yet he retained a calm demeanor, gazing coolly at the Holy Lord, whose finger was larger than his entire form. That divine general is too arrogant. He has brought about his own demise. Chung Long quickly seized the mouse talisman. That way, the Holy Lord will revert to a statue. The old man, witnessing this scene, was infuriated and urged Chung Long to assist. However, before he could reach the Holy Lord, Lin Yao rebuked him. I told you, this is no longer your affair. Remain quietly aside. His voice was serene and composed, yet it caused Chung Long's legs to tremble, preventing him from advancing further. He awkwardly bowed, refraining from moving on, just as he was about to voice his thoughts. The words caught in his throat. Everyone was astonished to see Lin Yao, now a mouse, soar into the air once more. He shot forth like a black arrow, piercing through the Holy Lord's head. Not only that, but he also extracted the horse talisman from the Holy Lord's person. Let me see your immortality. Is it blood-locking or damage immunity? He mused, and with a speed that surpassed the sound barrier, he began to penetrate the Holy Lord's form relentlessly. In a mere 2 seconds, the Holy Lord's chest, head, and even arms had been transformed into a sieve. A burst of golden light illuminated the surface of the Holy Lord, reflecting a shimmering aura akin to that of a super scion. All his wounds were restored to their original state. Enough. The Holy Lord rose as if nothing had happened, expelling a torrent of blazing flames in a shockwave. This ferocious inferno instantly engulfed Lin Yao. However, the anticipated cries of despair did not resonate. Instead, a small black dot gradually pushed back the flames. Lin Yao flexed his delicate pink paw, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that as long as one possessed sufficient strength, the effects of transformation were negligible, much like Super Vegeto, who, despite being transformed into a coffee candy by Majin Buu, could still deliver a staggering blow to his adversary. Moreover, the Lord merely transformed Lin Yao into a mouse, a diminishment of power that could be disregarded. After conducting several experiments, Lin Yao also confirmed that the dog talisman's promise of immortality actually restored bodily functions to their peak state, rendering him immune to fatal damage. To comprehend this in gaming terms, it would be akin to restoring 100 maximum health points several times per second while negating damage that exceeded his own limits. The drawback of the dog talisman, however, was its susceptibility to being stunned, hypnotized, or sealed. Fortunately, with the purification offered by the horse talisman, such weaknesses could be circumvented. Aside from unbreakable prisons or dimensional banishments, no other means could confine him. Utilizing telekinesis, Lin Yao retrieved the remaining half-bottle of potion from Jackie Chan and doused himself in it. After all, his current form was merely that of a mouse. making the potion ample for a bath. The Lord, evidently flustered and aware of Lin Yao's intentions, found himself powerless to intervene. The humiliation of watching his power being seized right before his eyes filled him with both indignation and helplessness. No, don't come near me. Aya! The Lord unleashed dragon flame and electric eye, firing incessantly, yet the attacks merely singed Lin Yao's mouse form without so much as singeing a hair. As Lin Yao drew closer, the Lord screamed in terror and leapt away, soaring into the distance. Yet, at merely supersonic speed, Lin Yao needed not exert his full strength to effortlessly catch up. The mouse transformed into a green orb of light and burrowed into the Lord's body. Instantly, a horrific scream erupted, and the Lord exploded midair, his body disintegrating into a shower of debris. Meanwhile, the 12 talismans were deftly controlled by Lin Yao through telekinesis, orbiting his form. As the light of the monkey talisman flickered, Lin Yao regained his original appearance and returned to Xiaoyu's side. Now that we have the talismans, shall we proceed to Mark's location? Xiaoyu hesitated, glancing toward Jackie Chan and the others nearby. Jackie Chan, with a serious expression, raised a finger and cautioned, "No. Xiaoyu, that is far too dangerous. You should return home and diligently complete your homework." In contrast, the old man scurried forward, leaping to slap Lin Yao on the back. With a yelp of pain, he cradled his red, swollen hand, stammering, "Why did you eliminate the demon? The balance of yin and yang in the world is disrupted, and more unknown dangers will arise." Lin Yao was undoubtedly aware of the principle that there must always be a Lich King, yet he deliberately shattered the sanctity of the Holy Lord. Otherwise, in the future, adversaries like Terra and the Blade Dragon might never make their appearance. He was quite intrigued by their magic, artifacts, and various items. If he were to breach the dungeon in one go, the subsequent adventures would surely become monotonous. After some contemplation, Lin Yao decided it would be prudent to pacify Chenglong and the others, for if Xiaoyu truly wished to depart, they could not confine her. Moreover, a few days spent in other realms would equate to merely minutes or an hour in his own. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. Xiaoyu indeed needs a period of tranquility. As he spoke, Xiaoyu exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yao, both understanding the course of action required. She refrained from crying or causing a scene, feigning fatigue as she nestled against Chenglong's back and drifted into slumber. Lin Yao, meanwhile, accepted Mark's invitation and departed this realm with 12 talismans in tow. Chapter 29. Atomic Girl Eve. Lin Yao and Gwen materialized in Mark's quaint courtyard, where he awaited them at the entrance. "My mother has been rather upset lately. Let us not disturb her for now. I shall take you both to find Eve, who has inquired about you several times." The duo promptly ascended into the sky, while Gwen swung through the air on her webbing. Eager to explore on her own for a while, Lin Yao, unfazed by the delay, expanded his auditory perception across the entire city, searching for Eve's voice. Soon, he pinpointed his target, only to discover that Eve appeared to be grappling with some familial issues. "I don't need to inform you about my breakups or whom I am dating." Eve crossed her arms defiantly, seated on the sofa with a look of indignation. While her parents sat across from her, expressions of anxiety and helplessness etched on their faces. "Do you remember our agreement when we allowed you to become a superhero? I agreed to your superhero aspirations because Rex could always be there to look after you. I can take care of myself. I'm turning 19 in a few months." Eve's mother, sensing the escalating tension, stepped in to restrain her husband, wearing a gentle smile. "Sweetheart, your father is merely a bit too passionate. He speaks without thinking. Our intention is simply that Rex is a good person, and we feel reassured with him looking out for you." At this, Eve erupted, springing from the sofa. Her voice rose dramatically, nearly a shout as she unleashed the frustrations she had long suppressed. "But Rex cheated. He was involved in a polyamorous relationship with Kate. And now the young superpowered team has disbanded. I just ended things with him, so there is no need for awkwardness." Initially, Eve thought that even if her parents could not offer comfort, they would at least comprehend her reasons for leaving that group. However, her father's subsequent words felt like a dagger to her heart. "Forgive him. Rex merely made the mistake every man is prone to make. You are merely an 18-year-old youth, incapable of shouldering the burdens of a hero, I believe." Upon hearing this, Lin Yao struggled to maintain his composure. Mark, observing the pained expression on Lin Yao's face, grew curious about what exactly he had heard. Eventually, Eve departed from her home after a disagreement with her parents, seeking solace away from her familiar surroundings. However, upon leaving her community, she encountered a familiar figure. "Mark Lin Yao, what brings you here?" At that moment, Eve was clad in a gray sports jacket and fitted jeans. Although less provocative than her battle attire, she still exuded a captivating charm reminiscent of a young woman. Mark chuckled, gesturing at his phone, Amber just texted me. You two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave. As he turned to depart, Lin Yao couldn't help but remind him that Amber was already aware of his identity as the invincible hero. If you wish to pursue a serious relationship with her, you ought to be honest. She is not upset about your tardiness, but rather because of your concealment. Mark scratched his head, clearly oblivious to these nuances in his first romantic endeavor, more focused on hiding his identity. Unbeknownst to him, those who needed to know his true identity were already well informed. After bidding farewell to Mark, Lin Yao and Eve found a rooftop to settle upon. Hey, long time no see. Well, it's only been a month, right? What I mean is, alright, I confess. I have developed genuine feelings for you. Lin Yao had steeled himself for this moment. It wasn't he, just Gwen. He could sense it himself. Ever since they had teamed up against the Doctor of Earthquakes, Eve's demeanor towards him had altered. That look in her eyes was familiar. He had experienced it once before in his youth when secretly admiring a girl. He personally didn't mind having multiple partners. And neither did Gwen. She had even considered bringing Eve back to the 1610 universe. You should know, I am not from this universe. Before Lin Yao could finish, Eve raised her finger to his lips, gazing intently into his eyes with a mixture of seriousness and affection. I know, but that doesn't concern me. I have already met Gwen's parents, and I am indifferent to that. What is it that truly matters to you then? There is only one thing I care about. I wish for you to promise me that before I die, you cannot leave me first. Lin Yao nearly faltered. Regardless of whether Eve faced grave injury or natural death, she would revert to her youthful form of 18, endlessly rejuvenating and nearly immortal. Though he too was a being of longevity, ensuring his survival beyond hers posed a significant challenge. Just as the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate, a white figure descended nearby. I apologize, perhaps my arrival is ill-timed. Gwen removed her mask, smiling at the two. Lin Yao chuckled softly, pulling Gwen into his embrace, exclaiming, You have arrived just in time, accompanied by a sonic boom. The trio materialized at the Atlantis Hotel in Dubai. The following noon, sunlight streamed through the water, illuminating the entire Poseidon underwater suite, casting a dreamlike glow akin to blue crystal. Lin Yao reclined in the center, flanked on the left by the transparent suited Eve, and on the right by Gwen in her spider suit. The empty space in the middle was occupied by Fola, clad in a fitted suit and red-bottomed heels, who was currently enjoying her breakfast. Just as Lin Yao was about to embark on his second round, he was interrupted by a message from Mark in their group chat. Mark Grayson, Lin Yao, help. I'm in dire straits. Though his words were few, a somewhat blurry photograph accompanied the message, seemingly captured during a brutal beating by his adversaries. The image was from a first-person perspective, showing Mark being grasped by the ankle, flailing about like a sandbag. The individual holding him piqued Lin Yao's interest, a figure so formidable that Lin Yao was willing to forego his second round. This person was less a human and more an upright, white lion clad in a sleeveless black bodysuit. Lin Yao, Mark Grayson, is this guy a berserker? Are you currently at the Machine Head's headquarters? Mark Grayson, indeed, but this is not the time for chit-chat. If you don't come soon, I might genuinely be killed. A smile graced Lin Yao's lips as he refrained from responding further. Gently, he laid the two sleeping women flat, donned a casual outfit, and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Fola, please handle the aftermath. I shall take my leave for now. Fola wiped her mouth and bowed earnestly, responding, Yes, master. Meanwhile, in the Machine Head's office, the berserker flexed his neck, advancing step by step towards Mark, who lay on the ground, slowly crawling forward. However, he did not rush to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he stepped on Mark's calf and, with a hint of impatience, remarked, They assured me I would find worthy opponents here. Yet you and your companions are pathetically weak. A complete waste of my time. As he spoke, he slowly raised the club he had yet to employ since the battle began. Killing you would be an act of mercy. Just as he lifted his hands overhead, preparing to crush the strongest person present, Mark, to conclude this tiresome farce. A cold yet slightly mocking voice echoed from behind. Hey, little kitty, would you like to play with me? Lin Yao, clad only in a towel and a loose bathrobe, appeared at the center of the battlefield, embodying the very essence of a casual bath ambience. The ferocious beast twitched its nostrils, its previous impatience swiftly transformed into keen interest. It appeared they were not deceiving me. Only a mature Vitruvian such as yourself could satiate my thirst for battle. Lin Yao chuckled and shook his finger, correcting. I am a Kryptonian, not a Vision. I have not heard of it, but as long as you are formidable enough, that suffices. The beast roared, morphing into a white blur that lunged towards Lin Yao, with its mace enveloped in a sonic boom. Lin Yao deftly turned his wrist and raised his palm to meet it, a pale golden aura blossoming in his palm. The metallic mace struck the shield, erupting in a brilliance akin to a solar flare, unleashing a violent shockwave. All the bulletproof glass within the office shattered, shards cascading like a torrential downpour. With a swift pivot, Lin Yao's toes barely grazed the ground as he executed a side kick, his knee crashing down like a cannonball upon the beast's jaw. The momentary daze was far briefer than anticipated. The white lion utilized the force of impact to perform a backflip and regain its stance. As it landed, it unleashed a sweeping kick, akin to a steel whip, aimed at Lin Yao's midsection. A commendable reaction. Lin Yao caught the whip-like leg with one hand, grasping the beast's thick fur and flinging it out through the gaping hole in the wall. The beast's claws carved 4 deep grooves into the metallic floor, resembling a snow leopard scaling a cliff, as it charged at Lin Yao with lethal intent. Lin Yao did not flinch or evade, allowing the creature to collide with his midsection, crashing through the opposite building. Under the influence of the biological force field, that structure appeared to have been struck by a high-energy beam, suffering only a gaping hole without any additional damage. Otherwise, that single impact would have reduced the entire edifice to rubble. The two clashed amidst the skyscrapers like colliding meteors, with each swing of the beast's mace shattering swathes of glass curtain walls. Simultaneously, every punch Lin Yao delivered sent sprays of blood from the beast's nostrils and shattered its fangs. He also utilized the telekinetic mimicry of the biological force field to hurl onlookers away from the battlefield, safely depositing them into the vicinity of the newly arrived Teen Titans. Within arm's reach of safety. First, evacuate the civilians. I shall handle this beast. After shouting his intent, the two maintained their grappling stances, crashing into the lake at Central Park, the resulting waves soaring 10 stories high. The immense force even distorted the metal statues submerged in the lake, transforming them into heaps of scrap. The battle appeared cataclysmic, yet both Lin Yao and the ferocious beast had yet to unleash their full might. Lin Yao intentionally restrained his strength to avoid excessive casualties and destruction of property. This locale is too constricted. Dare you to join me on the moon for a true contest? The ferocious beast expressed dissatisfaction, for it could not fly, and its claws were ineffective against Lin Yao's formidable physique. Should the opponent choose to flee, it found itself utterly powerless. However, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. With a swift motion, Lin Yao produced a talisman and tossed it to the berserker beast. Grasp it tightly, and you shall gain the ability to soar. Follow me. The berserker beast, having received the enigmatic charm, clenched it within his palm. To his astonishment, he found himself truly levitating moments later. Without a moment's hesitation, he trailed Lin Yao, soaring towards the moon. Shortly after their departure, Mark, who had been thoroughly beaten, began to regain his composure. He was now joining forces with the Super Youth Squad, or more accurately, the New Global Guardians, to apprehend the notorious criminal known as Machine Head. Chapter 30. A feline acquisition upon the lunar surface. Lin Yao lightly tapped his toes against the moon dust, causing fine particles to rise like ethereal smoke, suspended in the air. The berserker beast, having just caught up, was still in midair when he skillfully controlled his floating body and lunged at Lin Yao with all his might. His mace whistled ominously as it swung toward Lin Yao's temple. What a splendid opportunity. Lin Yao brought his palms together, releasing a pale golden energy field. Even in the moon's thin atmosphere, the resulting shockwave created visible ripples. When the berserker beast's weapon collided with the energy field, the shockwave flattened the edges of craters within a kilometer radius. Seemingly dissatisfied with his weapon, the berserker beast discarded the mace and charged at Lin Yao for close combat. They exchanged rapid punches, the aftermath of their blows tearing the ground apart, leaving behind varying-sized craters or cracking the surface like spiderwebs. Without even exerting his full strength, Lin Yao had already turned hundreds of square kilometers of the lunar surface into a battered wasteland, as if the moon itself were being grievously insulted. With a series of swift kicks, Lin Yao executed a backflip to create distance. The shards of lunar soil kicked up by his boots shot toward the berserker beast like bullets. Yet, the white lion, bearing its bloodied fangs, clamped onto Lin Yao's ankle. However, the berserker beast soon found himself in a predicament, attempting to unleash the Hakimi Great Whirlwind to tear Lin Yao's leg from him, only to realize he could not pull his opponent at all. Recognizing that Lin Yao was no longer holding back, the berserker beast roared and surrendered himself entirely to the depths of terrifying battle intent. Alas, this was not the universe of Warhammer 40,000. Or else the berserker beast would surely be a chosen harbinger of terror. This time, he attacked relentlessly without defense, employing every conceivable means to pummel and bite Lin Yao. In response, Lin Yao delivered a punch that resonated deeply, sending shivers down the very essence of the beast's being. Had the Berserker beast been facing someone like the Regent, Traeg, perhaps he would have found a worthy adversary. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was Lin Yao, one who treated him as a mere punching bag, lacking the necessary resilience. A powerful gut punch landed squarely against his utterly unguarded chest. The ribs of the Berserker were instantaneously shattered, the terrifying force fracturing the spine and unleashing a shockwave. Behind him lay a fan-shaped crater exceeding 50 meters in width, followed by Lin Yao's own fist, which had penetrated through his back. The Berserker's entire torso was nearly obliterated, limp and dangling from Lin Yao's arm, gasping for breath. You and I exist in entirely different dimensions. Even with that punch, I did not exert my full strength. This is not an insult. But had I truly unleashed my power, you would likely be nothing but a pile of bones by now. Lin Yao let out a soft sound as he withdrew his arm, a spray of blood following. He then pressed 2 talismans onto the Berserker's nearly lifeless body. A faint yellow glow flickered, and the Berserker suddenly opened his eyes wide. All of his injuries had healed completely, and even the stamina he had lost was fully restored. Not only that, but he could also distinctly feel that the bloodthirsty desire for battle that had tormented him for countless years had been soothed. "What have you done to me?" the Berserker inquired, bewildered. Lin Yao chuckled as he patted the Berserker's shoulder, gesturing towards the glowing tiger talisman. "This is a talisman of the tiger, capable of balancing yin and yang. It has neutralized the innate Berserker curse within you. Now, you possess the freedom to shape your own life." At this point, he finally revealed his true intentions. "Of course, should you wish to continue battling formidable opponents, you may accompany me. I traverse different universes and can certainly find you equally matched adversaries for your enjoyment." The Berserker's eyes narrowed, a sly grin forming on his lips. "Do not mistake me for a fool. You merely desire me to serve as your subordinate." Lin Yao shrugged, unfazed by the other's insight. "Indeed, but ultimately, you cannot refuse. Can you?" In the end, the Berserker chose to follow Lin Yao, having fulfilled his desire to die in battle and subsequently resurrected. With overwhelming power and the gift of rebirth, coupled with the opportunity to challenge different strong beings across the cosmos, he decided that since he could not refuse, he might as well relish the present. After all, even without following Lin Yao, he would still engage in battles with various powerful entities throughout the universe. Accompanying him would merely make travel more convenient, transforming a passion into a profession, with flexible working hours and provisions for food and lodging. Such a fortuitous arrangement was not something one could easily refuse. On Earth, at the Atlantis Hotel, last night he called me sweetie, and this morning he vanished without a trace. What a scoundrel. Indeed, I even helped him make connections, humph. Just waking up, Eve and Gwen sat on the large bed, resembling 2 puffed-up pufferfish. Meanwhile, Fura remained remarkably composed, even going to the restaurant to fetch them breakfast. The new Superguard team had been utterly annihilated by a formidable lion. Upon receiving Mark's distress call, the master rushed to his aid. Upon returning to Earth, Lin Yao lent the chicken and rabbit talismans to the Berserker, instructing him to seek out Cecil with the horse talisman to provide healing for Mark and his companions. Meanwhile, he returned to the hotel room to meet with Gwen and the others before venturing out together. After tidying themselves up, the 4 departed from the hotel. Barely 10 seconds after stepping outside, Cecil's call came through. Since Lin Yao had lost his earpiece earlier, Cecil could only reach out to Eve. The sudden emergence of the Berserker took them completely by surprise. After all, Mark had spent decades training in the gravity chamber left by Lin Yao in the Flaxon dimension, aided by various combat robots. Although he still appeared to be a young college student in his 20s, his prowess was on par with that of the omnipotent hero. Yet, despite this, Mark found himself being used as a punching bag by the Berserker, causing the Global Defense Bureau to grow increasingly anxious. What astonished them even more was that Lin Yao not only defeated the formidable Berserker, but also subdued him, making him an ally. With the aid of the horse talisman brought by the Berserker, the new guard team recovered within seconds, revitalized and full of vigor. In just over a month, this Lin Yao, who claimed to hail from another universe, had grown significantly stronger and acquired even more mysterious abilities. Amidst the tension, Cecil couldn't help but feel relieved that Lin Yao was on their side, or at the very least, aligned with Earth. "Lin Yao, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. What can I do to repay you?" Cecil, ever astute, opened with an offer of gold coins, clearly aware of his position. Lin Yao, unreserved, promptly requested that he arrange meals for the Berserker and cover all his expenses for the next few days. Given that Cecil's transportation cost was $5 million each time, he naturally did not hesitate. He immediately organized a banquet at a slaughterhouse, employing several chefs to prepare a feast for the berserker. Lin Yao's grand return instilled a sense of trepidation among the supervillains who had been planning mischief. After all, this individual not only possessed the terrifying strength to toy with the omnipotent hero, but was also far more ruthless than many villains. If captured by other heroes, they might only face a few days in a superhuman prison before finding an opportunity to escape. However, if caught by Lin Yao, they would likely meet a far grimmer fate. Thus, during Lin Yao's first few days back, Earth experienced an oddly tranquil atmosphere. The peace was so profound that even the diligent Officer Ferber was left questioning whether he needed to continue his patrols. Mark dedicated quality time to Amber, taking her and her mother, Debbie, on various trips to unwind. He had arranged with Lin Yao to embark on their journey to the Marvel main universe on the last day before their free time ended. Taking advantage of Lin Yao's presence to spend precious moments with his family, Lin Yao naturally did not refuse, for this journey had already far exceeded his initial expectations. During these past few days, he, along with Gwen, Eve, and Fura, had ventured to the unspoiled romantic capital of Paris. Under the gentle spring rain on the streets of Paris, the four of them huddled beneath a transparent umbrella adorned with the Eiffel Tower, leisurely strolling along the Champs-Élysées. At an outdoor CF by the Seine, Fura set down her vintage camera, which had consumed a dozen rolls of film, and, taken aback, accepted the coffee meticulously brewed and artfully crafted by Lin Yao. As she gazed at the latte art that bore the likeness of her profile, a blush crept onto her cheeks. "You should also enjoy the coffee he made just for you," Eve and Gwen teased playfully, inching closer. Beneath the Arc de Triomphe, Gwen performed a classic Spider-Man kiss with Lin Yao, suspended like a web-slinger. At the entrance of the Louvre, Lin Yao and Eve, perched atop the Crystal Pyramid, captured a reflective artistic photograph framed by a pink barrier. As night descended, the four of them chartered a cruise boat, marking the culmination of their day's adventures. Leaning against the railing, Lin Yao watched as Eve and Gwen, at the bow of the boat, reenacted a scene from Titanic, arms outstretched, their laughter mingling with the evening breeze and shimmering waters. Fura stood beside him, softly announcing, "The photos from today have been developed. Please have a look." She handed him an album filled with snapshots taken at various landmarks, group photos, individual portraits, and scenic shots. "Why not take a picture for yourself?" he pondered, flipping through the pages only to find no images of Fura. Despite having regarded her merely as the housekeeper, they had fought side by side. If he couldn't bestow upon her an official title, surely she deserved at least a photograph. With this thought in mind, Lin Yao took her camera, which hung from her neck, and levitated it with his telekinesis. He wrapped an arm around Fura's waist, snapping his fingers to commandeer the multimedia equipment on the boat. As the classic Toon Dream Dragon filled the air, Lin Yao led Fura in a Latin dance on the deck, while the floating camera captured every fleeting pose they struck. Joyous moments always seem ephemeral, and soon they would embark on a new journey. Chapter 31. Arrival in the Cosmos. Hell's Kitchen in a flash of light. Lin Yao, Tian Xiaoban, Mark, Bruce, Fura, Xiaoyu, the Berserker Beast, the Patriot, Dalong, Gwen, Eve, and a fully armed squad of Kryptonian warriors appeared in Lin Yao's villa, nearly filling the entire living room. Most of these individuals were familiar faces, while a few newcomers quickly became acquainted after brief introductions. They wasted no time, as everyone was well aware that their purpose for being here was to seize the opportunity at hand. Lin Yao's copy was breached, however. The portal created by Gwen still remained. As the two worlds began to merge, Gwen's abilities would not falter even upon arriving with Lin Yao. Subsequently, Lin Yao issued the action agenda within the group. "Dear members, I welcome your assistance. Our primary objectives are twofold. 1. We shall venture to Sokovia and seize the Mind Stone before the Avengers can. It is crucial to note that there are many children captured by Hydra for experiments within the base, so we must strive to avoid harming them. 2. We will proceed to Greenwich to collect ether particles. Both items serve as vessels for the Infinity Stones, the Mind Stone and the Reality Stone. Once acquired, please deposit them immediately into the shared repository." Following this, he utilized his mind to project images, compiling relevant scenes from Thor, The Dark World and Avengers, Age of Ultron into a video, which he shared with the group as reference. Bruce Wayne remarked, "Lin Yao, please refrain from unnecessary bloodshed." Mark Grayson acknowledged, "Received." Xiaoyu replied, "Understood." Tian Xiaoban responded, "Got it." Zugerin added, Acknowledged." DeLong confirmed, "Received." Lisa interjected, "Wait, Lin Yao, you forgot to invite me." Lin Yao coughed awkwardly, bringing Lisa into the fold. However, this led to a rather uncomfortable predicament, as both Lisa and Xiaoyu lacked self-defense capabilities. Currently, There was only one set of talismans available. Bruce had previously fused the snake and dog talismans he drew for Lin Yao, leaving for distribution only the mouse, ox, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig. Among these, there were 2 goat talismans, one obtained by Lin Yao from slaying the Holy Master and another remaining with Bruce. Bruce had purchased 12 talismans in one go, and as agreed, he had given the horse talisman to Lin Yao. After the battle with Zod, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and thus fused some remaining powerful talismans for himself, believing the goat talisman to be of little use. He opted to retain it rather than weaken it further through fusion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yao resolved to lend the dog and horse talismans to Lisa for her protection, excluding the tiger talisman embedded within the berserker's body. The remaining 9 talismans were entrusted to Xiaoyu for use. As this set originated from the main world of Jackie Chan adventures, it could not be permanently fused. To prevent Xiaoyu and Lisa from losing their equipment amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Yao designated them within his team. Ultimately, the team was divided as follows. Team 1, Lin Yao, Xiaoyu, Lisa, Gwenpool, Eve, and Fura. Their objective was the Hydra base in Sokovia. The second team, consisting of Bruce, Mark, Tian Xiaoban, Guorin, Dalong, the Berserker, and the Kryptonian warriors designated as Code 1234, embarked on a mission to Greenwich to gather ether particles. Observing Lin Yao leading a squad of female warriors while his own crew was composed solely of muscular men, Bruce's frustration was palpable, his face turning a shade of vexation. "All right, you little rascal, are you not even pretending to act? You have me and my team waiting in the shadows while you parade around with a group of ladies, don't you?" Since this operation was initiated by Lin Yao and did not incite any crisis, it did not trigger a group task. However, considering the potential acquisition of 2 Infinity Stones upon success, the team had no objections. The rewards from this endeavor far outweighed the mere hundreds or thousands of points they could earn otherwise. Bruce's team could easily be described as superhuman. Apart from the Snow Leopard, Dalong, and the White Lion Berserker, each member possessed the ability to fly. With each one carrying a comrade, they swiftly soared to Greenwich. Upon arrival, Bruce activated his superpower, Emmerich, purchasing the entire area that served as the connection point to the ether particle sealing location at 30% above market value. Uncertain of how long the connection point would remain active, the group settled in that vicinity, patiently awaiting the arrival of the civilian science team led by Jane Foster. Meanwhile, Lin Yao and his team had reached Sokovia. After lulling a team to sleep and intercepting a vehicle transporting kidnapped experimental subjects, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Yao, leading to a rather amusing plan. "Eve, I just thought of something fun. Help me transform into this person in the picture." He pulled up an image of Captain Steve Rogers on his phone. Although Eve was somewhat confused by Lin Yao's intentions, she complied with his request. After crafting a shield from stone, Lin Yao confidently drove the truck, transporting the experimental subjects to the entrance of Baron Strucker's base. As he halted the vehicle, the sentry at the gate saluted and requested the passphrase. Leaning out from the driver's seat, Lin Yao replied, "Do I really need to provide a password? You don't recognize me?" The Hydra soldiers were drenched in sweat, bewildered by the sudden appearance of Captain America, especially while operating a truck meant for transporting experimental subjects. "Apologies, it's our duty." The sentry knew that confronting him could lead to dire consequences. Opting for straightforwardness, he pressed Captain America for the passphrase. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yao exited the vehicle and approached the guard, casting him a knowing glance. "Trust me, I'm on a classified mission." He leaned closer to the sentry's ear and whispered a phrase that could never be attributed to Captain America. The sentries were left in shock. "Isn't he one of us? Captain America is on our side? This is truly solidified." Thus, Lin Yao drove smoothly to the parking lot behind the base. He jumped out of the car, his expression grave as he addressed the Hydra member approaching to retrieve the experimental subjects, stating coldly, "Do not touch them. I have received orders from Mr. Pierce to take possession of Item 084 and several experimental subjects." The others concealed in the cargo compartment were perplexed. Yet when she could not suppress her laughter, snorting like a pig. Only she, a denizen of the real world, could truly appreciate this reenactment of a dramatic scene. Disguised as a Hydra soldier, Fola leapt from the vehicle, weapon drawn, vigilantly guarding the cargo area, while earnestly playing the role of a security detail. Meanwhile, Lin Yao accompanied the researchers clad in white lab coats into the interior of the castle. Baron Strucker, fortuitously occupied with an important meeting, was not present at the base, inadvertently facilitating Lin Yao's mission and rendering it remarkably unobstructed. Thus, Lin Yao successfully extracted the Maximoff siblings and the Mind Stone designated as Item 084. The entire affair unfolded with the ease of purchasing a bottle of soy sauce from a convenience store, leaving Lin Yao himself with a sense of unreality. Although he was aware that his actions would eventually be discovered, he was employing Steve's visage for this endeavor. When Baron Strucker ultimately sensed something amiss, any retaliation would likely fall upon Captain America and the Avengers. Consequently, Lin Yao felt no inclination to tidy up the final details. He drove to the vicinity of Sokovia's urban area, dispersing the other experimental subjects before departing the city with Wanda and Pietro. He intended to leverage Wanda's chaos magic to swiftly locate the nexus between the real world and the realm of the Ether Seal. This way, they could expedite their acquisition and depart with ease. The thrill of the heist was exhilarating, and Lin Yao found it quite novel. Chapter 32. The arrival of the Ancient One. After casting the Mind Stone into the group chat repository, the worst of Lin Yao's anticipations came to pass. It was indeed peculiar. Despite having profoundly altered time, the ethereal and magnetic tones of a London accent resonated as a figure in a sandy-colored hooded robe materialized before him. "Ah, it appears I have been summoned. You first go find Bruce's team. I shall entertain her," the figure remarked. "Oh, you know me?" Lin Yao replied with a smile, stretching his joints as he approached. "Of course, the Supreme Sorceress, the Ancient One. Who in the world does not recognize you?" In an instant, two sonic booms erupted as Lin Yao charged toward the Ancient One, only to abruptly retreat when within a meter of her. Observers might have thought he was merely toying with his opponent. However, the Ancient One narrowed her eyes, her wariness of Lin Yao intensifying. This unfamiliar youth was employing rapid back-and-forth movements, utilizing immense force to create a profound negative pressure in the blink of an eye. Without employing any spatial abilities and solely relying on an overwhelming force, a segment of space was brutally shattered. This method caused the fabric of space to ripple violently. Yet it remained unshrouded by the small mirrored dimension that he had released. Subsequently, Ancient One felt herself propelled into the air by an irresistible and terrifying force. Lin Yao did not pursue her further, but instead appeared above, single-handedly catching the Ancient One as she was thrust toward him. "Wait, how can you possess such limited power?" Lin Yao inquired skeptically, observing the Ancient One, who resembled a bewildered cat grasped by the scruff of her neck. "What led you to believe that my purpose here was solely to engage in combat?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yao recognized his overreaction. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and gently lowered the Ancient One back to the ground. "I have observed significant shifts in the future, and they seem to be progressing in a favorable direction. Thus, I came to discern the identity of the one responsible for such developments." As he spoke, the Ancient One cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yao, inquiring if he had any interest in visiting Kamartaj. Lin Yao indeed desired to learn magic, but harbored concerns about being conscripted by the Ancient One, which would greatly diminish the enjoyment of his experience. "After encountering you, the fleeting glimpses of the future have become exceedingly clear. I am even somewhat swayed to consider you as a candidate for the position of Sorcerer Supreme." Lin Yao hastily gestured in denial. No, absolutely not. I will not take on the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. You should seek out Strange instead." The Ancient One refrained from elaborating further and turned to step into the portal. Before the spark-laden ring vanished, she cryptically remarked, "I will continue to monitor your progress. Keep striving, my child." Having been briefly assessed, Lin Yao understood that the Ancient One would not interfere with him any longer, allowing him to pursue his ambitions without hesitation. Rather than hastily reuniting with Bruce and the others, Lin Yao instead soared toward Manhattan Island. If memory served him correctly, during the events of Thor: The Dark World, Tony seemed to encounter some predicaments. Compared to Batman, Owlman was considerably more amiable. Lin Yao was more than willing to lend him a hand, while also reaping some benefits. Not to mention, it would be splendid if Tony could craft a suit of Iron Man armor for him, or perhaps provide an intelligent assistant akin to J.A.R.V.I.S. On Manhattan Island, in his seaside villa, Tony Stark was diligently sketching designs for a new suit in his laboratory. This time, he aimed to create an armor that could autonomously seek its wearer and feature a detachable design that adorned only part of the body. "Sir, there is an unfamiliar visitor. J.A.R.V.I.S. Inform him that I am not at home." Tony replied absently, continuing his work. "Sir, he is outside the window." Upon hearing Jarvis's response, Tony was momentarily taken aback and glanced around. His gaze then fell upon Lin Yao, who was hovering outside the window, poised to create an opening in the glass. Tony immediately rose to his feet, fixating warily on this unfamiliar young man with dark hair. "Who are you?" Tony demanded, pointing his palm-mounted repulsor at Lin Yao, who replied, Imsupomen? This bewildering answer left Tony's mind momentarily incapacitated. However, once Lin Yao donned the black armor of the elf family, Tony realized he was not jesting. I thought such superhumans only existed in comic books. What do you want from me? Is Darkseid planning to invade Earth? Lin Yao entered the room and took a seat, his tone gravely serious. Darkseid will not come. But you will soon encounter trouble, an existential threat. Given the recent tumultuous events, Tony felt a surge of unease at Lin Yao's words. What do you mean? Is a new alien fleet invading? Or is it some other god or demon? Lin Yao did not rush to answer. Instead, he rose and strolled among the rows of displayed Iron Man suits, as if perusing a marketplace. After approximately 2 minutes, he finally turned back to Tony. Give me a suit like this, and I will assist you in ensuring Pepper's safety. Tony regarded Lin Yao with skepticism, clearly unconvinced by this youth who appeared to be in his 20s, resembling a college student. Lin Yao glanced around and casually selected a robust heavy armor. Then, to Tony's astonishment, he crumpled the armor into a metallic sphere the size of a soccer ball, as if it were mere paper. Furthermore, as Lin Yao's eyes glowed red, 2 beams of heat energy converged on the sphere, causing it to glow incandescently and gradually soften into a fluid state. Consider this, he said, I bear no malice. If you require assistance, simply call my name. Yet, you still haven't revealed your name, Tony noted. Lin Yao chuckled and playfully replied, My apologies, how rude of me. When you need my help, just shout Shazam. Due to the intensity of his work and the strain on his mind, Tony found himself momentarily slow to comprehend that Lin Yao was teasing him, earnestly noting the name Shazam. Subsequently, Lin Yao left behind his design schematics for an ideal Iron Man suit. This design was distinct from Tony's usual styles, inspired by the antagonist Savitar from the TV series The Flash and a character named Gauss from a game titled Star Armor. The color scheme featured a predominance of silver and black, accented with icy blue lines, and included a metallic skirt armor symbolizing strength. Are you sure you don't want to opt for a more streamlined and polished design? The cumbersome and jagged armor may present numerous inconveniences. However, Lin Yao remained entirely unperturbed. He merely advised Tony to create something as visually striking and intricate as possible. He had no need for the suit to assist in combat, as its primary purpose was aesthetic, to aid Tony in overcoming his technological impasse and crafting the suit of his dreams. Lin Yao generously shared the particle conversion technology sourced from Krypton. This technology, akin to nanotechnology, boasted a particle conversion rate several times faster. From the control terminal on the wrist to the 3-dimensional projections on a wall, seamless transitions could be achieved effortlessly. Before departing, they reached an accord. Tony would prioritize the creation of this suit, and in return, Lin Yao would intervene to save his family once. Shortly after Lin Yao's departure, Tony experienced a moment of realization. He had been deceived. Shazam was merely another character from the comics. Though he outwardly lamented, the analysis of the particle conversion technology left by Lin Yao filled him with exhilarating anticipation. With no additional burdens, merely the weight of a watch or a piece of clothing, transformation could be accomplished anywhere and anytime. This was undeniably the most perfect incarnation of the iron suit he could envision. Amidst his excitement, Tony could not shake off the concerns regarding Lin Yao's words. He pondered over whom he might have offended to the extent that they would wish to take his life. Meanwhile, Lin Yao returned to Greenwich, where Bruce and others had already arrived at the dilapidated building, gathered around the courtyard, awaiting the emergence of the spatial rift. The readings remained unchanged. Was additional guidance necessary? Bruce, DeLong, the Patriot, the Berserker, and Furo were all equipped with devices to detect energy fluctuations, continuously traversing the old structure. Lin Yao, however, felt no urgency. The alignment of the 9 stars should occur soon. As they conversed, he heard the distant sound of a car approaching. Upon closer inspection, he was delighted to discover that the vehicle carried a civilian scientific team led by Jane Foster and Dr. Eric. Their arrival signified that the ceiling of the ether particles was loosening, heralding a connection to the realm of reality. Lin Yao picked up a soda can and tossed it into the courtyard. To his astonishment, instead of hitting the ground, the can vanished mid-air at approximately the 2nd floor level, only to reappear close to the top floor. Yes, this is the place. I will enter shortly to retrieve the ether particles. You all stay here and ensure that no one from that approaching vehicle enters, Lin Yao instructed before taking Wanda and leaping down into the courtyard, disappearing from their sight. As he vanished, the devices in their hands began to register soaring values, accompanied by urgent beeping alarms. Chapter 33. The storm's inhalation. As their vision cleared, the two found themselves in a desolate expanse, shrouded in darkness. Jagged boulders dotted the landscape, with nothing else in sight. Wanda, startled moments ago, clung to Lin Yao like a koala, trembling incessantly. "You're safe now. Don't be afraid," Lin Yao reassured her with a gentle pat on the head, quickly calming her nerves. It was only then that she awkwardly realized she was perched on Lin Yao in a rather embarrassing manner. However, Wanda soon noticed that Lin Yao, while supporting her with one hand, was entirely focused elsewhere. With his eyes closed, he slowly turned his body, seemingly searching for something. Just as Wanda prepared to inquire about why he had brought her out, eager to hone her powers for revenge against Stark, Lin Yao suddenly stepped forward, having pinpointed a direction. Almost immediately, a dark red, tar-like luminescent particle began to ooze from the stone pillar where Lin Yao had halted. Instead of falling to the ground, the particles behaved as if they possessed a life of their own, tentatively climbing up Wanda's legs. The viscous, eerie particles, emanating a scarlet glow, startled her. She buried her face in Lin Yao's embrace, while her leg, which had been probed by the etheric particles, kicked out wildly, leaving afterimages in its wake. Meanwhile, Lin Yao, cradling Wanda, felt as though he were undergoing a torment of his own. The sharp, piercing sounds that reverberated near his ear caused his already heightened sense of hearing to buzz intensely. Despite her struggle, Wanda's nascent chaos magic exhibited a peculiar attraction to the Infinity Stone. Capitalizing on her momentary lapse in defense, the Reality Stone successfully infiltrated her being. However, rather than inflicting harm, it stimulated Wanda's powers to further awaken. With a shrill, otherworldly wail, Lin Yao was caught off guard as the unleashed chaos magic flung him away. Regaining his composure swiftly, he dashed back to catch the unconscious Wanda, knowing that otherwise, she would likely be buried beneath the collapsing desolation. Then, the tempestuous energy erupted once more. This time, forewarned, Lin Yao could perceive the energy with greater clarity. He discerned that it was indeed the energy fluctuations of the Reality Stone. It appeared the first surge was a result of Wanda's uncontrolled magic, while the second was a defensive mechanism of the Reality Stone. Lin Yao was unyielding. A biological force field enveloped Wanda, sealing off the surrounding space. With a telekinetic strength far surpassing that of the current host, combined with the purifying force of the talisman, he began to expel the Reality Stone from Wanda, akin to squeezing toothpaste. A dark red luminescence traced the intricate network of her veins and nerves beneath her skin, winding upward, ultimately converging near the collarbone. The final desperate resistance began. The nebulous flicker of consciousness from the Reality Stone instinctively compelled it to cling to its current host. Lin Yao, realizing he could not extract it, adjusted Wanda's position. With one hand gripping her waist and the other supporting the nape of her neck, he lifted her, turning her upside down to bring her before him. Following this, Lin Yao commenced a tempestuous inhalation, directing it toward Wanda's lips. Thus, he siphoned the particle stream manifested from the Reality Stone out of Wanda's throat. The viscous yet ethereal particles, resembling smoke, attempted to escape, but Lin Yao, swift and astute, seized them and cast them into the shared repository of their group chat. This had been previously agreed upon, and the Reality Stone held little significance for him at present. Besides, with sufficient points in the future, he could acquire it again. Even placing it in the shared repository as a collective asset among friends was inconsequential. A violent coughing fit abruptly pulled Lin Yao back to reality. Although the biological force field had safeguarded Wanda's heart, lungs, and other bodily tissues during the tempestuous inhalation, the pain was unavoidable. Now, suspended upside down in his grasp, their faces were mere inches apart. Whether from the constriction or shyness, Wanda's entire face flushed crimson. With an embarrassed smile, Lin Yao gently set her down, simultaneously activating the power of the talisman to alleviate her discomfort and the residual damage from the ethereal particles. After a brief pause of several seconds, Wanda regained her composure. Yet she kept her head bowed, unwilling to meet Lin Yao's gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Wanda had actually awakened before the ethereal particles detached. She simply had not opened her eyes due to her discomfort. While Lin Yao absorbed that peculiar energy, Wanda was fully conscious, though her insides ached from the tugging of the two forces. However, the quasi-kiss with Lin Yao left her feeling as though her very soul had been drawn away. Even now, she still felt somewhat ethereal, as if floating. Lin Yao, oblivious, attributed her momentary disorientation to the overwhelming impact she had just experienced. Like cradling a kitten, he supported her posterior with one hand, slightly adjusting her position so that her upper body lay against his chest, her head resting on his shoulder. Ensuring she was as comfortable and relaxed as possible, he prepared to leap away from this enchanted place. Yet, Wanda leaned close to Lin Yao's ear, her voice barely above a whisper. "Wait, Can we do that again? The energy you just extracted. Hearing this, Lin Yao instinctively pulled Wanda closer, gazing into her eyes with a knowing look for several seconds. Of course, but do hurry, I wish to try again. Ultimately, in deference to her wishes, Lin Yao disregarded the urging messages from their group chat and proceeded to administer another 5-minute tempestuous inhalation rescue to Wanda. When the two emerged back into the world, they discovered that the cylindrical building had completely vanished. The individuals who had been waiting outside were now gathered in small clusters, some engaged in playful activities, others cooking outdoors, and a few had even set up hammocks and fallen asleep. Lauda, you have finally returned. One might have thought you two were off getting married and starting a family, remarked one of them. The crowd closed in, casting knowing smiles at Lin Yao and the blushing Wanda. It was only after Bruce's explanation that Lin Yao realized they had been absent for over 10 hours. This reminder triggered memories of a movie plot from his previous life. In that story, Jane Foster had succumbed to the influence of the ether particles, and what felt like mere minutes for her translated to 5 hours in the outside world. Given the significant time lapse, it was understandable that they had been delayed. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, tranquility was no longer the order of the day. In the realm of Vanaheim, the infamous Dark Elf King, Malekith, known as the King of the Dark Elves, awoke from his slumber. His complexion was pallid, and his body emaciated, resembling a skeletal figure adorned with a white mask from afar. However, as the life support device was fully disengaged, Malekith's physique rapidly regained its form, transforming from a haggard skeleton into an appearance reminiscent of the elves from cinematic tales. Upon awakening, Malekith immediately inquired of his subordinates whether the ether particles had re-emerged. Yes, my lord. The ether particles manifested within the Midgard region, but they vanished almost instantaneously, came the reply. Exhaling deeply, Malekith then questioned, has there been any reaction from Asgard? Not yet. There are no signs of the rainbow bridge above Midgard. Malekith tapped his temples thoughtfully, quickly arriving at a decision. Speed was of the essence. He commanded the cursed warriors to head to Midgard immediately, to seize the ether particles with utmost haste. The moment when the 9 realms would align was imminent, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to plunge all 9 worlds into darkness using the ether particles. Thus, Malekith resolved to personally lead the charge, bringing along all remaining forces and the last capsule of the destroyer. Once everyone was prepared, a fleet of a dozen fishfin-shaped dark gray ships swiftly departed from Vanaheim. Simultaneously, having just quelled the rebellion in Vanaheim, Thor returned to Asgard alongside the 3 warriors of the Valkyrie and his companion Sif. Without haste to report back, Thor first rushed to Heimdall's side to inquire about Jane Foster's recent circumstances. Heimdall scanned the earth, and after a brief search, he located Jane Foster. However, what he beheld compelled him to gasp in astonishment. Thor was taken aback. It was the first time Heimdall exhibited such an unstable demeanor. Jane Foster appeared unfazed, continuing her prior tasks. However, the situation surrounding them left Thor perplexed, prompting him to anxiously inquire, what is happening? Please speak. Instead of providing an explanation, Heimdall directly initiated a vision sharing. Thor's eyes transformed into a pale golden hue, granting him insight into the circumstances on Earth. Numerous individuals of varying ages and distinctly different attire were soaring through the skies, engaged in combat with several oddly shaped spacecraft. Below, at the outskirts of the battlefield, the vehicles commonly used by Jane and her companions were desperately attempting to escape the area. Heimdall, Jane, and Midgard are in peril. You must transport me there. Heimdall concurred, recognizing the urgency to send Thor. Although he was also encountering the unfamiliar ships for the first time, their resemblance to the dark elves depicted in ancient texts was striking. If left unchecked during this critical juncture when the 9 realms were about to converge, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Consequently, Heimdall bypassed protocol and activated the Bifrost to send Thor forth. As the radiant beam of the Bifrost dissipated, Thor, along with Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg, arrived on Earth. The 4 were momentarily immobilized by the scene before them. A dozen individuals were airborne, dismantling the dark elf vessels with their bare hands. Among them, a striking young man clad in black armor, adorned with a crimson emblem on his chest, stood out. His eyes emitted a red energy that obliterated all ships within his reach, reducing them to smoldering fragments. When did Earth acquire such formidable individuals? With this level of power, they should have long since confronted Thanos, Thor mused, albeit his actions were swift as he hurled his hammer and swiftly approached Jane and the others. They were currently taking refuge in their usual van, but due to the anomalous reactions caused by the convergence of the 9 realms, the vehicle had failed to ignite. Thor pushed the van forward for several kilometers, extricating them from the battlefield before inquiring about their situation. Jane Foster delivered 2 sharp slaps to Thor, leaving him bewildered. However, when she prepared to respond to his questions, she awkwardly realized that they were equally in the dark. Initially, this small team intended to investigate the nearby abnormal energy fluctuations, only to discover upon arrival that the rumored cylindrical building had vanished. Having traveled such a distance only to return empty-handed would indeed feel like a considerable loss. However, they were just about to begin their search for samples nearby when they were urged to leave by the group of people from earlier. Amid the ensuing dispute, those oddly shaped alien spacecraft arrived. Upon hearing this, Thor's mind began to piece together the situation. It seemed that this group had inadvertently triggered some mechanism or seal, awakening the slumbering dark elves. It was fortuitous that the 9 realms were aligning, allowing them to arrive at Midgard with such swiftness. Now, it was time to return to his true calling, quelling the rebellion. With a few powerful swings of his hammer, Thor soared back to the battlefield, where he encountered several familiar faces, as the other Avengers had also arrived. There was Tony, clad in his Mark 52 armor, Captain Steve Rogers, and the Hulk. Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow Natasha remained aboard the helicarrier, unable to contend with the magnitude of this battle. "Hey, good to see you again," Tony greeted, launching a repulsor blast that sent the nearest enemy flying before hovering next to Lin Yao. Observing Tony's armor, which resembled his own nanotech suit, but was a striking silver and white, Lin Yao recognized that Tony had mastered the Kryptonian technology he had shared. "Are these aliens truly the danger you spoke of? They don't appear particularly formidable," Tony remarked, as several floating cannons deployed from his back, autonomously engaging nearby foes while he conversed with Lin Yao in midair. "Not at all. Their animosity lies with Thor and his kin. Your adversary is someone else entirely. Must you always be so cryptic? Can't you just tell me directly? Where's the fun in that? Besides, you've equipped yourself with a new suit. What about my order? There's no reasoning with you. Here." Tony tossed a thumb-sized metallic sphere to Lin Yao, which unfolded upon contact, transforming into the sleek silver and black armor he had designed. With a satisfied grin, Lin Yao donned the magnificent armor and became a streak of deep blue lightning, charging into the fray. Realizing the battle was turning against them, and with the ether particles still unaccounted for, Malekith prepared to retreat. The tide of battle was decidedly in their favor, and with a little extra effort, exterminating the Dark Elves would not pose a challenge. However, Lin Yao harbored other intentions. He aimed to drive the Dark Elves towards Asgard, and seize the opportunity to plunder their treasury amidst the chaos. If he could obtain the Space Stone in the process, it would be a significant boon. Even if he ultimately failed to secure the Space Stone and returned empty-handed, he would still find enjoyment in the endeavor. There was no loss for him. Lin Yao's motivation stemmed from a discovery he had made while examining the warehouse details. Items stored in the warehouse could be forcibly reclaimed, even if taken or sealed by others. Based on this mechanism, Lin Yao intended to deliberately deliver the ether particles to Malekith, thereby inciting him to attack Asgard, while he himself could benefit from the ensuing chaos. With this thought in mind, Lin Yao briefly outlined his plan to the group. "Dear members, I have a bold idea," he announced, invoking a vote regarding the utilization of the reality gem from the shared repository. It appeared that a majority vote sufficed. Otherwise, requiring unanimous consent would pose a significant complication. Soon, DeLong, Tian Xiaoban, Xiaoyu, and Gwen agreed to the proposal. Although Bruce and Mark opposed the idea, believing it unwise to invite danger, their dissent proved inconsequential. "Lin Yao, reconsider this. It will involve many innocents," Bruce implored, placing a hand on Lin Yao's shoulder in a bid to persuade him. However, the casualties of a few nameless foot soldiers paled in comparison to the acquisition of the space gem. "Rest assured, I am fully aware of my course. Please refrain from troubling me further," Lin Yao replied, feigning a maniacal delight in chaos to conceal his deeper intentions from Bruce. After impatiently pushing Bruce aside, he swiftly materialized before the flagship of the Dark Elves, pressing one hand against the soon-to-be invisible vessel. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled and astonished gazes of the Avengers and Dark Elves, he produced the reality gem still in its ether particle form. "Is this what you desire? Dare to follow me," he challenged. With that, Lin Yao cradled the ether particle and soared directly into the nearly aligned Bifrost passage. This maneuver matched their speed with that of the Rainbow Bridge, making it exceedingly difficult for Thor to intercept Lin Yao and Malekith, even if he utilized the bridge to return. Once they entered the passage, Lin Yao discarded his pretense of concealment. He tossed the ether particle to Malekith and then lay across the ship's front window, feigning to be propelled forward by the craft. Although Heimdall observed intently, he could only watch and overhear nothing of their exchanges. By the time he realized something was amiss, Thor had already requested a return via the Rainbow Bridge. The momentary hesitation caused him to miss the optimal opportunity to activate the palace's protective shield. As Malekith's flagship surged through the passage created by the alignment of the 9 stars, it collided directly into the royal palace. In those brief moments, Malekith had successfully initiated the fusion of the ether particles, transforming all his soldiers into formidable cursed warriors. Thor hastened from the Rainbow Bridge with Mjolnir in hand, colliding head-on with Malekith's forces. Thus, a fierce battle erupted in the vicinity of the palace hall. To further incite chaos within Asgard, Malekith dispatched a cursed warrior to the prison to release inmates, sowing discord. After the recent fierce battle, the remnants of the Dark Elves had suffered significant losses, rendering their hope of restoring their clan nearly impossible. Thus, Malekith had but one objective this time: to annihilate the royal family of Asgard, to extinguish Odin and his kin. Faced with the wrathful Dark Elves, Thor found himself somewhat beleaguered. The palace was engulfed in flames, with no commander to orchestrate the defense, resulting in a grave depletion of forces. Lin Yao, recognizing the opportune moment, hastened into the treasury of Asgard to ensure his safety. He donned a dark elf helmet to conceal his identity. The treasures housed within were primarily spoils from Odin's previous conquests. However, Lin Yao paid little heed to the weapons and armor. His focus was singular. He swiftly seized the Tesseract, which radiated a mesmerizing ice-blue glow. The moment he grasped it, the Tesseract vanished into his personal storage space. With his goal achieved, Lin Yao was in no rush to depart. It was a rare chance to explore the high-yield treasury of Asgard. With the safety box already filled, he had no reason to overlook the remaining purple and gold treasures. Listening to a melancholic tune, reminiscent of past joys, Lin Yao began to scour the treasury for more spoils. Eternal Flame, Orb of Agamotto, Destroyer Armor. These were all exquisite items. Lin Yao welcomed them all, stowing them away in his storage space. Just as his hand brushed against the life tablet of Atlantis, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated from behind him. "Impudent mortal, dare you steal the treasures of the Father of Gods?" Accompanying the words was the gleam of a golden spear, the Gungnir, the Spear of Eternity. Lin Yao slightly turned, firmly grasping it. Despite Gungnir's wild tremors, it could not escape his control. "A fine treasure. This one shall be mine as well." With a flick of his wrist, Gungnir vanished from his grasp. A weapon of royal caliber. Even if it was not suited for him, it was a rare gem well worth acquiring. Odin, infuriated to the point of losing sight in one eye, raised his hand to unleash a divine thunderbolt, aiming to obliterate the thief. Yet, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him. "Now, take a look behind you," Lin Yao said, gently laying the slumbering Odin on the ground. Sighing in relief, he was fortunate that Odin was an aged god. Had he been younger, today would have proven far more challenging. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no other valuable items remained, Lin Yao swiftly departed. It was time to reclaim the Reality Stone and Malekith's life. Chapter 35. He ought to thank us. A bolt of black lightning surged from the treasury, instantaneously clearing a vacuum space. Lin Yao came to a halt, still grasping 2 half-destroyed cursed warriors. One must admit, the combat style of the Vitruvian people was exceedingly exhilarating when faced with the current predicament. I refuse to stop. Where are the speed bumps? The blind spots render me invisible. Why do you persist in living when I have exerted myself so fiercely? Go and contest my superhuman strength, Lin Yao remarked. He found himself in the royal palace, specifically within the chambers of Queen Frigga. At that moment, Malekith had seized Frigga by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. The slaying of Odin's wife would undoubtedly plunge him into profound anguish, perhaps even madness. Frigga struggled momentarily, but soon ceased her efforts, fixing her disdainful and furious gaze upon the pale-skinned Malekith. "How audacious, daring to glare at me. If you seek death, I shall oblige." With a surge of power, Malekith prepared to plunge his blade into Frigga's heart. Meanwhile, Odin remained asleep in the vault, and Thor had been lured away by a ruse to the vicinity of the prison. Under the prevailing circumstances, Frigga's demise seemed inevitable. However, fate had not entirely abandoned her, as the instigator Lin Yao arrived just in time to intervene. Frigga closed her eyes, quietly awaiting her grim fate. Yet, after 3 long seconds without any pain, she sensed an unexpected release in her throat and felt someone cradling her weakened form. Hesitantly, Frigga opened her eyes to behold a handsome young man, robust yet not bulky, taller and more proportionate than Thor. At that moment, this unfamiliar dashing youth was holding her in a princess carry. "Thank you, young man. I sense you are not from Asgard." If Frigga had been younger, perhaps Lin Yao would have considered pursuing her romantically. However, Now that Frigga had matured, he found himself hesitant to act upon such inclinations. Thus, Lin Yao gently set her down and politely took a step back. Indeed, I am a Midgardian dragged here by the Dark Elves, in a sense. We are now on the same side. Before he could finish his sentence, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck from behind, unexpectedly propelling Lin Yao several meters away. Thor rushed forward, ready to deliver another blow to Lin Yao, but Frigga intervened, pulling him aside. What are you doing? He is our ally. He just saved me. Thor blinked in confusion, awkwardly offering Lin Yao a sheepish smile. My apologies, it was unintentional. I was blinded by rage and mistook you for an assassin. Lin Yao said nothing, for he had merely stumbled from the surprise attack and had not sustained any real harm. After ensuring Frigga's safety, the two proceeded to scour the palace, eradicating every last dark elf. This time, the dark elf race faced true extinction. Moments earlier, when Malekith was vanquished, Lin Yao had already returned the ether particles to the shared repository. This venture had proven exceedingly profitable, far surpassing the mission's expectations. 2 hours later, Odin, rescued by the healer, sat in a defeated posture upon his throne, appearing as if his very bones had been extracted, lacking the vigor he once possessed. The enemy had breached the palace, leaving the treasury nearly emptied and the eternal spear seized. Both he and Frigga had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the invading forces. Furthermore, despite the extermination of the enemy, the army of the Celestial Palace had failed to recover the lost treasures, and even Heimdall could uncover no trace of them. In the midst of his despair, Odin beheld Thor and Frigga entering the Great Hall, accompanied by a Midgardian. Father, the benefactor who saved Mother and aided us in vanquishing the invaders has arrived. Odin exhaled deeply, mustering a semblance of a smile, for Lin Yao had donned the Savita armor, his face concealed by the Dark Elf's full-cover helmet. Their brief encounter had resulted in Odin being knocked unconscious. Given the dire circumstances and the significant blow he had endured, Odin now perceived the world through a haze. Naturally, he failed to recognize Lin Yao, the very individual who had plunged the Celestial Palace into turmoil yet also rescued them. I am immensely grateful to you, young warrior. I have instructed that a feast be prepared, in celebration of our victory in this palace defense and the annihilation of those treacherous dark elves. We shall revel for 3 days. Please, stay a while longer and allow us to extend our hospitality. Odin offered these courteous words, though his eyelids grew heavy. Frigga promptly supported the swaying Odin, guiding him back to his chambers for rest. Lin Yao wished to decline the invitation. Yet Thor had already thrown an arm around his shoulder, exclaiming, "My good brother, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight." Given the Celestial Palace's warm hospitality, Lin Yao recognized that persistent refusals might arouse suspicion. After explaining the situation to his companions, he decided to remain in the Celestial Palace temporarily. The banquet spanned the length of 4 football fields, overflowing with an array of enticing, aromatic beef, lamb, and chicken. When it came to hearty appetites, Thor was unmatched. While others might struggle to finish a small roasted pig among 3, he could easily consume an entire roasted pig himself. Lin Yao spent 2 days indulging without a single drop of water, his stomach filled solely with meat and wine. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he might have been overwhelmed. Before his conscience could catch up to him, the legendary rogue Lin Yao bid farewell to Thor, who had been like a brother to him. Burdened with tons of delectable food and fine wine, Lin Yao was escorted by Thor and the 3 warriors to Bifrost. Until we meet again, dear brother, you shall be missed. It seemed to be a lingering spark of humanity. Before departing, Lin Yao cautioned Thor, stating that his father might be nearing his end. Should he pass away, the seal imprisoning Hela would be loosened. That entity is exceedingly powerful. You must be prepared. Thor's demeanor grew markedly serious, wishing to inquire further. Yet the Bifrost had already been activated. Reluctantly, he suppressed his curiosity, deciding to personally question his father later. As Lin Yao vanished into the brilliance of the Bifrost, the few remaining watched with reluctance. As the beam of light dissipated, Lin Yao materialized at the entrance of the hotel where Bruce and the others were staying. Haha, I'm back. I've brought plenty of delicacies from the Celestial Palace. Everyone, come and share. After distributing the roasted meats and ale from the Celestial Realm, they cordoned off a section to commence their impromptu camping celebration. However, their gathering was not particularly joyous, as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lurked in the distance. Bruce sat with an unmistakably displeased expression, seemingly brooding over the discord between his views and those of Lin Yao. In his world, following the Black Zero incident, Bruce had discovered the formidable kryptonite, a substance capable of significantly suppressing the powers of Kryptonians. Although he had yet to test its effects on Lin Yao, Clark had already undergone the experience. It was not even necessary for kryptonite to penetrate the body. Merely placing it nearby, within a radius of 2 to 3 meters, could greatly diminish Clark's abilities. Not only did his invulnerable physique fade, but even his strength nearly dissipated, rendering him easily subdued. After this experiment, Bruce realized he had been deceived. He had not lied, yet he had omitted crucial information, creating a temporal misalignment with Lin Yao. The request for the horse talisman as remuneration was evidently aimed at rendering himself completely immune to the weakness of kryptonite, liberating him from any potential constraints. It appeared Lin Yao was quite familiar with Bruce's character, understanding that upon revealing kryptonite's capacity to subdue Kryptonians, Bruce would undoubtedly keep a contingency. Indeed, after their first joint battle, Bruce began searching for means to counter Lin Yao. Although the regulations prohibited mutual harm, confining Lin Yao or temporarily nullifying his abilities was a feasible endeavor, if executed correctly. Unfortunately, that opportunity had now passed. Bruce was increasingly agitated. Lin Yao's reckless approach was bordering on callousness. Although no significant blunders had yet arisen, it was merely a matter of time before trouble ensued. Growing more frustrated, Bruce chose to forego further festivities, citing obligations in his own universe, and returned prematurely to the cosmos. Lin Yao, unfazed by his departure, prepared for his next journey to Xander, where the most crucial power gem awaited him. Chapter 36. The Dawn of Justice. Despite numerous attempts to dissuade Lin Yao from recklessly involving innocent individuals, Bruce returned to the Batcave in a state of frustration after being met with relentless rebuttals. He shed all his gear, deactivated Jor-El's projection, and even unbuttoned his shirt, reclining in a state of utter relaxation in his chair. Even though this posed a risk of being ambushed, he persisted in this manner, as it allowed his mind to clear and focus on the pressing matters at hand. The space once occupied by the Batmobile had been expanded to accommodate the previously acquired Kryptonian origin chamber. Leaning back in his chair, Bruce's gaze fixated on the origin tree, adorned with spherical embryos, as he hesitated over whether to formally initiate his somewhat audacious plan. At that moment, a sudden surge of electric light and gale-force winds erupted before him, accompanied by a vague, dark crimson silhouette. "Bruce, is that you? Please listen to me carefully. Do not go to war. You will destroy the Earth." The voice became increasingly faint and chaotic as it continued, ultimately seeming to be pulled away by some unseen force, vanishing along with the lightning that formed a portal. Bruce took several deep breaths, processing the words of that unfamiliar stranger. "Do not go to war, but they will annihilate the Earth." Could it be that Lin Yao's subjugation of Zod's minions serves a different purpose? The thought unsettled Bruce further. Lin Yao, in his whimsical nature, might indeed engage in deliberately empowering his foes only to battle them later. This behavior was no longer mere recklessness. It bordered on reckless creation. What if a formidable adversary emerged in the future, one that he could not subdue, perhaps even one capable of vanquishing him? The more he pondered, the more ominous it felt. The warning from that mysterious superhuman, which had initially altered his perspective, now solidified his resolve. I must have a force capable of contending with Lin Yao, even one that can overpower him. This thought crystallized and intensified within him. His fingers lingered over the controls for 2 seconds before he turned his gaze to the blood-stained Robin suit encased in glass behind him. Whenever his eyes lingered on that garment, guilt and helplessness washed over him. He needed to cultivate a cadre of warriors, fiercely loyal to him, whose powers rivaled those of Lin Yao. "Do not make a decision you will come to regret," Alfred, the butler, interjected, blocking Bruce's path. Although he was unaware of Bruce's current intentions, the agitation in his demeanor was unmistakable. Decisions made in such a state are often fraught with unpredictable consequences, and Afyu hoped he could deliberate with prudence. After exchanging glances with Afyu for a few seconds, Bruce chose not to persist. Shaking his head, he rose and departed from the Batcave. It was indeed time for him to calm down and thoughtfully contemplate his short-term future plans. Meanwhile, the universe detected a communal repository housing high-value items, and the points redemption feature was activated. Points could be redeemed for rare items, such as artifacts, magical objects, the remains of superhumans, spaceships, and more, which could be sold to the system marketplace in exchange for points. The price would be assessed based on a comprehensive evaluation of factors such as item strength, rarity, and narrative significance. With the acquisition of the Mind Scepter and ether particles into the communal repository, the marketplace also introduced several new convenient features. Now, everyone could sell items for points. Lin Yao, unreserved, began selecting valuable yet unhelpful items he had pilfered from the Asgardian treasury. For instance, he sold the Eternal Flame and the Frost Box, items that were akin to artifacts for certain special races but offered little assistance to him. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret for not having emptied the entire Asgardian treasury. Otherwise, he could have exchanged armor and weapons for a considerable amount of points. After a brief respite, Mark, Tian Xiaoban, and the others returned to their respective worlds. Everyone felt somewhat fatigued and were prepared to return for a well-deserved rest. Lin Yao's passage to this world was opened by Gwen, thus he was free from time constraints. The space gem and the Eye of Agamotto he possessed alleviated his immediate concerns. The Eye of Agamotto could observe the cosmos and predict dangers, while the space gem could open direct portals. Utilizing both, Lin Yao could travel through the universe with a large entourage at any moment. As a reward for their assistance in acquiring the gems, Lin Yao procured an item from the communal marketplace for Mark, Tian Xiaoban, Dalong, Xiaoyu, and the people of his homeland. Although he had quarreled with Bruce, he had nonetheless lent a hand. After a moment of contemplation, he bought Bruce a smart butler named Friday as compensation for his assistance. The items produced by the system marketplace were impervious to manipulation. After receiving the gift, Bruce sent a grateful emoji but did not respond further. Lin Yao preferred not to prolong the awkwardness and focused on the present after closing the private chat window. Rather than searching for the elusive Morag, the location of the ruins harboring the cosmic sphere, he opted to directly locate Star-Lord. The Eye of Agamotto hovered before him as Lin Yao manipulated the crystal orb with both hands, soon revealing a soft, luminous glow within. Soon, the radiant glow began to morph, transforming into a figure clad in a crimson leather jacket, with a metallic mask obscuring their face. Lin Yao's lips curled into a smirk. Fortune was on his side, as this individual had just landed near a remarkably familiar ancient temple. Without hesitation, he activated the space gem, conjuring a dark blue wormhole that served as a portal to the extraterrestrial relic. However, Lin Yao did not rush into action. Instead, he led his companions into hiding. Not far away, as Quill pressed the play button on his portable cassette player, a lively tune filled the air. With headphones on, the world became his own. Star-Lord Quill commenced an immersive dance in the desolate ruins. Unbeknownst to him, behind a column, Lin Yao, the Berserker, Fola, Eve, and Gwen were watching him with expressions of incredulity. Is this person a fool? After a silence of several seconds, Fola could no longer contain herself and turned to Lin Yao with an inquisitive look. Hearing the iconic line echoed, Lin Yao stifled a laugh and nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated through the air. Quill, using an alien mouse as a makeshift microphone, was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away by a punch from Fola, landing on the ground motionless. Upon seeing Lin Yao's flushed face, Fola assumed she had erred and hurriedly lowered her head, awaiting her master's reprimand. She had dismissed Quill as an unintended disruptor, seemingly failing to meet her master's expectations. Just as she prepared to awaken Quill to rectify her mistake, she heard Lin Yao erupt into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach. After a fit of laughter, Lin Yao rubbed his still quivering abdominal muscles and led his companions into the main hall of the ruins. Amidst the numerous stone pillars, one was not solid but contained an energy shield at its center. With his robust physique, Lin Yao was undeterred by the fluctuations of the power gem and effortlessly extracted it from the pillar. He then stored it in his personal storage space, successfully completing the mission. Thus far, 4 gems had fallen into their control. Lin Yao had significantly enhanced his own strength while indirectly saving Earth. Soon, the group returned to Earth through the portal. For the sake of convenience and future endeavors, Lin Yao utilized the 2 recently acquired Infinity Gems to transform his villa in Hell's Kitchen into a pocket universe-like independent space, which he carried with him. In this manner, Lin Yao reconfigured his home into a cosmic travel device reminiscent of the Doctor Who's TARDIS. However, it was somewhat regrettable that until he obtained the Time Gem, Lin Yao was unable to traverse time, only able to swiftly navigate through the cosmos. With the aid of the Space Gem, the already spacious villa was expanded to a size comparable to a small town. The Berserker finally found a private space, free from the disturbances caused by Lin Yao and others every night. However, the blissful moments of leisure are always fleeting. Just after settling in for less than 70 hours, Lin Yao heard the previously agreed-upon signal from Tony. Chapter 37. The Return of the Egg Demon. Manhattan Island, Stark's seaside villa. After enduring several aerial bombardments, the villa lay in ruins, and with the collapse of the cliff, the entire structure began its descent into the ocean below. Tony was caught off guard by the explosion. Although his armor enveloped him instantly, being nearly face-to-face with a missile still rendered him unconscious for approximately 30 seconds. During this brief interval, he missed the prime opportunity for a counterattack and rescue. While other furniture and equipment were inconsequential, Pepper in the kitchen on the first floor was in grave danger. She was directly ensnared by the collapsing debris, plummeting towards the cliff's edge. As Tony anxiously struggled, pinned beneath several steel bars and needing a few moments to free himself, a dark figure flashed by. He then saw the unconscious Pepper Potts, cradled by Lin Yao, suspended in midair. Without waiting for words, a heated gaze swept across, swiftly severing the debris that trapped Tony's legs. Quite timely, wouldn't you say? How do you intend to express your gratitude? Once freed from the rubble, Tony immediately unleashed a barrage of small cluster missiles and the reactor beam from his chest. The armed helicopter that had attacked their home was obliterated before it could even make a turn. When Lin Yao arrived, he could have easily collided with the helicopter to destroy it, but chose not to, leaving an enemy for Tony to vent his frustrations upon. Thanks. What reward do you desire? Money, resources, or perhaps I could craft another suit of armor for you. After the two returned to safety, Pepper was promptly taken away by Stark's personal medical team for treatment, and Lin Yao, without hesitation, sketched a design. Seizing the opportunity, he requested Tony to create a nanotech suit for Gwen, enabling her to join him in battling foes from time to time. This suit shall be constructed with a composite material of URU metal, vibranium, and adamantium, prioritizing defense and speed. Begin by sourcing adamantium and vibranium. URU metal is not available on Earth, but I can procure some in due time. Lin Yao indeed possessed a considerable amount of URU metal, as evidenced by Odin's destroyer armor and the Eternal Spear, both forged from this metal. However, Tony lacked a neutron star forge like that of Nidavellir, which could efficiently and perfectly smelt such materials. Perhaps a visit to the Dwarven realm would be in order. With this thought, Lin Yao suddenly conceived an idea to bring Nidavellir under his command. At that moment, it was merely a matter of expanding the pocket universe to encompass the entirety of Nidavellir, along with the neutron star, which should pose no difficulty. As the two conversed during their flight, they soon arrived at Killian's stronghold. The extremist virus produced by advanced idea mechanics, if refined, could indeed serve as a far superior enhancement method compared to the super soldier serum utilized by Captain America. Unfortunately, Lin Yao had never encountered the finished product or the formula for the extremist virus. Otherwise, he could have devised a harmless modified version himself. Now that he was here, he might as well take something back for further investigation. With this thought in mind, Lin Yao surged into the advanced idea mechanics building. Upon bursting through to the other side, he found himself gripping a blonde man. Aldrich Killian was ensnared in Lin Yao's iron grip, and after struggling futilely, he realized he was utterly immobilized. Raising his hands, which glowed with a searing red light, he attempted to melt Lin Yao's arm by gripping his wrist tightly. However, this intense heat, capable of melting even Tony's armor, had no effect on Lin Yao whatsoever. Not only did Killian fail to loosen his grip due to the heat, but even after several seconds, he could not scorch Lin Yao's clothing. Are you finished? It's my turn now, Lin Yao remarked with a teasing smile, before turning to Tony and saying, "Follow me. I have something amusing to show you." With a nod of his chin urging Tony to follow, Lin Yao hoisted Killian and soared directly towards the Himalayas. Once they arrived, Tony finally voiced his curiosity. "So, what brings you to this desolate place? Climbing Everest?" "Of course not. Have you ever played with snow-buried explosives?" "Oh, I forgot. Americans hardly celebrate the New Year and rarely set off firecrackers," he responded, knowing they had real ones to play with every day. Without further explanation, Lin Yao tossed the wind-dazed Killian onto a slope, then turned to Tony and said, "You take one shot, I take one shot. Whoever triggers an avalanche must post an embarrassing photo on all social media accounts." With that, Lin Yao delivered a powerful kick to Killian, causing him to groan in agony, abruptly awakening him from his stupor. However, now under Lin Yao's telekinetic control, Killian could neither struggle nor raise a hand to shield himself. Is this really it? Tony felt a phantom pain, but secretly relished the situation. This man had recently made his life miserable, disrupting his eating and sleeping patterns. After the chaos of the New York battle, this provocation was nearly causing him to unravel completely. Now, with an opportunity for reprisal at hand, Tony was more than willing to indulge in this seemingly mundane yet remarkably cathartic game. Indeed, but this fellow is liable to explode. So our competition is really about who can effectively detonate him first. Whoever does, loses. Damn, you're a genius, Tony quipped. And the two of them began to unleash their frustrations on the immobile Killian, treating him like a punching bag. During this process, Tony, after a long time, finally revealed a smile. It was evident that the prolonged tension and suppression had rendered him quite irritable. This game allowed him to personally execute the scoundrel who had harmed his friends and family, perfectly channeling his pent-up negative emotions. with a thunderous explosion. Killian was ultimately obliterated by the duo. They stood steadfast, letting the snow cascade over them, even burying themselves, a sensation that brought both of them immense relaxation. Tony, embracing the spirit of the game, shared a whimsical photo of himself half buried in snow, with only half of his face visible. In addition to his personal social media account, he prominently featured it on the homepage of Stark's official website. Tony's home and workshop would require some time for reconstruction, and he promised that once the rebuilding was completed, he would be the first to craft the newly ordered armor for Lin Yao. With the universe offering little amusement in the short term, Lin Yao decided to depart. Before leaving, however, he left Tony with a heavy bombshell. Not long after, Nick Fury would face an assassination attempt. At that time, a masked assassin with a metallic left arm would emerge, the very individual responsible for the murder of Lin Yao's parents. This time, Lin Yao did not shroud the identity in riddles. He directly informed Tony that the masked assassin was none other than Bucky Barnes, Captain America's close friend. He also disclosed that Bucky had been brainwashed into committing the assassination. As for how Tony intended to deal with the Winter Soldier, Lin Yao chose not to intervene. Faced with such critical information, Tony found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude, leaving him to owe a significant favor for the time being, vowing to repay it when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, at SHIELD's New York branch, upon learning from Tony that this menace had finally departed Earth, Nick Fury slumped like a deflated balloon. He had been surveilling intensely for quite some time, and even when resting, he merely dozed off in the command center, his body on the verge of collapse. Previously, he had even contemplated utilizing his personal device to call in Captain Marvel to handle the extremely unstable extraterrestrial visitor. However, Nick Fury's perspective shifted. This individual seemed to have a commendable rapport with both Thor and Tony. If possible, he wished to leverage Tony's connection to see if he could persuade this person to join the Avengers. Nevertheless, as soon as this proposal was made, Tony promptly dismissed it. This individual would not heed your commands. His presence here was solely for enjoyment and to collect what he deemed valuable, such as the armor I create. Nick Fury found himself momentarily speechless at Tony's arrogance, for although this individual appeared to be of Dragon Kingdom descent, he consistently approached Tony under the pretense of requesting assistance in customizing armor. However, in reality, he had only sought out Tony after visiting other places. Nick Fury found it impossible to discern what this individual, Lin Yao, was up to. Unless under close surveillance, no detection equipment could capture the whereabouts of this person. Fortunately, Lin Yao currently aligned with the interests of Earth, which was the only solace Nick Fury could find, allowing him to temporarily set aside his concerns about Lin Yao. He had a far more pressing task at hand, the long-anticipated Insight Project. Chapter 38. Upon returning to the 1610 universe, Lin Yao and his companions remained at home for several days. At Gwen's urging, Lin Yao found himself drawn into the world of My Little Pony. While they nestled on the couch, indulging in snacks and binge-watching, Lin Yao received a notification from their group chat. Tian Xiaoban, Lin Yao Lauda. Today is my grandfather's 60th birthday. Could you join us for the celebration? As Lin Yao perused the group chat, he noticed that Xiaoban had asked the entire group, but everyone seemed preoccupied and unable to attend. Of course, some felt unfamiliar with Xiaoban's grandfather and cousin, finding family gatherings potentially awkward, thus politely declining. Initially, Lin Yao contemplated declining as well, but upon further reflection, he realized this could serve as an intriguing plot twist. Rising to his feet, he announced, "I'll be out for a few minutes. Xiaoban needs me." After exchanging brief farewells with his family, Lin Yao accepted Xiaoban's invitation. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at a secluded lake. A dilapidated car was parked nearby, and not far off, a grill and camping gear had been set up. Wow! As he surveyed the surroundings, an exclamation startled him from behind. Xiaoyu had been taken aback by Lin Yao's sudden appearance. "Goodness, you oaf. We've already botched the cake and More's ingredients, and now you bring someone over as a guest?" Xiaoyu was reprimanding Xiaoban when she suddenly felt a gentle breeze pass by. Turning around, she was astonished to see Lin Yao holding 2 boxes of freshly purchased cookies and marshmallows, in addition to a car-mounted massage chair. "Your grandfather is celebrating his 60th birthday today, right? I didn't bring a gift, but I happened to buy this massage chair. It can easily replace one of the seats in the RV." Both Tian Xiaoban and Xiaoyu exchanged awkward smiles. "If only you had mentioned that earlier. We could have asked you to bring back a cake. Now, forgetting such a crucial item will surely ruin Grandpa's 60th anniversary." Lin Yao had intentionally refrained from bringing back a cake. Just then, accompanied by a brilliant flash, a portal opened nearby. From within emerged a masked woman with short orange hair, clad in a blue-gray outfit, her right arm adorned with 6 embedded magic stones. He resembled an icy specter, unhesitatingly lifting Xiaoyu and departing. Although Tian Xiaoban was startled, he showed no sign of hesitation and promptly activated his watch, transforming into the flash star. Lin Yao's purpose for coming here was precisely this, and he did not miss the opportunity, swiftly following suit into the portal. On the other side of the portal lay a cyberpunk metropolis. After a masked woman provided some explanations, Xiaoban and the others realized they had been transported to a world 20 years hence. In this era, Tian Xiaoban had become a globally renowned super savior. To put it simply, even purchasing a bottle of water would result in encountering a dozen people greeting him. In less than 10 seconds, he had already met 5 fans. Moreover, not far away stood a statue of an adult Bangu, signed not with a 10, but with a 10. Hello, I am Lin. You seem to know them. But I do not know you. Could you tell me who you are? While the 2 children were observing their surroundings, the adult Xiaoyu approached, curiously sizing up Lin Yao. Just call me Lin Yao. As for your first question, I believe the Xiaoyu you brought back is not actually the past version of yourself. Lin, having studied time travel, instantly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting a parallel universe? Precisely that. However, regardless of whether or not it is your former self, what matters is that it can ultimately resolve your troubles, correct? Upon hearing this, Lin smiled, acknowledging the truth in his words. Then I appreciate your assistance. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a loud explosion erupted from the nearby street, followed by the emergence of a humanoid rhinoceros, approximately 3 meters tall, stepping out from the ruins. Clad in dark red armor, its horn had been transformed into a cannon. Stinky Xiaoban, long time no see. Still in the form of Flash Star, Tian Xiaoban scratched his head. Who are you? Do I know you? The rhinoceros man grunted in displeasure before sneering. I am Demon Rhino Skull, prepare to meet your demise. Unfamiliar with this foe, Xiaoban was nonetheless eager to engage, as he always was when faced with monsters. It seems you don't yet comprehend why they refer to me as one of the heroes. Since it was not a Kryptonian, but rather Flash Star who had transformed, the time limit remained in effect. Before Xiaoban could sprint too far, he reverted to his normal state. Lin Yao, exasperated, mused, can't you refrain from pressing that foolish watch? He made no haste to intervene, as this level of adversary was hardly worth his concern. Instead, he simply crossed his arms, observing quietly from the side. However, despite his reluctance to act, events did not unfold as he wished. Tian Xiaoban was struck and sent flying by the rhinoceros, colliding directly into Lin Yao. With no other choice, Lin Yao reached out to catch him, turning to place him aside. At the moment he turned to set down Tian Xiaoban, a beam of energy struck him squarely in the back. Since the adversary had sought their own demise, it was only fitting to oblige. Lin Yao smiled and glanced back, unleashing 2 scorching gazes that cleaved the rhinoceros in twain. Simultaneously, a shadow darted swiftly across the street, halting before several individuals. Hey, can someone enlighten me on what transpired here? Lin, when did your magic become so formidable? Another Flash Star had arrived, yet this figure towered more impressively, with a physique that differed slightly from Xiaoban's transformed version. This must be the work of Dr. Dongwu. I ought to return to headquarters. Just as he was about to finish his thought, Bang Gus suddenly paused, for his device was emitting a series of beeping alerts. Such a notification indicated the presence of new entities ready for recording nearby. Bang Gus scanned his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lin Yao. I've never encountered you before. You must not be from Earth, correct? As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, his eyes narrowing slightly in an attempt to discern any flaws in Lin Yao. Unfortunately, aside from their abilities, Kryptonians bore no outward distinctions from Earthlings. Thus, Bang Gu's initial probing yielded no fruitful information. Wow, what is this? A new entity not yet recorded. I never anticipated that you would be unregistered. Bang Gu's reaction further confirmed Lin Yao's earlier speculation about parallel universes. However, he hardly knew this individual and was disinclined to divulge his Kryptonian identity. Consequently, under the barrier of the biological force field, the first attempt at recording ended in failure. I'm here to accompany Xiaoban in celebrating his grandfather's birthday. As for your trivial matters, I have no interest, nor should you entertain notions of recording me. With that, Lin Yao leapt into the air deliberately, aiming to provoke Bang Gu. Due to the constraints of animation production, the catalog listed a myriad of extraterrestrial hero forms. Yet, what was actually displayed remained limited to a few initial versions, neglecting even the frequently utilized transformations like Swamp Fire, Electric Lizard, and Power Tyrannosaurus that Xiaoban employed in later stages. He sought to test whether he could compel Bang Gu to utilize some of the more powerful extraterrestrial heroes. such as Energy Titan, Nuclear Steel, or Ultra Giant, in a battle against him. Alas, his scheme faltered. Just as Bang Ge prepared to teach a lesson to the disrespectful alien stranger, Wenlin's belt emitted an alarm. An emergency has arisen in District 15. The repository housing samples from across the universe has come under attack. If we delay too long, who knows what kind of trouble Dr. Dongwu might unleash. Thus, Bang Ge had no choice but to temporarily disregard Lin Yao, transforming once more into Flash Star, becoming a mere afterimage as he vanished into the street. It seemed the opportunity for play had dissipated, or perhaps I could assume the role of an antagonist and gauge just how formidable this Bang Ge truly is. Upon hearing Lin Yao's grievances, Wenlin and Xiaoyu simultaneously raised their hands in a gesture of exasperation, vociferously imploring, "It is already bothersome enough. Could you refrain from causing further chaos?" Chapter 39. We too have broken the scale. This repository bore a striking resemblance to the treasure trove of the collector within the Marvel Universe, filled with an array of biological specimens elegantly displayed within glass containers. Lin Yao expanded his consciousness, exploring the entire collection while simultaneously absorbing the vast knowledge stored within the base's computer by Bang Ge. Previously, he had been unaware of its true potential due to limited use. Now, as he operated the superintelligence at a relatively high capacity, he comprehended its formidable nature. It could process a staggering 100 billion data entries in a mere instant. And this was not merely a rote memorization. It was a profound understanding that accompanied the retention of information. Even before these insights were firmly lodged in his mind, they were meticulously categorized. Before long, Bang Ge's extensive database, quantified at approximately 110.99 billion, was completely integrated into Lin Yao's consciousness. It was only after familiarizing himself with this data and Bang Ge's research findings that Lin Yao developed a deeper admiration for azimuth. For these insights represented not the entirety of the universe, but merely the tip of the iceberg. Azimuth had not only unraveled the mysteries of nearly all forms of life within the cosmos, but had also distilled their essence into this collection. However, the realization that azimuth, even among the wisdom-renowned Gavin people, was a prodigious talent of monstrous caliber made everything fall into place. Through the deductions of the superintelligence, Lin Yao now grasped the profound secret. By merely donning the diminutive timepiece, he could transcend the ultimate Bang Ge of the future in the next moment. Nevertheless, in contrast to the myriad of impressive alien heroes, Lin Yao discovered another truth, that his prior understanding of superpowers was rather limited. During his decades in the Flaxon dimension, he had likened himself to a scion, relentlessly training. While his strength had indeed increased significantly, the true enhancement attributable to rigorous training was negligible. The overwhelming prowess Lin Yao exhibited during this period stemmed from the belief that after 50 years of arduous cultivation, he ought to be immensely stronger. This thought, or rather command, had unlocked the latent power that was inherently his. Having absorbed the extensive database of knowledge, Lin Yao now found clarity akin to a break in the clouds, affording him a more profound and nuanced understanding of himself. "Hey kid, although I do not know you, you appear to be affiliated with that fellow Bang Ge," a gravelly, yet somewhat shrill voice echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Accompanying this voice was the four-armed overlord, who lay sprawled on the ground after being sent flying. "Hey, do not tamper with my computer." Even before rising, Bang Ge, transformed into the four-armed overlord, called out. And finally, the opponent who had sent him hurtling through the air revealed himself in full. The individual in question is a colossal white gorilla, towering at approximately 4 meters. Yet its head resembles a brain suspended in a mysterious liquid, akin to that of a brain in a vat. Thus, the principle of non-lethality indeed seems rather foolish. While Lin Yao expressed his disdain, he had already seized Dr. Dongwu's head in his grasp. What rendered him speechless was the simultaneous exclamation from Bang Ge and Min Lin, urging him to contain this creature within the Void Zero realm. Ignoring their pleas, the superintelligence within him advised that it was time to wield his extraordinary power. Lin Yao tightened his grip and crushed Dr. Dongwu's head with brutal precision. Furthermore, he incinerated the remnants in his hand and on the ground, as well as the nearby headless giant gorilla's corpse with his thermal gaze. "Kid, I have no time for your little game of tag as vigilantes," he remarked. He recalled a time when he was merely a novice on the streets, when the vigilante hero was relentlessly berated by the likes of Fu Bol. Back then, refraining from killing made sense. However, now that he was on the verge of becoming the world's president, why did he still hesitate to eliminate these habitual escapees? Lin Yao's sarcasm left both Bang Ge and Xiaoban in silence. If they adhered to a principle of non-lethality, Lin Yao embodied the antithesis, the principle of assured kill, even to the point of cruelty. Dr. Dongwu was indeed detestable and had caused considerable trouble. However, Tian Xiaoban was certain he would never treat him as Lin Yao did. For I possess the most lethal weapon in the universe. Rather than manipulation, what I truly require is self-control. Only by steadfastly upholding that boundary can my actions be deemed righteous. At that moment, 3 extraterrestrial beings clad in hero uniforms appeared. These 3 were presumably the galactic volunteers who had previously collaborated with Xiaoban. While they lamented how Bangu always relegated them to menial tasks, they hastened to begin clearing the scene. Just as Bangu prepared to depart, Lin Yao called out to him, "Surely you haven't forgotten what day it is today?" Bangu, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. "I know. Today is the day I thrashed the alien oddballs. Stop bothering me, Min Lin. Hurry and send them all back." With a resigned sigh, Lin Yao unleashed a punch of character correction, stating, "Today marks your grandfather Tian Mark's 80th birthday. If you believe that capturing these escapees is more important than celebrating your grandfather, then go ahead." Min Lin watched as Bangu was sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall, feeling a twinge of concern for him. Lin Yao's words rang true, yet perhaps his strike was a tad excessive. She was just about to intervene when a flash of green light revealed a 30-something Tian Xiaoban, sporting a scruffy beard, appearing before them. "You are right. I have been too focused on the so-called heroism and have neglected my family." His transformation was not merely a result of the might of Lin Yao's blow. Rather, it was the spiritual fluctuations of the biological energy field that refined his thoughts. Unexpectedly, the issue that had been a source of vexation for me was resolved by you. You have truly been an immense help. Without Bangu here, I would have been unable to provide my grandfather with a perfect celebration for his 80th birthday. After expressing her gratitude to Lin Yao and the 2 little ones, when Lin invited them to join Tian Mark for the birthday wish ceremony, the table was adorned with a multitude of gift boxes and a grand 3-tiered cake that exceeded 40 inches, topped with 80 candles. The sight of you all gathered together is the most splendid gift for this 80th birthday. Tian Mark beamed with happiness, embracing his 4 grandchildren tightly. After singing the birthday song and making wishes before blowing out the candles, the portal reappeared. It seemed it was time to return. Before departing, Bangu entrusted the cake he owed his grandfather for 20 years to Xiaoban, asking him to bring it back to remedy this regret. However, Lin Yao did not rush to leave. Instead, he inquired if Bangu knew where to find Azimuth. Bangu tapped his temple thoughtfully for a moment before finally shrugging his shoulders. "The last time I met Azimuth was about 5 years ago. Even if I told you where that place is, it's highly likely you would come up empty-handed." After a pause, Bangu smiled and said, "However, you have assisted Wen Lin and me this time. Although the process was somewhat unpleasant, I still wish to express my gratitude. There is no need to seek out Azimuth. I can create a simplified version for you as a token of thanks. Despite being treated this way, he is still willing to gift me a watch. It truly moves me to tears." Soon, Bangu produced a metallic sphere, resembling the container that had fallen to Earth. "Your power is exceptionally strong. I believe that assistance from ordinary extraterrestrial heroes would be of little significance, so I selected a few interesting ones for you." After receiving the capsule, Lin Yao fist-bumped Bangu and swiftly dashed into the portal. Back at the lakeside, Tian Mark was returning with firewood. The group once again engaged in singing the birthday song and blowing out candles. While distributing cake and roasting esmores, Lin Yao finally found the opportunity to reveal the custom-made item from Bangu. It resembled an initial model of a wristband. Upon unfastening the exterior, the little watch appeared to come alive, directly affixing itself to Lin Yao's left wrist. After briefly sensing the extraterrestrial genes stored within, Lin Yao could not suppress a cheer. Although Bangu's watch contained fewer than 10 alien genes, each one was meticulously chosen. They included the Clock King, Blood Demon, Ice Phantom, and the nearly omnipotent Superman. I must say, Bangu truly knows his craft. Just from brief contact and observation during my battles with various foes, he has accurately discerned what I currently require: the temporal power of the Clock King, the mental control of the Blood Demon, the phasing invisibility of the Ice Phantom, and the almost boundless capabilities of Superman. Wow. In the future, I present to you a transformation. Quickly, take a look at the remarkable alien forms." Tian Xiaoban gazes with curiosity at Lin Yao, who is eagerly urging him to transform with a small watch that bears a striking resemblance to his own appearance. Pressing the dial, a crescent-shaped holographic projection materializes, allowing him to swipe left and right to switch between options. Naturally, for his inaugural transformation, Lin Yao opts for Superman, wishing to ascertain the traits of his dual personas. There is no point in delaying until the moment of need, arguing with them while standing idly. Upon pressing the dial, Lin Yao metamorphoses into a celestial being of the extraterrestrial celestial clan, his form embodying the vastness of the cosmos. Marvelous. This is simply astounding. Pray, tell me what abilities this alien possesses. Brother Lin, are you even listening to me? Hello? Lin Yao is indeed listening. Yet he finds himself unable to control this form, as he is currently engaged in discourse with the two personas of Superman. What a predicament. This wretched watch lacks a novice experience card, thrusting him into their debate from the outset. His lament interrupts the quarrel between the male and female personas, both of whom turn to regard the diminutive figure. Michael Morales, the last surviving variant of Krypton from Asia, the mightiest Kryptonian of Universe 1610. It is a pleasure to meet you. The malevolent little rascal, what are you scheming now? I shall not permit you to wield our divine power for amusement. Lin Yao crosses his arms, gazing resignedly at the colossal masks that loom over him. Before we proceed, at least disclose your names. Moreover, I have no intention of using your powers frivolously. After all, the essence of a game lies in relishing the experience. I am Anna. You are undoubtedly the most handsome being from Earth I have encountered. Wait, you are not from Earth. The voice of the ethereal, gentle female mask evokes a maternal warmth. Much like you, I share the name Michael. How utterly absurd. I cannot believe I share a name with someone like you. The male voice, filled with indignation, bears an uncanny resemblance to the renowned Japanese voice actor Katsuyuki Konishi. Upon his first utterance, Lin Yao nearly mistakes him for Kamina speaking directly to him. Now that we are acquainted, I shall propose the first decision for your consideration. Henceforth, with each transformation, I shall participate in the proposal voting as a persona, with the outcome determined by majority rule. Having conveyed my proposition, I ask for votes in favor and against. Upon hearing this, Anna beams a gentle smile, indicating that this approach will expedite the deliberation of proposals, and she consents. Conversely, Michael huffs in anger, declaring his dissent. Lin Yao raises his hand in agreement, proclaiming, I concur. The vote stands at 3-2, and the proposal passes. Michael pouts in discontent, exclaiming, this is unjust. You two are conspiring against me. This way, all proposals will be unconditionally approved. As soon as Michael uttered the word unfair, Lin Yao sensed that he had secured the right to vote. However, he was acutely aware that this was rather oppressive. When there exists a significant divergence in character, unforeseen troubles are bound to arise. Thus, he offered a soothing proposal. As compensation, for every 3 proposals you veto, you shall be granted 1 vote of absolute veto power. Would you then agree to my participation in the voting? The broken window effect proved effective, compared to a perpetual lack of voice. The intermittent acquisition of a veto power was a result that Michael readily accepted. Very well, I consent to your inclusion in the voting. Chapter 40. The founding of the Justice League. After celebrating Mark's birthday, Lin Yao paid visits to De Long, Xiaoyu, and Mark. He also encountered Oliver Grayson, the insectoid brother that Mark had brought back from outer space, at the Grayson residence. Concurrently, he utilized his small device to record a specimen of the Vitruvian people for research purposes. Lin Yao aspired to concoct a serum derived from the Vitruvians, aiming to transfer their longevity to others without overshadowing their inherent traits. During the time, he spent accompanying 3 female companions on their travels while delving into serum research. Bruce activated the origin chamber. In the vastness of the universe, within the Batcave, a young man clad in a Red Robin uniform soared into the Batcave and landed beside Bruce. This was a child crafted by the origin chamber. Not yet a year old, but already bearing the appearance of 18 or 19. Bruce named this adopted son Daniel Wang. In the process of creating Daniel, Bruce had drawn upon some of Clark's blood. This Kryptonian child exhibited differences from Lin Yao and Clark. Daniel's heat vision emitted freezing beams, while his freeze breath transformed into a scorching exhalation. Moreover, the most significant distinction was that Daniel not only remained unafraid of green kryptonite, but, rather, his powers were amplified under its radiation. Bruce took it upon himself to mentor him, imparting various forms of knowledge and occasionally bringing him along to dispense justice upon wrongdoers. Additionally, Clark would sometimes assist Daniel in training, facilitating a swifter adaptation to controlling his superpowers. Bruce, your intention in nurturing Daniel isn't to have him assist you in managing Lin Yao, is it? Clark, having grown closer to Bruce due to previous events, found their relationship considerably more amicable than in the original timeline. However, since Bruce's return from the Marvel Universe about a year ago, he had become even darker and more irritable than before. It was only through Alfred's counsel and Daniel's companionship that he gradually became less volatile. Enough, Clark. I prefer not to delve into this topic further. Noticing Bruce's escalating agitation, Clark decided to cease the conversation and refrain from probing any deeper. Bruce rubbed his throbbing temples and exhaled deeply. He then deliberately shifted the topic, stating, "Didn't we previously discuss the formation of a team to confront the impending dangers? I have recently identified several promising candidates. You might want to reach out to them. Our collaborative efforts would yield greater efficiency." As he spoke, he activated the supercomputer, and several photographs accompanied by brief introductions appeared on the screen. General Swanwick, who had previously interacted with Clark, the unemployed youth Barry Allen, the half-cyborg Victor, the self-proclaimed messenger of the God of Order, Kent Nelson, the Lord of the Seven Seas, Arthur, and the test pilot, Hal Jordan. After reviewing the options, Clark casually selected a few. "I shall reach out to General Swanwick, Nelson, and the test pilot Hal Jordan." Bruce nodded, showing no inclination to prolong Clark's visit, and turned to attend to his own affairs. Acknowledging that he had been given the hint to leave, Clark departed the Batcave and soared towards Metropolis. Shortly after leaving Wayne Manor, Clark received a call from Lois. She informed him that she would be heading to the Narumi region for an interview and might be away for several days, urging Clark not to wait for her. During this interval, Bruce had remained largely silent in their group chat, only checking in occasionally. Now, with Clark gone, he finally opened the group chat and began to scrutinize the recent conversations among the members. Aside from casual exchanges and playful comic discussions among the children, there were three notable pieces of information. 1. Group member Lisa had narrowly escaped being burned alive by a witch-hunting squad from the church after accepting an invitation from other members. 2. A compatriot had located his illegitimate son, Ryan, and was raising him alongside him. 3. Lin Yao had made a revelation in the group. Lin Yao, Bruce Wayne. Amidst a series of events, I neglected to inform you of a crucial piece of information. There is a fellow named Lex Luthor, who may be up to no good. The corpse of Zod that I left behind has been taken by him for experimentation. When Doomsday emerges, remember to call me for a visit. Bruce Wayne, Lin Yao. I truly appreciate your insight. He took a deep breath to quell his anger, pondering why Lin Yao had not only killed Zod, but had also refrained from desecrating the remains, a stark deviation from his usual methods. It became evident that he had intentionally preserved it for the sake of Lex Luthor's new endeavors. Although, in a sense, he, along with Clark, Daniel, and Diana, should be capable of confronting the formidable adversary that loomed ahead. The thought of Lin Yao possessing the ability to extinguish the very possibility of its emergence, while still leaving such a volatile situation unresolved, ignited within Bruce an impulse to strangle him. Meanwhile, within the Pocket Universe, Lin Yao was receiving a guest, Tony, who had come from the primary universe. After several months, his home had been restored, and the nano suit he had promised to Gwen was now complete. This visit was not only to deliver goods, but also to seek Lin Yao's insights. Ever since the Battle of New York, I have been pondering a question. Why must we merely be avengers rather than preventers? If we could devise a multidimensional defense system, akin to donning an iron suit for the Earth, would it not avert numerous losses and casualties? Lin Yao wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. In the film Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, the Earth inhabited by the Illuminati resembled the realization of this very concept. Coincidentally, Lin Yao himself wished to avert the birth of Ultron, so he offered Tony a suggestion. This idea is indeed commendable. Yet I believe you are aware of the narrative surrounding rogue artificial intelligence. My counsel would be to steer clear of such an endeavor. After a pause, Lin Yao added that even if you are resolute in pursuing this, the directive code should focus not on protecting Earth, but rather on combating malevolent extraterrestrial invaders. Upon hearing this, Tony quickly grasped Lin Yao's implication. This was a straightforward logical deduction. If the objective were to protect Earth, then humanity, which poses a significant environmental threat, could easily become Ultron's primary target. By refining the directive to specifically target malevolent extraterrestrial invaders, the likelihood of erroneous programmatic judgment would substantially diminish. Upon reflection, it was clear that even the creator could err in judgment. It was entirely plausible for artificial intelligence to be misled by simplistic commands. After resolving this pressing issue that occupied much of his mental bandwidth, Tony recalled another matter. He needed to express his gratitude to Lin Yao for revealing the hidden truths surrounding the murder of his parents. Had it not been for Lin Yao's timely clarification of the misunderstandings and truths, Tony might have irreparably fractured his relationship with Steve, with whom he already had differing ideologies. Now, they had successfully rescued and thoroughly rehabilitated Bucky from his brainwashing, integrating him into the Avengers team. Suddenly, Lin Yao conceived an intriguing idea. He could utilize the power of the Clock King to recreate Howard as he was before his assassination. Then, employing Kryptonian technology, he could transform him into an entity akin to Jor-El. However, Resurrecting someone's father was no trivial matter. Lin Yao felt it prudent to first seek the opinion of the son involved. Hey, I could preserve your parents in a form similar to Jarvis. What do you think? Tony raised his hand to interrupt him but offered no response, instead draining his glass of wine in silence. Then, he leaned there in a daze. After approximately 5 minutes of silence, Tony wiped his face and managed to muster a smile. I apologize, I was lost in thought for a moment. Please allow me a little more time to contemplate, if you would. Chapter 41. Howard Stark. After about 2 weeks of diligent effort, Bruce and Clark had reached out to several potential superpowered individuals they had previously identified. Ultimately, those who agreed to join them included Barry Allen, known by the moniker of the Flash, and Diana, the Wonder Woman, who was already acquainted with Bruce. Additionally, there was the Martian Manhunter, Ron, who had disguised himself as General Swanwick, Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern who had acquired the Green Lantern ring, Arthur, the ruler of Atlantis known as Aquaman, and Dr. Fate, Kent Nelson, who wielded formidable magical powers. Furthermore, Bruce's adopted son, the new generation Robin, Daniel Wayne, was also part of this assembly. Initially, Kent Nelson had intended to invite his friends from the Justice Society, with whom he had previously collaborated. However, upon learning that the team comprised Superman and Batman, they politely declined. They only assured that they would assist in times of great crisis, but were reluctant to engage in regular collaboration. Thus, the Justice League, consisting of 10 powerful super beings, was officially formed. Clark, utilizing the Kryptonian technology imparted by Jor-El, employed the special crystals stored within the Kryptonian scout ship to create a crystal island in the Pacific Ocean. Bruce used this island as a foundation to construct a base for the Justice League, known as the Watchtower. Jor-El's projection was also relocated from the Batcave to this new site. He served as the communication coordinator for the Justice League, monitoring global events and contacting other members during significant crises. As the Justice League was established and the base completed in less than 3 days, the outside world remained oblivious to this assembly of powerful figures. Lex Luthor, too, was unaware of their gathering, continuing his schemes to frame Superman. Previously, he had gone to Nairobi to rescue Lois, but this endeavor had been twisted into an event depicting Superman as a mass murderer, which began to gain traction. A local survivor testified in court, accusing Superman of orchestrating the massacre in Nairobi. Upon learning that Superman would be attending a congressional hearing to clear his name, Kent Nelson called out to him, "Clark, this is a trap. I strongly advise against attending." However, Bruce let out a scoff, a sly smile creeping across his lips. "No, quite the opposite. Clark, feign ignorance and attend the hearing as planned. We will turn the tables on them." After much contemplation, Bruce realized that to deal with villains, one must sometimes outwit them with their own cunning. Before departing, Bruce bestowed upon Clark a compact, bomb-proof capsule that could shrink to the size of a ping-pong ball. He was instructed to throw the ball whenever he spotted any lead within the venue. This tactic was also learned from Lin Yao. Since their adversary was aware that Superman could not see through lead, it was certain that whatever was concealed within it was nefarious. Thus, any lead casing discovered in inappropriate areas was to be categorically dismissed. Meanwhile, after several days of contemplation, Tony resolved to acquiesce to Lin Yao's proposal to resurrect Howard and preserve him in an intelligent form akin to Jarvis. Lin Yao transformed into the Clock King, retrieving footage of Howard from mere minutes prior to his assassination, as if replaying a recording. He extracted a temporal silhouette spanning approximately 1 frame, digitized it, and stored it, ultimately crafting a disk-like component. Once this entity, containing Howard's consciousness, was inserted into the terminal of Lin Yao's villa, a slightly balding man with a small mustache appeared in the living room. Fola could not help but interject, "Master, will Tony agree to your plan? If he does not, it matters not. It is merely a trivial task for me. Undertaking this is akin to filling a cup of water for another." Lin Yao temporarily vacated the house, granting Tony some personal space, as it was an opportune moment for father and son to bond. Initially, Lin Yao intended to take a brief stroll for half an hour before returning to discuss whether Howard's consciousness projection should be housed in the Avengers Tower or at his own residence. However, shortly after leaving home, he received a notification for a group task. Group announcement: Doomsday ravages Metropolis, and even kryptonite spears prove ineffective. Group task initiated. Task requirements: eliminate Doomsday. Participants: 07. Task rewards: 600 points for participants. The top scorer upon settlement receives an additional 10,000 points. Bruce Wayne, all members. This task is exceedingly perilous. Those lacking confidence in their abilities should refrain from participating. We cannot ensure your safety. Ultimately, Only Lin Yao, Tian Xiaoban, and Mark Grayson accepted the challenge. Accompanied by a burst of light, they arrived in the cosmic metropolis. Unlike previous occasions, they landed directly in the vicinity of the battlefield. Before Lin Yao could ascertain the whereabouts of the long-anticipated doomsday, he was obstructed by a bloodied figure hurtling towards him. He raised his hand to catch the individual, discovering it to be an unfamiliar, dark green extraterrestrial resembling a Skrull. From his observations, Lin Yao surmised that this being was likely Martian Manhunter John Johns. Setting him aside, Lin Yao finally beheld the unfolding conflict not far off. A massive, grayish-yellow creature, covered in bony spikes, was mercilessly pummeling Clark, while Bruce and a woman clad in ancient Greek-style armor were attempting to intervene. On the other side, several individuals lay prostrate, though their condition appeared dire. Oh, have you embarked upon your mission only to meet an untimely demise? I recall this creature was not so formidable. Lin Yao's figure flickered and materialized at the heart of the battlefield. With a sweeping kick, he struck the desiccated, zombie-like head of Doomsday. This blow forced Clark's grip to loosen, sending him tumbling sideways. You assist with the injured. I shall hold this beast at bay. Lin Yao pressed his palm against Doomsday's forehead, momentarily halting him, before calling out to Shoban and Mark. After the previous skirmish, Lin Yao was certain that this foe was beyond the capabilities of Shoban and Mark. Yet, this realization only fueled his exhilaration. Doomsday was arguably the strongest adversary he had encountered thus far. Bruce seized a moment to breathe, swiftly approaching the injured and placing his hands upon them. The powers of the horse and dog talismans surged forth, rapidly healing the members of the Justice League. Initially, they had underestimated this creature forged from Zod's remains. However, upon engaging in battle, Bruce realized the gravity of his misjudgment. At first, Diana and he managed to hold Doomsday at bay while Daniel launched a surprise attack from behind with a kryptonite spear, striking a chilling blow. Yet, such assaults did not vanquish him. Instead, they provoked his wrath. Doomsday unleashed a tempest of furious lightning from his core, instantly sending the two of them, along with Daniel, flying. In an even more absurd turn of events, the kryptonite spear shattered within him, and when Clark rushed in to save them, he faltered upon contact with Doomsday. Thus, the Justice League's engagement devolved into a futile series of attempts, akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, with each one unwittingly offering themselves up. Once Doomsday entered a state of frenzy, only Bruce, equipped with a full array of talismans, and Diana, wielding the sacred shield, could barely contend with him. The others could not land a single blow. Dr. Fate's binding chains shattered in less than a second. Had it not been for his swift duplicates, that ancient relic would likely have been dismantled by now. Aquaman Arthur remained unconscious, and Martian Manhunter John was similarly incapacitated, had Lin Yao not intervened upon his arrival. He too would still be lying there. Hal Jordan was absent from Earth and would require additional time to arrive. Had he been present, perhaps the Justice League would not have faced such a swift downfall. Nevertheless, at this moment, none of it posed a concern. Although Doomsday exceeded expectations in strength, he remained far from a threat in Lin Yao's eyes. With a classic combination of Farmer's three fists and the Vitruvian stance, he effortlessly sent Doomsday soaring above the clouds. Though Doomsday was a mindless zombie, his ingrained combat instincts remained intact. With a surge of electricity and a forceful struggle, he managed to break free from Lin Yao's grasp. The creature known as Doomsday let out a deafening roar, unleashing a beam of kryptonite energy wrapped in orange-yellow lightning from its mouth. As Lin Yao sidestepped and accelerated slightly, he positioned himself beside the massive beast. Down you go. Uttering this indifferent phrase, Lin Yao delivered a powerful elbow strike to Doomsday's head. Accompanied by a shockwave that burst forth, Doomsday crashed violently into the ground, leaving an enormous humanoid crater in the street. How has this guy grown stronger again? Bruce, his helmet darkened with fear, watched Lin Yao descend and couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 42. Is it possible to revive? Just as Lin Yao was about to land and observe the creature he had previously deformed, two energy rays, thicker than his entire body, shot forth from the humanoid pit. Lin Yao raised a hand to shield himself from the violent energy surge, then retaliated with his heat vision. Historically, the left side of a wave would falter, but alas. Doomsday faced Lin Yao. After a mere 2 seconds of stalemate, the heat vision he released was pushed back. Ultimately, Lin Yao's heat vision shattered the equilibrium, leaving 2 charred holes in Doomsday's head. Following this, an audible rip echoed as the monster was vertically torn in half. Although slightly stronger than anticipated, it was still manageable. With a tinge of disappointment, Lin Yao discarded the bisected Doomsday onto the ground, concerned that the creature might feel cold lying there. He warmed its body with his heat vision. At that moment, an incredulous event transpired. Having endured a fatal attack, Doomsday's latent regenerative abilities were fully awakened. To everyone's astonishment, he stood up once more, despite being thoroughly defeated. With a roar reminiscent of a wild beast, Doomsday pounded his chest and lunged at Lin Yao. "Be careful." Clark, just regaining his composure, utilized a once-in-a-lifetime flash to intervene just as Doomsday's menacing claws were about to pierce Lin Yao's back. In that instant, Clark was impaled by Doomsday's claws, sent soaring through the air. Lin Yao was taken aback. Is he serious? He really sacrificed himself. Without a moment's delay, he kicked Doomsday away and promptly pressed a talisman against Clark's chest. Enveloped in a gentle cream-colored aura, the Kansas giant coughed twice and regained his vitality. "What are you doing? That thing can't harm me." In response to Lin Yao's reproach, Clark scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of why he had acted that way. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were compelled by an overwhelming instinct. If I don't step in, Lin Yao will perish. At that moment, a beam of emerald green light descended from the heavens, striking the face of Doomsday and causing him to stagger. The onlookers turned to see Green Lantern Hal Jordan, who had just arrived on the battlefield in response to the signal. "I hope I'm not late," he remarked, as a massive net woven from Green Lantern energy enveloped Doomsday. Almost immediately, a colossal pile driver materialized out of thin air, forcefully driving the ensnared creature into the ground. The reinvigorated heroes surrounded the scene, their eyes fixed anxiously upon Doomsday, who was nearly flattened. "I suspect he will resurrect again. Barry, Arthur, step back. Each time he revives, he grows stronger," Lin Yao explained while diving down, poised to strike again the moment the creature returned to life. He sensed that this iteration of Doomsday could only resurrect 2 more times at most, nearing his limits. He was particularly curious to see how powerful this inferior version of Doomsday, created from Zod's corpse, could become. Even buried beneath the earth by the Green Lantern-S pile driver, Doomsday had not fallen completely silent. His increasingly powerful breaths could be heard upon approach. As Lin Yao reached the edge of the pit, the ground suddenly fractured with web-like cracks, and a grayish energy flowed like lava through the fissures, transforming the surrounding rocks into hissing white mist. "It's happening." Hal Jordan's Green Lantern ring erupted with blinding brilliance as a massive hand of energy clenched the earth above the pit, attempting to suppress Doomsday once more. However, in the next instant, a dark red beam, imbued with a stench of decay, shot skyward, violently ripping apart the ground within a radius of several hundred meters into dust. Revived, Doomsday's body expanded by nearly a third, its once charred skin glowing with a molten red light. Bony protrusions along its spine crystallized like gems, and the original spikes transformed into dark red, blackened crystals. As it roared to the heavens, the sound waves emitted created visible ripples in the air, shattering the glass facades of distant skyscrapers like a line of dominoes. All members of the Justice League, save for Bruce, Clark, Lin Yao, and Daniel, were knocked to the ground by the shockwave, covering their ears. "Try this." A bolt of lightning sped toward the scene. Barry Allen transformed into a golden whirlwind, leaving behind dozens of afterimages around Doomsday. With his arms crossed over his chest, he harnessed the electromagnetic energy accumulated from running circles around the Earth, directing it toward Doomsday's vital points. The terrifying currents surged forth like a roaring dragon, and propelled by Barry's incredible speed, they manifested as multiple afterimages, attacking from various directions simultaneously. Regrettably, such a well-prepared, full-force strike merely caused the creature to stagger a couple of steps, leaving only a few charred marks upon its surface. The creature, known as Doomsday, was incensed by this assault. As it swiped its claws, the moment its fingertips grazed the asphalt, the hard road was cleaved open, creating 5 gaping chasms as if it were mere butter. Arthur, disrupt its balance. Clark's crimson cape billowed as he shouted, propelling himself like a cannonball towards Doomsday's flank. At that moment, Doomsday's skin had formed a structure akin to an energy shield, absorbing all of Clark's impact. Meanwhile, the trident of the King of Atlantis spun rapidly, drawing forth water to form a whirlpool that ensnared Doomsday's left arm. With a vigorous shake of its arms, Doomsday shattered the watery bindings and retaliated with a powerful punch to Arthur's chest. Instantly, a network of cracks spread across his golden armor, and Arthur coughed up a mist of blood, hurtling backward. Had it not been for Clark, who had regained his footing after being thrown aside and managed to catch him, providing a modicum of cushioning, Arthur would likely require Bruce or Lin Yao for healing. Damn it! Why does this creature only seem to grow stronger with each blow? Hal's Green Lantern energy coalesced into a massive hammer that struck down upon Doomsday's head, only to be met with the spikes protruding from above, causing the energy to dissipate upon contact. Doomsday roared as it seized Hal by the ankle and violently hurled him into a distant clock tower. Amidst the thunderous crash of crumbling bricks, Hal barely managed to maintain an energy shield to avoid severe injury. Just as Lin Yao prepared to intervene, Daniel rushed ahead. Utilizing his freeze ray in conjunction with Clark's icy breath, he momentarily immobilized Doomsday. Seizing this opportunity, the team temporarily withdrew from the battle to restore their strength with talismans. It must be said, having such immediate recovery tools significantly enhances everyone's operational flexibility and margin of error, even in the face of foes vastly superior to their current capabilities. Seemingly due to this being the first time it had been frozen, Doomsday remained encased for approximately a minute before breaking free. During this interval, the team had already regained their vitality and healed their wounds. Lin Yao, who had been observing from a distance with arms crossed, decided it was time to take action. He intended to strike Doomsday once more, to ascertain the limits of his power. Accompanied by the panicked exclamations of the Flash, Barry, the team, poised to re-engage in battle with Doomsday, found themselves momentarily frozen in place. For Lin Yao, in a swift dash, pierced through Doomsday's chest with his hand, grasping the creature's heart within his grip. As Lin Yao's fingers encircled the pulsating organ, dark red blood erupted between his fingers, crystallizing mid-air into sharp thorns that threatened to pierce his wrist. Yet, as these blood-spun thorns grazed his skin, they dissipated into wisps of smoke. Lin Yao's biofield passively operated to neutralize Doomsday's death throes. Still wish to struggle? Lin Yao exerted a sudden force with his wrist. The sound of bones cracking resonating as the muscle fibers within the chest of Doomsday burst forth like the snapped strings of a bow, releasing a mist of crimson. The creature emitted a ghastly hissing sound from its throat, and the bone spikes along its spine erupted with a fiery, molten red glow. Countless crystalline spines pierced through its skin, shooting towards Lin Yao's face like needles from a cactus. Every counterattack proved futile as Lin Yao expelled a breath of freezing air, encasing Doomsday entirely in ice. Then, with a vigorous shake of his arm, which had already penetrated the creature's chest, he shattered the massive foe, reducing it to a pile of icy debris. Is this it? Barry's voice trembled with disbelief. He had been preparing to charge, only to witness Lin Yao effortlessly conclude the battle as if crushing fruit. Clark, Bruce, and Daniel, still unconvinced, advanced to bombard the remnants with heat vision, electric beams, and searing breath, incinerating the fragments. Yet Lin Yao smiled, observing the charred remains, sensing a familiar vitality slowly coalescing within the remnants. However, it seemed the process had become significantly more arduous and sluggish. It appeared that this resurrection would indeed be the true limit. Chapter 43, Apologies. I am the dark god amidst the charred debris. A dark red glow erupted one last time like a supernova from the shattered remnants of Doomsday. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread for miles. The energy seeping from these cracks was no longer a dull gray, but a roiling, dark purple lava reminiscent of liquid metal. Wherever it flowed, concrete crumbled to dust, and the air was scorched, emitting a shrill cry akin to shattering glass. Don't tell me this thing can revive again. Hal's ring was nearly depleted of energy, yet he had no time to recharge it. Faced with the impending resurrection of the monstrous entity, the Justice League felt an undeniable tension. Even the mightiest among them, Lin Yao, had been unable to vanquish it. What could they possibly do? With a thunderous roar, Doomsday's form rose from the molten mass. This time, it had swollen to nearly 30 meters, its skin resembling obsidian with a metallic sheen, each contour flowing with dark purple energy patterns. The energy coursed beneath the surface, pulsating rhythmically with its breath, exuding an unusual aesthetic of power. The bone spikes along its spine transformed from crystals into hundreds of fluorescent pits radiating like radioactive material. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a glowing toad, invoking a sense of fear in Lin Yao. With a roar that pierced the heavens, this time the sound waves transcended mere physical impact, morphing into tangible dark purple sound waves that radiated outward in concentric circles from him. Even before the distant skyscrapers came into contact with the sound waves, their glass facades shattered, metal frameworks twisted into spirals, and concrete walls peeled away as if corroded by a potent acid. As the Green Lantern's emergency shield was hastily activated, it shattered like fragile glass the moment the sonic wave made contact, causing him to spit blood, the radiance of his ring dimming. Retreat. This foe exceeds our expectations. Bruce's voice resonated through the communicator, laden with an unprecedented gravity. It seemed that Doomsday understood this command. He glanced toward the distance, where Batman was crouched amidst the rubble. Instead of striking, he merely raised his palm, unleashing a dark purple energy beam from his hand. This beam, lacking the searing heat of heat vision, possessed a corrosive and dissolving quality, as Bruce unleashed a combination of dragon fire and electric vision. The moment it met the energy beam, it melted away as if caught in the furnace of flames. The purple-black beam surged forward, striking his chest with little impediment. After crashing to the ground and rolling several times, Bruce lay still, motionless. Clark flew in to divert Doomsday's attention with his heat vision, buying time for the others to assist Bruce. Unfortunately, Doomsday's power had multiplied several-fold since the onset of battle. Upon contact, Clark's chest was torn open. Had it not been for Diana's timely intervention with the shockwave from her protective silver bracelets, which repelled Doomsday, he likely would have perished. Clark, akin to a severed kite, was sent hurtling backward, trailing a line of blood and carving a deep trench into the ground. His chest caved in, dark blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Barry attempted to strike from behind at high speed, only to discover that the space surrounding Doomsday was extraordinarily distorted, significantly diminishing his velocity as he approached. As though he were ensnared in a viscous mire, Doomsday did not even need to turn around. The pits on his back automatically emitted tendril-like tracking beams, forcing Barry to constantly evade, unable to close in. Is this it? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yao felt a twinge of disappointment. Doomsday had indeed grown stronger. Yet he sensed he had reached his limits. Even if he were to resurrect several more times, there would be no significant change. In this state, Doomsday remained pathetically weak in Lin Yao's eyes. He had previously considered employing Superman to erase the uncontrollable Doomsday from the fabric of causality. However, he now realized such drastic measures were unnecessary. Having remained a detached observer, Lin Yao made his move. His figure vanished from sight, reappearing before Doomsday in an instant. At that moment, Doomsday was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the fallen members of the Justice League. However, sensing Lin Yao's presence, his void-like eyes focused for the first time, emitting a low growl filled with fury. His fists, which had been raised to crush the Martian Manhunter, Ron, altered their target. All the pits across his body unleashed waves of purple radioactive energy as he lunged forward with all his might, intent on annihilating Lin Yao, the one who had vanquished him numerous times before. Lin Yao did not even raise a hand to block. Instead, a shimmering aura rippled around him like water waves. The moment the energy beam touched this halo, it vanished silently, akin to snowflakes melting into the sun. The Destruction Sun appeared taken aback, raising a hand to grasp, only to see Lin Yao extend his right hand first. Though seemingly slow and gentle, his movements were astonishingly swift as he tapped upon every pit on the creature's body. A crisp, ethereal sound resonated, using the Destruction Sun as its instrument, as it clutched its head in agony, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yao's voice remained calm and undisturbed. The Destruction Sun emitted a deafening roar, its dark purple markings erupting into blinding light, as hundreds of energy tendrils simultaneously lunged toward Lin Yao, attempting to shred him apart. However, these tendrils, composed entirely of light, sizzled and dissipated into energy particles the moment they reached Lin Yao's surface. At that moment, Lin Yao's biological force field exhibited absolute dominance. Any energy belonging to the Destruction Sun was rendered as insignificant as mere iron before divine fire. The Destruction Sun's body began to tremble violently, struggling to escape, as the surrounding space warped even more severely, hinting at impending rupture. Alas, this was but the last dance before its demise. The pitiful Zod had finally met the true end of its existence. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a series of delicate cracking sounds, reminiscent of shattering glass. The body of the Destruction Sun disintegrated from the core, fragmenting into countless dark purple particles, akin to ashes scattered by the wind. The energy tendrils that had surrounded it, reinforced with a resilient exterior capable of withstanding most attacks, along with its ever-present ferocity and desire for battle, all dissipated with a resounding pop, akin to breaking glass. Lin Yao had rapidly struck at all the energy nodes surrounding the Destruction Sun using a pressure point technique, resulting in its self-detonation. The volatile energy lingering in the air swiftly subsided, leaving only scorched earth and a faint scent of energy smoke. Barry stood with his mouth agape, speechless for an extended period. Clark struggled to rise, gazing at Lin Yao's silhouette, his eyes filled with complex emotions. It was a power that transcended comprehension, effortlessly concluding a battle that had nearly led to their annihilation with an air of boredom. Lin Yao turned around, dusting off non-existent particles from his hands, and looked at the astonished crowd, shrugging as he remarked, "I told you, He was nearing his limit. He approached the completely energy-drained scorched earth, sensing no signs of life remaining. This time, the destruction sun had no semblance of rebirth. The forces infused within it not only obliterated its energy core, but also erased the regenerative factors hidden within its cells. It seemed that a low-tier version was indeed just that. Lin Yao smiled faintly and turned to walk toward the recovering members of the Justice League. So, shall we wrap things up now? Without waiting for others to voice their dissent, Lin Yao gave a slight shake, and in his hand appeared another individual. This was none other than Daniel Atlas, the protagonist of Now You See Me, but in this realm, he was known as Lex Luthor. Your reasoning is astute. If a deity were entirely benevolent, then omnipotence would elude him. Yet, if I were a malevolent god, would that not incite chaos? Lex Luthor, clearly flustered, attempted to surrender, seeking to have Bruce arrest him. Lin Yao's unabashed intent to kill rendered him incapable of maintaining control over the situation. Bruce, with a resigned shrug, remarked, "We can barely contend with him together. What do you expect me to wield to prevent him from ending your life?" The plea for mercy abruptly ceased as Lin Yao executed a classic execution, tearing apart the foreigner. He rent Lex Luthor asunder, ensuring that his abdominal cavity remained concealed to prevent exposure to the elements, even kindly providing warmth with a thermal gaze. Now, a pressing dilemma arises. Superman remains alive. I cannot possibly venture to Apocalypse to confront Darkseid, can I?